Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AMD Skyesports Championship 4.0 with our gaming partner Logitech as well as our official fantasy partner Fanclash. My name is Floki. Joining me for this one is going to be Lama. We've got two very interesting sets of matches here today, Lama. First, we've got ourselves a BO3 between Whoops and Ragnarok. Only one of these teams is going to be proceeding in the lower bracket of the tournament, and the other is going to be eliminated. And as for the upper bracket
Mhm.
match, we have got a best of five between Neon Esports as well as Hashtag.Reaper. So that's going to be another interesting game to see because they are going to be playing a BO5, and whichever one of
Yeah,
these teams ends up in the grand finals, or even goes to the lower bracket, is gonna have. Well, I wouldn't exactly say the luxury, but it's going to have the privilege of having played more games and having a better experience or a better time understanding how the overall meta of the tournament has evolved, while the other
yeah.
team that wins it will directly find themselves in the grand final. So a lot at stake here today, Lama, and yeah, this doesn't get any better. I mean, Ragnarok going up against Swoop, almost like a classic Indian Dota 2 match.
Yeah, definitely. And today's match, we have Ragnarok Whoops and Neon Neon versus hashtag Esports, as you've said. And again, I'd like to tell that these teams have played each other before. Ragnarok have played Whoops, and Neon have played hashtag Reaper. And in both the series, Whoops had won against Ragnarok, and Neon had won against Reaper. So it's gonna be a rematch that both the teams are experiencing, and let's see what happens if they are able to get their revenge this time around, or if we come out with the same results. But either way, both all four
Mhm.
teams have another chance to go back into this revenge match that they're going to be facing. And I think we have the Ragnarok uh, lineup ready here with MNZ,
Mhm.
HBK, Kaneki, Pinkman, and Archmage. And I think if you have kept up with the tournament up till now, all these players have become really, really familiar. Obviously, Kaneki playing that mid lane and MNZ on their carry. All these players have evolved a lot even during this tournament, where we have seen some of them change their play style, some of them adapting to the newer strategies coming out from their opponents. So yeah, definitely a really good team. We have seen them play a lot. And Whoops versus Ragnarok again, you know, uh, the usual outcome, what we
Oh
see
yeah.
is these teams coming up in the top two as India's teams. And would you
Oh
like to
yeah.
take over the side of Team Whoops?
Absolutely. We've got some very familiar names over here in Parasite TM playing the position 5 for Whoops. We got No Chance on position 4, Krish playing position 3, CJ as the carry, and Azur as the mid for the side
Yeah,
of Whoops. And yesterday, they did manage to take one game off of Hashtag Reaper. It was a very long and hard game for the side of Whoops, but in the end, they did manage to at least take one game from them before they were sent packing to the lower bracket in
yeah.
around 25 minutes, I think, by the side of Reaper hashtag. So, yeah, that third game was rather anticlimactic. I mean, most people were expecting it to be a slightly harder game. We saw
Yeah.
Medusa become a recurring pick in that series too. So we'll see if that becomes an issue here between Ragnarok as and Whoops as well. We saw one team
Mhm.
trying to play a super fast-paced lineup with the likes of something like a Drow Ranger and as well as a Beastmaster. I wonder if the teams have picked up on that and want to replicate that over here in the series between Ragnarok and Whoops.
Yeah, and I feel like throughout this entire tournament, I've noticed that the faster paced games have been coming out a lot more than we have seen before. And again, I think it's a prioritized strategy in this tournament, where you pick up these early push heroes, early team fight capacity heroes, and just focus on the objectives and get the towers down as soon as possible. Again, the game is called Defense of the Ancients, and if you're not
Hmm.
doing that, you obviously lose the game. So definitely, I like how the game style is right now, where it's the early pace, short games, not dragging out to like 60, 70 minutes as we have seen in the previous patches. So yeah, I like how the drafting is going throughout the tournament. Almost all teams with a similar pick, similar ban phase going through the first ban phase, especially that Naga Siren and Broodmother being almost regularly banned out. Yeah, overall, love how the tournament's going so far.
Yeah, I mean it's been a very interesting tournament to see how the meta has developed after TI 11. We seeing
Yeah,
teams prioritize the Broodmother occasionally, which was a consistent ban amongst those games. I do think, however, in one of those games, the Broodmother went unpicked and unbanned. Although I could be wrong about that.
yeah,
I believe it might have been the third game between Reaper and Whoops. But regardless, today should be an interesting day because Whoops have clearly seen what the problems were when they were playing against Reaper hashtag. So I'm hoping that they've fixed some of those issues now and are gonna have a better time against the side of Ragnarok. But then you could also argue that Ragnarok somewhat had the tougher seed, right? Because they were playing against
yeah,
Neon Esports. So they really had to work hard to get that early lead. And even though they squandered it towards the mid game, it's still, it's still something to go toe to toe with a team like Neon Esports. Regardless, let's have a head to head here between Whoops and Ragnarok and see exactly what these two teams bring to the table. And well, we're gonna have a head-to-head of the two players over here, Kaneki and Azur. As you can see, Kaneki has maintained a KD of 1.5 and 1, and Azur has a KD of 1.7. I do
yeah.
want to mention though that KD can be fairly deceptive. I think the
Hmm.
better stat to measure usually is the average hero damage, but even that can be misleading based on what hero you're playing because someone like the Zeus, you just pick it up, you press ulti, every time it's off cooldown, you're gonna have ridiculous hero damage too. But when
Yeah.
it comes to actual impact in the game, I am not
Mhm.
too sure if hero damage is a correct representation. But we can say this for certain that Whoops, they've definitely been having some of the longer games compared to the side of Ragnarok.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, Azor and Kaneki, we've seen them go off against each other multiple times, and both are really, really solid heroes. I mean, solid players. And again, we can't actually, decide who is a better player just looking at a head to head or just looking at these two players. Because again, Dota comes down to being a team game, and depending on how their supports play, depends how the mid lane goes. So, again, these are just stats, guys. It does not depend on these stats who the better player is, whether it's Kaneki or Azur. So yeah, all these stats really well on both the sides. They have died quite less times actually, being mid
Mhm.
laners especially, and both of them have quite a bit of average hero damage as well. Again, both these heroes are really, really good mid laners, and we've seen amazing plays come out from both of them. They both are
Mhm.
able to control the pace of the game, and I think most of the games are played around their pacing and how well they are able to rotate and get the kills necessary to help the team out throughout the rest of the game.
Oh yeah. I think another comparison that is interesting to make is just the level of greed these two players can have. Azur can definitely play the more greedy style where he's the one, being, farming up for the late game and having that great late game impact. But he's also been the player who switched it up the most often, who's picked up heroes like the Ember Spirit and the Tusk between them and Kaneki. And he's managed to, have a lot of impact in that first 20 minutes of the game, whether it's going around from lane to lane, shutting down the enemy carry, taking away space from the enemy cores, or if it's just trying to make sure that he doesn't lose his mid tier one a bit too early if he's against that sort of a cheese pickup. And again, having a mid laner that can do both, play the early game as well as have the ability to scale well into the late game, is a godsend for any team because that opens up a lot of different ways for you to draft. Where in one place you might just be limited to having your mid laner be the actual core and utilize the versatility of your carry, to play a more active style. You can have a mid laner do both, and then all of a sudden you have innumerable options when it comes to what kind of draft and what kind of play style you want to adapt depending on which team you're playing against.
Yeah, definitely. And again, these two teams have gone head to head with each other, and they do know how their opponents play. And again, it comes down to the drafting and the early game. I think I say this to most of the games that we play, but again, I think that's the most important thing when it comes to the current patch. And when these teams go to the drafting phase and the early laning stages, if they do not give up the early laning stages and they're able to capitalize on that, I think their entire momentum carries throughout the rest of the game. So that's one of the things that both Ragnarok and Whoops have to concentrate on. Because again, yesterday we saw Whoops playing against Reaper hashtag, where they had a later game oriented kind of draft,
Hmm.
especially with the Medusa pick, and we saw how it worked out. It did work out in the second game because they were able to win their lanes and maintain that momentum towards the later ends of the game. Whereas on the side,
Yep.
on the third match, there was not really, they didn't really have that early game advantage where they were securing kills and uh, getting these early rotations off. So because of that, the Medusa was not able to get the necessary farm for her to be the powerhouse that she was in the second game. So I definitely think the drafts should be more oriented towards winning the lanes and the earlier half of the entire game. So that's my
Yep.
opinion on how the drafting should go. And yeah,
All right.
that's like important thing both the teams might focus on.
That's a very fair point. I think both of these teams, at least Ragnarok more often than Whoops, have had the sort of bias towards trying to play for the late game, picking up something like a Faceless Void for MNZ, and the Kaneki also going for some sort of scaling into core. But you know what? We don't need to theory craft it anymore because the draft is underway, and we can have a look at what heroes are going to be banned and picked here from both sides. As Ragnarok going to start off with the Treant ban. This is particularly aimed at Parasite, who is a very good Treant player. He has
Yeah.
consistently played this hero when it comes to
10
tournaments,
seconds
and
remaining.
yeah, he's had a good track record on it as well. So that's just Ragnarok dotting their i's and crossing their
5
t's.
seconds
On the other
remaining.
side, Whoops just banning out Pinkman's Tiny. Pinkman, one of the few support players in India who's actually made a name for himself playing most of these strength type heroes where you're really really active early on. You're
Dire
able to
team
get a
banned.
lot of things done in the early game and secure a definite advantage for your cause by
Radiant
leveraging your
team
Yeah.
tankiness
picked.
and leveraging just your body
Dire
and
team
all the HP you have. But
Winter
Ragnarok,
Wyvern.
they're gonna stick to the tried and tested. They pick up the Winter Wyvern, and this is gonna
Hmm.
be played by Archmage, of course. But another thing that the Winter Wyvern does that is somewhat unnoticed is that it fits in very very well with the way Ragnarok like to play. They've got some very solid answers early on. If you have
10
a
seconds
very
remaining.
if you have a very physical damage dependent lineup, you've obviously got Winter
5
Wyvern who can
seconds
help you out
remaining.
with the cold embrace in the early game, but he also scales super well into the late game courtesy of the Arctic burn. So you're able to really itemize on this hero, to have some really good team fights if you're able to pick up something like the Aether Lens and the Blink Dagger. So a really good pickup for Ragnarok early on, but it's always the next two picks that
Yeah.
set the tempo for the rest of the game. So we'll see how Whoops respond to this.
Yeah.
Uh,
And
Mirana banned out
again,
as well, by the way. Yeah.
yeah, Mirana
Dire
being banned
team
out, I
picked.
think, is again, both the teams know each other, and I think this is one of the few games. Like, I think mostly when Whoops and Ragnarok go against each other, they do not ban the Naga and the Broodmother
Radiant
against each
team
other, and
picked.
I think
That
both the
worked.
teams know
Radiant
their
Mhm.
team
opponents
banned.
pretty well enough to
Impossible.
let these heroes pass through the banning phase. Either the opponents are not comfortable enough playing those heroes, or they usually do not draft around those heroes. So I think both teams, knowing that, have left them pass through, and we do not see any of them being picked up in the first phase of the pick. So, again, on the side of Ragnarok, they
Yeah.
have picked up the
10
Ember Spirit,
seconds
who we've
remaining.
seen to be devastating during team fights and the early game rotations as
5
well.
seconds
I think
remaining.
Ember Spirit with Winter Wyvern is obviously a really good combo. They complement each other really well. Fire and ice always go well together. So,
Uh-huh.
yeah,
Radiant team.
Winter
Dire
Wyvern
team
definitely
banned.
has a lot of team fight control, where he's able to lock down the core of Whoops, or
Yep.
maybe even get rid of a really important support like maybe the Clock or the Dark Willow, who again have solo kill potential. The Clockwork can hook onto you from anywhere, almost the
Radiant
entire
team
map, because
banned.
his hook range is so long. He can dive onto you from a pretty far distance, and again, so as he dives onto one of your cores, you can either use your you have the cold embrace to save your core if they get jumped on by the Clockwork. So
Yep.
yeah, Winter Wyvern's definitely a really good
10
support.
seconds
Even though
remaining.
Clockwork comes after the Winter Wyvern's still able to hold up
5
against a hero
seconds
like
remaining.
Clockwork. Whereas on the other hand, Ember deals a lot of damage, is able to jump on these backlines, get the solo kills, and also is able to do a lot of damage during team fights as well. With the Sleight of Fist, he's able to deal a huge amounts of damage to an entire area. So Ember is definitely a good pick. And with the Aghanim Scepter, we've seen him zip around throughout the entire map. So Ember is always a good
Mhm.
pick in my
Dire
opinion. And
team
we'll
double.
just have to wait and see how Team Whoops go in through their drafting, how they'll be able to counter this Ember, or maybe bring up an answer to the Ember through one of their cores.
Yeah, I do want to mention that Whoops has been targeting Pinkman in particular. If you
10
look at the
seconds
first few
remaining.
bans, they banned out the Tiny as well as the Mirana. Then they picked up the
Yeah.
Clockwork for
5
themselves. They were
seconds
hoping
remaining.
that Ragnarok would go back and maybe pick up the task. But what Ragnarok instead did was pick up Kaneki Zero in the Ember Spirit. And they're like, you know what? We want an aggressive tempo setter early on. So we're going to pick up the Ember Spirit. We're instead going to leave Pinkman Zero open. And now Whoops are sort of unsure what to do. So they banned out Dawnbreaker. I mean, this is probably to help out CJ's lane a little bit, make sure that HBK isn't able to get his hands on a hero that can just dumpster any sort of ranged hard carry. So they still have options like
10
the Luna, the
seconds.
Sniper, the Shadow Fiend if it wasn't banned out, but it is, unfortunately.
5
So this
seconds
is Whoops just
remain.
trying to cover their bases, but they then proceed to ban out the Naga and the Jug, which is mostly aimed at MNZ, and it's them saying that, you know what, we want CJ to be the better scaling core in the late game, so we're going to ban out all the sorts of heroes that we think is going to counter CJ's hero pool. So, like I said earlier, if CJ does want to play that ranged carry, maybe even the Drow Ranger, they should definitely ban out the Juggernaut at the very least, because the Juggernaut can be a
Radiant's
pretty big
turn to
problem
pick.
for the draw with the draft of Ragnarok with the Ember Spirit. But speaking of range carries, it's not going to be the draw ranges. Instead, going to be the Morphling, a bit more
Mhm.
scaling into the late game for the side of Whoops, because they are aware that Ragnarok likes to take it a little bit later on into the game to actually
10
close it out.
seconds.
Yeah, again, also I'd like to ask you this. Morphling is a
5
really good safe lane
seconds.
hero, but he has been played mid quite a bit as well. So how do you think he fares against the Ember Spirit in the mid lane? Do you think that's an option that Whoops might have if they want to change around their draft a little bit going ahead?
Can you repeat that? I'm not sure I understood
Yeah,
what you just said there.
the Morphling usually plays safe lane, and do you think
Yeah.
in this lineup it's a possibility for him to go in the mid lane against the Ember? Do you think he'll fare well against the Ember in the mid lane?
So the Morphling Ember matchup is a little bit tricky because level one, the Ember has a pretty big advantage with the Flame Guard, and Morphling usually has to put a point in the attribute shift to even have a chance of sustaining. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that the mid Morphling is a possibility. There really aren't any strong items that you can pivot into towards the mid game. Plus,
Hmm.
if the Ember Spirit does go mid and he's up against a Morphling, he has no qualms rushing something like a Spirit Vessel just to negate the impact that the Morphling is going to have up until the 20-minute mark. And that one single item called the Spirit Vessel is going to force out so much from the Morphling. It forces the Morph to build a Manta style. It forces the Morph to be very careful with how you choose to engage in a fight. You cannot just follow up waveform on every hook shot and every Bramble
Yeah.
Maze that the side of Whoops throw out. So you really like to have that freedom as Morph, which is why I don't think it's going to be going towards the mid lane. It's just going to get countered super easily.
Radiant's turn to
Yeah.
pick.
Ragnarok, though, in the other hand, let's see what they pick up. And like I said earlier, Pinkman, known for his strength heroes, they're going to pick up the Snapfire that is going to be played by him. So, Snapfire, a good sort of response pick against the Morphling. You do have a fair
10
amount of damage
seconds
coming through from the
remain.
Mortimer's Kisses as well as the Searing Chains.
Yeah.
The issue,
5
though, is
seconds
that you
remain.
don't really have any sort of silence to deal with the Morphling. And with the recent shard, Morphling can attribute shift even while he is stunned. So,
Hmm.
yeah, I mean, I sorry to assume the Morphling's gender. It could very much be an it, but for the
Dire's
sake of
turn is
making my point, I'm going to consider him to be a
Oh,
male. Yeah, and a do pick up by
yeah.
Ragnarok. This is a good answer to the Morphling.
Yeah, definitely. Especially now in the present way that the Doom is with the Aghanim Scepter, he's able to take team fight control as well. So
10
not
seconds
just a good
remain.
counter against the Morphling, but I think a good answer to the entire side of Whoop's lineup,
5
including the
seconds.
Clock and the Dark Ruler. If Doom is able to jump onto them as well with his ultimate on him. I think it's going to cause problems in the team fights, and I think Whoops will have to find an answer in their last two picks on how they're
It
going to
is
deal with the
Radiant's
Doom, because
turn.
Doom is not just a
Yeah.
hero who can jump onto the backlines and get the kills. He's also a hero that can stand and fight as well. And with the pace of his farm with the Devour and the Midas he probably might pick up, he's going to farm insanely fast. So having that Axe in no
Yeah.
time is not going to be an issue if he has a
10
good lane. So
seconds.
Whoops, go ahead and pick up a Marcy, who again I think has
5
been a solid
seconds
hero throughout the
remain.
tournament, having the
Yeah.
ability to reposition an
It
enemy
is
hero,
Dire's backyard.
into your entire team. Gives an ability to kill almost any hero from the opponent's team. So I think that's one of the reasons why Marcy is so highly picked. And again, with Unleash coming in, she's going to be dealing a lot of damage. Just from her right clicks, and
10
having a basher
seconds
as well with
remain.
that is going to secure a pretty much kill on most of the heroes for coming from
5
Ragnarok, other than maybe
seconds.
Ember, who has the ability to escape Marcy. So yeah, all these mobile heroes coming out from Team Whoops like Clock, Morphling, Marcy, I think they are looking for these early game pickoffs that they can get with this
It
high
is
mobility.
Radiant's band.
And I think Whoops might be setting the pace for the game going in. As we look through the drafting phase, only last bans remaining from both the teams and last pickups
Yeah.
coming from them as well.
I do want to take some time to talk about what Whoops have picked up here. So
Dire's
Whoops decided to
turn to
pick up
ban.
Marcy for Krish. Now, one of the bigger issues you face when drafting in such a way where you pick up your two supports first is that you have to have a very wide range of cores to pick from. And based on what Ragnarok have banned out, they've banned out all those sources of high damage heroes, which are easy to pick, that are
10
good laners.
seconds.
They don't have too bad of a time and they don't need too much farm to be active. You can see the
5
Fango being banged out, the
seconds
Puck,
remain.
the Batrider, the Lina, the Leshrac as well from the side of Ragnarok, basically saying that we know you're going to have damage issues. We know that we have a tanky line that can out-sustain you. So they
Hmm.
proceeded to ban out all sorts of heroes that was just going to enable Whoops to play that game a little bit easier. And by the very
Yeah.
nature that Dota is as a game, if you want to have a core that scales in the late game, also has a ton of damage and isn't too reliant on cooldowns, and that core, by their very nature,
Radiant
is going to
must
be greedy. They are going to
choose.
need more items to be effective. But once they do have those items, they can have much higher impact compared to heroes like the Mercy, like the Ember, who like to buy similar items, but may not necessarily have as much damage. A very cool
Yeah.
example of this is Lina and Leshrac, because
10
those two heroes take
seconds.
time to come online, need bloodstones, need BKBs, and the more farm they get over time, the
5
stronger they get. You get an
seconds to
Axe on Lesh, you get
go.
30% damage up. You get Sanj
Gentlemen,
and Kaya,
that's
it's more survivability,
Oh.
more damage. So yeah, I mean, great thinking from the side of Ragnarok to just make sure that Whoops doesn't have access to cheap and easy damage. And
Hmm.
Whoops picked up the Marcy in response, which is one of the more broken heroes in, I mean,
10
that sort
seconds
of breaks this
remain.
concept of Dota of having very easy access to high amounts of
5
damage on a 60
seconds.
second
Yeah.
cooldown. So yeah, I mean, this is sort of the interesting part, because when you pick up something like a Marcy, you're not necessarily gonna be you know there to deal tons and tons of damage, but you do have a lot of potential to take fights the way you want to when you don't have the unleash. And when you have the unleash, you can pretty much take down any single hero on the side of Ragnarok. Now
Yeah.
Ragnarok have the better scaling lineup. They picked up the PL, very good
Hmm.
answer to the Morphling. We've seen I think we all remember what happened during the
Select
dream
your
run
hero.
with
Make the
OG,
ultimate
and
choice.
what the hell am I watching?
Hmm.
Okay, so they picked up a taxi over here that just puts everything I said thrown out. I mean, just throw everything out of the window, everything that I just said, because it is going to be a mid morphling. It is going to be played by Azur. CJ is going to be playing the Marcy.
Oh.
Yeah, this is a little bit confusing. I mean, because
Yeah.
yeah, the issue is now if you are the morphling going up against the Ember, I
Hmm.
don't know if I mean, as far as I know, I don't think that matchup is too morphling favored early on. As time goes on,
Yeah.
it gets easy, but like I said, you need items, and I'm not sure if the morphling is going to be able to match the pace of the Ember Spirit. So I guess we'll see what happens. They do have some ways to make up for it in the Marcy and the Darkseer, but yeah, an interesting draft coming out from the side of Whoops as well as Ragnarok. Let's see who takes this one. I mean, I
Uh,
everything I just said got thrown out of the window. So by all means, take over, Lava, and tell me what your predictions are for this match.
Uh, yeah, again, I think the Phantom Lancer pick coming out from Ragnarok. I don't think Whoops really expected that, because we haven't seen a lot of I don't think I have casted any games with the Phantom Lancer in it. So yeah, that was a really surprise pick coming out from Ragnarok. And in the end, the side of Whoops, they had already picked all their cores, all they had their lineups, and I think they were going for a lineup that you were talking about, where the Morphling goes to the safe lane and Marcy was their off lane. But then again, the last pick coming out as a Phantom Lancer, I think they had to change up their whole ideology on how their drafting was going, and had
Prepare
to
for
pick that
battle.
Darkseer, because otherwise they don't really have a good control coming out for the Phantom Lancers. So I think they did all right in the drafting phase. So
Yeah.
again, yeah, no,
Yeah.
I was looking at that as well. So yeah, coming out to the laning phases, I think Whoops might come out on top. Other than the mid lane, as you said, Azora will be having a tough lane. But then again, if he gets into that early bottom and he's able to maintain the lane against the Ember, as long as he does not give up deaths early on, and he's able to get enough stacks coming out from the rest of his team, I think he'll be able to do fine later on. But then again,
Mhm.
let's
Yeah, I
get
like
into the
this.
game.
Yeah, I just want to take some time to talk about yeah, the little bit of banter back and forth. So Parasite has the prefix Lux in his name, which is what Kaneki was asking about earlier. And Archmage, there's a running joke between all of these players about a very particular meme. I'm not gonna say which meme it is. If you were able to make out based on the chat what meme it was, good for you. Yeah, based on what Archmage said, it doesn't look like he's gonna be popping Krish anytime soon. In fact, I think the exact opposite
Oof.
might be happening at this moment, as the pause has come in from the side of well, I believe it was Ragnarok who came through with the pause. I could be wrong. No, it was HBK.
Doom.
Yeah. It was
Yeah.
HBK
Yeah.
who went for the pause. So yeah, we should be unpausing and being underway soon. Another cool tidbit about how the Doom is played these days. So you can see the Wraithband start from HBK. Now, Doom
Mm-hmm.
did get buffs to his attack animation as well as his starting armor early on. So the way people are playing Doom now is actually to max Devar, get a Midas, get basically items that enable you to fight early. I mean, not get items that enable you to fight early rather, but get an item that scales well into the late game, but can also be used to fight early, which is the BKB. So you
Mm-hmm.
get that usually, and then you have got a lot of options to go for stuff like the Acronym Shot, the Blink, as well as maybe getting yourself boots of travel, the Octarine Code, as the admin is asking about the ETA, and Kaneki is saying tomorrow. A lot of jokes being exchanged back and forth over here. Uh, a lot of fun being had by both of these teams. Good to see, that they're both
Yeah.
in high spirits. Because one of them is going to be eliminated from this tournament. So yeah, while there is that mask of friendliness between them, underneath both of these teams really do want to win. So
Yeah.
yeah, both of these teams trying their
Obvious.
best.
Yeah, when it comes
Well,
to having such a huge prize pool for any tournament, Archmage is going to get caught here. CJ
30
does
seconds to
miss that
go.
jump onto him, but then again, there is so much damage output and so much control coming in. That Fairy Fire has been popped, but again, Parasite does secure the kill onto the Winter Wyvern with the
whoa.
battery assault.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Parasite having a good time. That's definitely new. Not something you see very often on the side of Whoops. As in their own words, I've heard Whoops say this by the way. If Parasite is dying, then chances are we're
The
probably gonna win the
battle
game. If he's not
begins.
dying, then there's something wrong. So, yeah, if their words are to be believed, then you can call GG already if you're Whoops. But just for the sake of
yeah,
courtesy, we gotta play out the rest of the game.
yeah, and also
CJ.
looking at MNZ.
Mm-hmm.
He does pick up the doppelganger so that it does not take a lot of damage output coming out from Parasite with the battery assault. Yeah, I think that's he did not really want to pick that up early on. I think he would wanted to go to the Spirit Lands, but then again, Spirit Lands takes up so much mana. So doppelganger not really a bad spell to have in the early laning phase. But then again,
Yeah.
we'll have to see how the PL will be dealing with the ion shells coming out from Krish in the bottom lane.
Yeah. Well, remains to be seen what Ragnarok can bring to the table in the bottom lane. You did say that they decided to pick up the doppelganger on the PL. I don't know if that really makes sense. That could have potentially even been a misclick coming through from MNZ. But I'm not really a PL player, so don't quote me on this. This might actually just be the standard thing that PLs do in higher MMRs, where they just pick up the level one doppelganger to prevent themselves from taking any damage. And considering that they are up against a Clockwork Darkseer lane, that could very much be the reasoning that if the PL is slightly out of position for, say, the range creep, because the Winter Wyvern usually goes for the Arctic burn and is unable to secure the range CS, then yeah, the doppelganger could come in handy. You could just pretty much pop it and get back towards safety under your own tier 1 tower. But the more interesting matchup in this lane is going to be towards mid between the Morphling and the Ember. The Ember is going to be super active early on,
Wonderful.
picking up the bottle, probably going for, items that enable him to fight early. I did mention the Spirit Vessel, and it remains to be seen if that is something that Kaneki wants to go for. The issue with going for the Spirit Vessel early is that if the side of Ragnarok then to not force engagements, then that Spirit Vessel will be a big waste of 3k gold. But for the moment, I'm going to take some time to talk about Fanclash. Fanclash is the official fantasy partner for the Sky Esports Championship 4.0. You can download the app, you can predict who's going to be the winner of games such as these ones, and win a lot of cool prizes. And some prizes even include getting to meet some professional players. So if you fancy meeting any of the members from Neon Esports or Hashtag.Reaper, one of which are definitely going to be making it to the grand finals, then do download the app, do check it out, and yeah, who knows what might be in store for you. But with that said, let's get back to the topic in hand, the mid lane matchup.
Mm-hmm.
The problem that the Ember Spirit's going to face is that over time, the Morphling is going to scale better because the Morph has the luxury of just farming away. But Ember is not necessarily going to do that because he is the tempo setter for Ragnarok. You've got two very greedy cores in the Doom in the PL who don't want to join fights early on. And while you've got some help from Pinkman in the Snapfire and Winter Wyvern, the Archmage Winter Wyvern, these are not necessarily the best heroes to fight into a Darkseer, a Darkseer, a
Yeah.
Marcy, a Dark Willow, and a Clockwork. And let's not forget, the Marcy is being played as a position one for CJ.
Mhm.
So there's going to be a lot of pressure being applied early on from this hero. And I'm not sure if Emma Spirit's going to be able to match it. So Kaneki, he's got a rough road ahead of him. And yeah, it's going to take a lot out of him if the side of Ragnarok are to stabilize and make sure that they don't just get rolled over when the Morphling hits his 26-27 minute timing.
Yeah. And somehow, even though Ragnarok, dictated the pace of the last picks coming in from Whoops, I somehow still feel like Whoops have ended up on top in this drafting phase. And if I look at the lanes individually as well, I think all the lanes, except the mid one again, as you said, Kaneki does have an advantage over there, especially in the earlier stages of the game. But then again, if he gets enough stacks on the side of Azura, I think he'll be doing fine for himself. And in the bot lane again, I'm not really sure how the PL and Archmage on the Winter Wyvern will fare against Parasite on the Clockwork and the especially this Darkseer man. He's going to be causing a lot of problems coming out
Hmm.
onto MNZ because the PL does not fare really well against the Darkseer, especially until he gets gets to the diffusal place at least in the laning stage. So it's going to be quite hard
Hmm.
for them to deal with uh, Darkseer. But whereas on the
Yep.
other hand, if you look at the spells and the abilities from the side of Darkseer, he's able to control MNZ pretty easily on the Phantom Lancer, and it's going to be a bit problematic for him to even get the farm in the jungle because Parasite's going to be there trying to hunt you down, trying to get this Winter Wyvern killed as many times as possible in the lane because again with the battery assault and the power cogs, he's usually able to secure a kill onto any support. But I think Winter Wyvern does have the advantage of the Arctic burn and also the cold embrace, where he is able to keep himself alive for quite a bit. But again, I'm not sure if it's looking really good for the side of Ragnarok right now.
Oh yeah. I mean, Ragnarok definitely have the hands full, and like I said early on, the Ember just has the luxury of going into the Morphling's face and just beating him up. And Zur already down to like 20% HP, has to be very very careful here. Only two creeps remaining for Kaneki. If okay, he does get the deny off, so no level 2 for Kaneki here. But the three denies actually
You
for
have been?
Zur over here in the mid lane. Just Kaneki getting slaughtered, but if he manages to hit level 2 fairly soon, then Azur could be in a world of trouble as the denies come through. Kaneki, he's got the level 2 now, and Azur starts to morph up into strength.
Yeah.
And he's trying to get the
And this is what
denies
you're
off.
talking about.
Maybe, yeah, Azur could just drop. He has to be very, very careful with his HP, but he's gonna stay alive. However, it did seem like someone ended up dropping elsewhere on the map. It was Archmage on the Winter Iron, as we can see in the replay. Battery Assault, along with the Iron Shell, catching him out. So a little unfortunate
Yeah.
that Archmage has died twice now in less than 1.5 minutes, but such is the life of the position 5.
Yeah, and again, Parasite on the clockwork, man. This battery assault. Whenever I play support and I see a clockwork on the opponent team, I just don't show myself in lane at all. I just sit behind, get as many pulls out as I can, and try to give the heals onto my core. But in the
Oh,
top lane, HBK
HBK.
falling really low, and he does come crumbling down from all the damage coming out from CJ and no chance. So yeah, I think Whoops are slightly doing better on the laning phase. Again, they have 3 kills on their side, and only Azora having a slight bit of problem dealing with this Ember in the mid lane.
Mhm.
So we'll have to see how the game carries on if Ragnarok are able to maintain a decent laning phase, or if they come crumbling down with this early aggression coming out from Whoops.
Radiant's
Yep.
courier has been
I mean,
killed.
Azur played the first wave very, very well, where he managed to get, I think, 3 denies on that wave. So the Ember Spirit really wasn't able to, capitalize on the level 1 advantage as much. He wasn't able to get into Azura's face and beat him up and even maybe potentially get first blood if he decided to overextend. However, in the bottom lane, seems like the Winter Iron is going to get gone upon again. Top lane, though, HBK
Oof.
is also falling, but Archmage is going to fall first. Meanwhile, the Doom survives this level of HP, is going to have a healing salve to heal back up. And seems like the Doom is having a hard time approaching the lane against a Mercy Dark Widow. 2 heroes with very, very high kill threat. And Doom, he's got himself the Snapfire, but Doom is not the most aggressive hero himself. So putting up heroes like this against him makes the game a lot harder for the Doom. But regardless, Parasite and Krish creating all sorts of problems for the side of Ragnarok early on. MNZ trying to go in, trying to find Parasite, but this is sort of a hard kill. But the Splinter Blast is going to connect. Archmage will get credit for the kill on Parasite. So, some respite, but Clockwork is going to come back with full HP and full mana. Top lane, Dark Willow dropping extremely low. I am not too sure what the hell is happening, but it looks like he will survive for the time being. HBK diving forward though, now onto the tower. CJ gonna dispose him back. What the hell is that range on that spell? And HBK, I think he might be dropping here, but it doesn't seem like CJ's got the rebound just yet. No chance. Going forward, popping the mango. Popping the bramble maze, it will connect, and HBK will fall.
Radiant's
Oh
courier
boy,
has been
a
killed.
very wounded fairy trying to make her way towards the tier 2 tower to commit seppuku and come back with full HP and full mana. But yeah,
Radiant's
so far,
courier
Whoops
has been
pulling
killed.
ahead in the laning phase.
Yeah, again.
Yep, that's just no chance.
Willow falls.
The tier 2.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, again, even if you looked at the bot lane when Parasite died, I think he was fine dying there because he was running out of mana, and
Dire structures
looks
are
like he is
fortified.
ready to dive again. They glyph the creep, who will be tanking most of it, but again, I don't think it's enough to get a kill onto uh, any of the heroes coming from Ragnarok in the bot lane. So Parasite does back off, and again, as you said, Parasite did die once, so that goes back into Parasite. If he's dying, they keep winning. So I think overall,
Dire's
Whoop
middle
still
tower is
on
under
top
attack.
in the laning phase until now.
Yep, most certainly. I mean, Krish is bullying everyone on his Darkseer with the Iron Shell. The issue with the Darkseer is that you do tend to run out of mana if you want to spam that button, and if you buy a Soul Ring, then, well, life just gets a little bit hard because you're always low on HP. So, yeah, he's spreading out clarities for himself, trying his best to, win this top lane. But in terms of CS, I think the field is actually doing good. Pinkman just gonna dodge that rebound very easily, but the dispose back into the Bramble Maze might be that Pinkman still ends up falling, and he's gonna jump straight into the second Bramble again, and CJ no chance beating into HBK as Ragnarok unable to find the type of lane that they wanted over here in top. They wanted it to be a lot more passive where the Doom can just press Devar, farm away, and Pinkman can punish an out of position. No chance, but that just did not seem to happen. And Azure will even
Yeah.
have the luxury of finding the first power rune of the game. It's going to be the haste. Ember Spirit has to be careful. He's still miles away from his level 6. And Morphling does have the maxed out
Radiant's
waveform,
courier has
but
been
not too
killed.
keen on diving. So
The
realize
top
that
lane
it's going to be
HBK is
difficult
falling.
top lane. Yeah, and he's going to drop again.
What? You thought
Man,
you
this
would
top lane
leave?
going from bad to worse as the Marcy and Dark Widow lane paying dividends here. While in the bottom lane, Archmage pulled back by the vacuums. Surge given as well to Parasite, and he's going to be able to secure that kill. But Parasite might fall himself. Nope, he's going to stay alive with a sliver of HP and help the Darkseer clear out the creep wave.
Yeah.
Well,
Again,
whoops.
somehow in the middle lane,
Yep.
Azor is able to put a lot of pressure onto Kaneki, where he did hit level 6 before Kaneki did, and he does have a haste rune in the bottle, so he
Radiant's
might be
middle
looking for a
tower is
gank
under
since he
attack.
knows that the Ember has gone back to base to refill his mana and his HP. So Azora is coming to the bot lane with the
Radiant's
haste rune,
bottom
but will they
tower
be able
is
to find
under
anything?
attack.
He does find MNZ here. Will he be able to right click
Mhm.
him down?
Uh, MNZ has to be careful. He's not exactly as tanky as he would like to be on the PL. The Doppelganger is gonna come through, but Azure diving past the tier 2s. He does not have enough HP to survive this. He's gonna start pressing the strength more, but the Arctic Burn deals percentage-based damage, so Azure is gonna have to be careful.
Radiant's
TP out
bottom
comes
tower
through.
is under
MNZ,
attack.
he's still gonna end up biting the dust because Krish has joined the party, and with no way to cancel his TP out, he's gonna be able to pick up the kill on the Phantom Lance. So while elsewhere on the map, they do get Dark Willow.
Dire's middle
CJ
tower
though,
is under attack.
still dropping low, courtesy of the Infernal Blade. Right? That's what it was, but he's gonna be okay.
Yeah, and again, Archmage did not get the cold embrace onto the PL. Again, with all these illusions, man, it's hard for Archmage to even get the cold embrace on the right person. Again, Parasite does have the battery assault, but Archmage might just be able to get onto the high ground with the Arctic Burn and escape the clutches of Parasite's power
Mhm.
cogs. And again, in the top lane, I'm not really sure how the Doom will be able to catch up and farm. He is quite a bit away from the hand of Midas, and with the pressure coming out from No Chance and this Marcy, they do a lot of damage. Marcy again using the Smoke of Deceit to get back faster to the lane.
Radiant's
She
middle
had to TP
tower
back
is
because she
under
was very
attack.
low on her mana and her health. So yeah, I think
Yeah.
they might look to engage onto HBK again. Yes, stun coming out.
Uh, yeah, top lane, HBK starting to drop low a little bit as they do make a move, but Kaneki is here with the double damage rune,
Radiant's
looking to
bottom tower
clean
is
up the
under
members
attack.
on the side of Whoops. CJ dropping low. The Sleight of Fist will secure both kills. In fact, the credit for the second one goes to HBK. So, yeah, two quick
Radiant
kills going the
structures
way
So
of
in the bot
Ragnarok.
lane,
But Morphling pounds away at the tier 1 tower. In turn, bottom lane, Archmage dropping super low. Vacuum there to secure the kill. And the
Radiant's
bottom
middle
tier 1
tower
being
is
pressured
under
as well. So
attack.
sure, Ragnarok, they get a very good rotation off in the top lane, but it
Dire's top
does come at the
tower is under
at the
attack.
cost of both the mid tier 1 as well as the bottom tier 1
Radiant's bottom
falling
tower
really, really
is under
low.
attack.
Azure, that might have been a bit of a weird waveform there, as now MNZ is here as well to secure the kill on Azure. Azure pressing the strength buff, trying to make his way back towards the high ground, will get the waveform going. Pinkman was there to maybe find him and
Radiant's
capitalize, but
bottom tower
doesn't
is
have
under
any
attack.
spells remaining. Azure will
Yeah.
make it back to safety. TP from No Chance, his bottle is going to be available again, and Kaneki continues to farm on the mid lane.
oh man.
Although, yeah, this game, I mean, this is what I was afraid of, right? You've picked up this PL,
Radiant's bottom
Yeah.
but
tower is
are
under
you even going to
attack.
get the space to farm based on what Whoops
Yeah.
have picked up? Because they put
Radiant's
the Marcy in the
bottom
safe lane,
tower
they've
has
got the
fallen.
Darkseer in the off lane, two extremely high tempo heroes, and then you've got Morphling, who's slightly greedy, who's not that strong in the early game, but definitely with the help of someone like the Marcy as well as the Darkseer, she can make a lot of things happen. And
Yeah.
Ragnarok, them having picked up a PL and a Doom, who is probably going to be maxing
Hmm.
out Devar and just be looking to farm. I don't think Ragnarok are going to have the damage to take down these scores on the side of Whoops.
Yeah. And again, if we look at the itemization coming in, Darkseer has queued in an Aghanim Scepter, which again is going to be a huge problem. The normal punch, especially on heroes
Radiant's
like the
bottom
Ember,
tower
is
is
gonna
under attack.
keep them in place for a while. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Hookshot coming in onto
Oh man.
HBK, he does get cookied away, but he does come crumbling down to the 3-man from the side of Whoops. Ultimate coming out from the Snapfire. Will he be able to get CJ? Yes, he does. Kaneki is here as well to secure kills. No chance trying to get the solo kill onto Archmage, but he does come crumbling down to Kaneki. And will they be able to catch Parasite here? Remnant onto him. He's not able to find him here. And the Battery
Chains,
Assault
yeah.
will be keeping him.
Yeah,
But
there
he
you
does
go. I mean,
fall again. Yeah.
yeah. Pinkman, he will get that kill, but yeah, I mean, not a big price to pay. They do lose HBK, but they managed to find both supports as well as the Marcy. So some respite here for the side of Ragnarok. It's very important that they stop this Marcy from snowballing and just getting a free game on her hands, because MNZ could be in a world of trouble. And look at Chris down in the bottom lane. He skipped past the tier 2, and he's just made it a big problem for MNZ to stay here, as the wall was used to zone out the Phantom Lancer. Again, back towards the top lane, though, when you don't have any ultimates remaining. Whoops.
Yeah.
They come in, they punish the side of Ragnarok, and there's no response whatsoever. And as Archmage, he
Radiant's
did
bottom
TP
tower
top,
is
but
under
was a
attack.
bit too late to help. And now, seems like Whoops are gonna have complete control over the map, as the PL's map has shrunk. He's got nowhere to go except for the
Radiant's
triangle
top
and the
tower is
extremely
under
deep
attack.
parts of the Radiant jungle. Cute play by Archmage, does deny the rune, but will pay for it with his life. Morphling comes through with the adaptive strike, will secure the kill. As, yeah, Hazur doesn't let him get away with petty crimes like that. And now MNZ, well, even the triangle isn't safe anymore for him, because all 3 members, rather 4 members from the side of Whoops are here. Pinkman is going to be the first casualty of war. Well, HBK going to be stunned up, going to be the second one, as well as they managed to find themselves 3 kill after taking down Archmage. This is what I was worried about. You know, Whoops, they are just in your triangle at 12 minutes
Yeah.
into the game. There's no space for the PL. There's no space for the Doom. What do you do if you're Ragnarok?
I mean, at this point, I really doubt Ragnarok will be able to gain control unless they are able to capitalize on team fights that take place. But then again, even for team fights, for them to win, if they are not able to get this farm that these heroes require, like the Doom and PL, they're gonna really have problem again. Kaneki trying to get last hits here, but Azor just right-clicking him, forcing him to back off. And PL, on the other hand, he's not getting anywhere with his farm. He still does not have the diffusal blade at 13 minutes. They are going on to the Willow, and she will
Dark
fall
Willow.
really, really low. But Doom,
Yeah. Alright, well, this might be a fight that they managed to win. Good Doom onto Darkseer. It will cost them the Doom's life though, and can they even find the kill? Yes, they can. The deny does not come through from Azur, but now there's no damage remaining in the tank. Kaneki is here, sure, but do they have enough to take down Azur on the morph lane? Great stuns, but the damage just not there. The coordination lacking from the side of Ragnarok, as Azur just going ham on the Morphling, now turning into the Ember Spirit, getting these Light of Fists off. They will be able to clean up Parasite, however, and Azur might have overextended. He's in the middle of 5 Radiant heroes. Will turn into the Ember Spirit, get off a Sleight of Fist, and that's going to be enough to get him back towards safety. As Whoops overextends
Radiant's top
slightly,
tower
they're going to
is
lose
under attack.
Pinkman, but they find so much more. They get the Darkseer,
Yeah.
they get the Clockwork, and Azur is forced to back off.
Radiant structures are fortified.
and they might also get the top
Radiant's
tower
top tower
after that
is
fight.
under
So
attack.
overall, I think Whoops are playing it perfectly. They are able to get the early game fights. They're able to get these pickoffs. They are at a 5k network lead. In the bot lane, PL is
Yeah,
going to be in a
this
place
is-
where he does not belong,
Radiant's
and he
bottom
does
tower is under
fall
attack.
to no chance. And Azure and Archmage
Yeah.
just getting the hell out of there as soon as he can. And as I was saying, these early pickoffs, early kills are what Whoops are looking for. They're already at a 6k net worth advantage. And getting the map control, like getting so much map control at the 12 minutes into the game,
Radiant's
is
top
causing a
tower
lot of
is
problems for
being
Team
denied.
Ragnarok. They're not able to find areas to farm, and the only place
Yeah.
they have right now is their top jungle, which is not enough farm when you're looking at a Doom and a PL who both require a lot of farm. That one tiny, teeny weeny jungle is not going to do anything for them. So let's see how they are able to. The only way is for them to win team fights and get themselves back on top and get more map control. And let's see if they are able to do that in these upcoming team fights.
Oh yeah, I mean, this Morphling has been such a pain for the side of Ragnarok, because you have one hero on Whoops who's farming away, who's taking advantage of all the map
Radiant's courier
space,
has been
all the
killed.
space that Whoops is creating. You've got the diffuser on MNZ though, so maybe there can be some sort of turnaround. Archmage was lose his
Oh.
life elsewhere, and they're also gonna manage to find Pinkman. 2 supports going down. just
Yep.
by a Darkseer and a Dark Willow alone. So, yeah, Ragnarok starting to bleed out way too many kills on the map. What? Am,
Wait.
how does that? That is not right. No, 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 no. That should not work that way. What the hell have I witnessed? How do you press your Shadow Realm after you have been doomed? That has to be the weirdest interaction I've seen all day. HBK will die, but I feel for him. This is not Dota.
Yeah.
How? What? Never
I
mind.
think the
That
cast
has to be a
animation.
target.
Yeah, I think the
No, but then the
cast
Doom should just
animation
cancel.
caused it. Yeah,
No,
exactly.
but the Doom should just cancel it. It just does not make sense. Gabe does not want to fix his game, but enough ranting about that. We have a game all on our hands. Oh my god, Azura morphs into the PL for 1 second, loses so much HP quickly. Waveforms out of there, but Parasite, he hookshot it in. He might not make it out of this one alive. The Terrorize comes through though from the Dark Willow, and they might have enough damage to take down the PL. Good vacuum down, but the Mortimer's Kiss is keeping the rest of Hoops at bay. Marcy coming through, trying to keep the Darkseer alive with the help of the movement speed from the rebound, but Kaneki is still going to be able to find those kills. HBK chasing forward as well, but there's not much that Hoops are going to be able to do as they overextend once again and throw away some of the lead that they have built up, as CJ hasn't finished up his BKB. I mean, if he had that item, it'd be a totally different story, but without the BKB, I do not think that Whoops have what it takes to take full 5-man fights, and no chance is also going to be found. A cherry on top, the icing on the cake. I mean, Ragnarok, they're going to be happy with this, but the issue is, again, they're not getting back map control. They desperately need to take down the mid-tier 1 and the top tier 1 tower if they want to have a chance of fighting back into this game. Because that entire time, Azure has been free farming.
Yeah. And if we look at the itemization, like as I said, this Darkseer's Aghanim Scepter is going to be causing a lot of problems. But then again, in the last team fight, he was not able to guess which of the PLs was the real one. So he did use the normal punch onto an illusion, which did not secure the kill onto the PL. So if he had got it onto the
Goodbye,
right,
HBK.
yeah,
Go on.
if he had got into the right one, maybe they could have secured a kill onto the PL. So yeah, and also I noticed a lot of Falcon blades coming out from the team of Whoops. Yeah, looking MNZ just gives up there.
Oh, MNZ, is he actually gonna fool them? No, he is not. No chance. Yeah. Well, I mean, he tried to fool him, but no chance wasn't having any of it. The doppelganger fake does not work. And Azure,
Yeah.
well, he's got himself another kill on his hands to work with. He's gonna actually make his way towards Roshan. They try to see if they can get Rosh if you are Azure, and well, maybe with that PL illusion that they managed to find and the DD, they can take this down. And yeah, now that the Marcy has joined the fight, this Rosh is gonna fall, and Azure is gonna get himself the Aegis early on. Whoops, they needed something to conserve the lead that they've built up, and this Aegis is the perfect way. I mean, now they can just continue farming away if that's what Ragnarok want to do, if they don't want to play aggressive, if they just want to farm this teeny tiny part of the map, or they can force a fight by pummeling down the mid tier 2. They're making their way towards the top lane right now. They have their eyes set on Kaneki. That's the target that they want, but they don't really have enough control to take him down from 100 to 0. But Pinkman is a different story. He's gonna get cleaned up. Azure comes in with the waveform. No chance there with the Terrorize. No, he's not gonna be able to get it off, but MNZ has been caught in the cogs. Can Parasite be taken down?
The
Yes,
Doom.
he can. Doom comes in. They managed to find Azure. Azure's gonna get taken down, but he has the Aegis for the time being. Whoops. Or extending over here. CJ, he's got himself the BKB, if I'm not wrong, and he's actually gonna jump in, try to find Archmage, but he will not succeed. He does not land the stun, but that's enough to find the kill regardless, because Archmage, well, he did have the cold embrace there. Pinkman will lose his life, and at the end of the day, 2 buybacks committed, dieback for Pinkman. Whoops, are gonna be okay with that outcome, but they're not gonna be okay with how quickly they lost the Aegis.
Yeah, definitely. And also that Aegis was meant for them to secure some objectives, and they were not able to. So I think both teams did come out on top somehow, just because they were able to force buybacks onto the side of Team Ragnarok. And on the top lane, Ember going on to Krish, but I don't think he has enough damage to get Krish down, especially...
I don't think Kaneki wins this duel, thank god. Okay.
Yeah. And
Gets the hell
CJ
out
coming
of
in
there.
there just makes him return back to his base. So Yeah, I
Mhm.
think Ragnarok will have a hard time going ahead from here, especially if Whoops are able to secure these T2s in the top and the mid lane. They're going to be occupying more space from Team Ragnarok, and it's going to get harder from there. So I really want to see how they will try to make themselves work in this on the side of Team Ragnarok, if they'll even be able to come back from this 10k net worth deficit. I think only time will tell, and let's just see what happens.
Yep. I mean, there's very limited space on the map, and all the farm that is available is being shoveled into the PL's mouth. But PL still is the lowest net worth core on the side of Ragnarok, so it's going to be a long time before he's actually able to be relevant in this game. Kaneki spots out CJ. There is a BKB available on the Marcy, so Kaneki just be a little bit careful to not get caught out. Parasite, there was a different story. The hook shot will be expended, but it doesn't save him. That's going to be a free kill going the way of Ragnarok, but again, at what cost? Waffling, free farming, Darkseer, free farming. No one to really stop them from getting their hands on the next set of items, and CJ has also been pushing out the top lane in the meantime. The Ember Spirit
Radiant's
misses the
bottom
Searing
tower
Chains, and
is
CJ
under
is going to be able
attack.
to make it out for free. A little unfortunate here for the side of Ragnarok. But
Yeah.
yeah, let's see if they can
Dire's
claim
top
this tier
tower
1
is
top,
under
because if they're
attack.
able to do so, they'll get some
Dire's
more space on the
structures are
map, and that
fortified.
is what they desperately need.
Radiant
Whoops.
structures are
Good look to find a
fortified.
trade in the bottom part of the map, but I think there's more value to be found by just defending the tier 1 top. Archmage and Snapfire. They went
Dire's
deeping
top
in.
tower
Good
is
Winter's
under
Curse
attack.
coming through. Is the stun gonna be
Oh,
there? Yes, it is.
Has
And
fallen.
there is the Scatter Blast. It is gonna clean up the Morphling. That is two supports taking down Azure, not the way Wolves were looking to go out. Chris scrambling, desperate to find some sort of
Radiant's
trade, but is just
bottom
going to eat a
tower
doom to
has
the face
fallen.
coming in from HBK. And now with the Mortimer's Kisses, he is going to end up falling. Two cores go down from the side of Whoops. Well, that's the kind of
finally.
fight that Ragnarok are looking for. Some signs of life.
Yeah, finally, I think even though they lost the tier two, they just cleared up a 3k net worth difference with that one single fight. 4k now. They were at Whoops were at 12k lead, and now they are back down to 8k. So, yeah, I think that really went to the side of Ragnarok there,
Dire's
and they
top
need to
tower
find
is
more
under
pickoffs like
attack.
this. The entire team of Whoops was not there, but again, CJ might be overextending
Mhm.
here. He's going in all alone.
Well,
He does have Parasite
there's
in the back.
Yeah, there's no Doom available though, so CJ can just do this freely. There's nothing to purge up the
Dire's
haste
bottom
rules.
tower
Cold
is under
Embrace is going to be
attack.
there to keep the Doom alive for a little while longer, but it's only going to result in Archmage falling as well. CJ looking to catch someone off guard with the tail end of that Unleash, but is not going to find anything else. So Ragnarok, they do end up losing two of their heroes. Archmage had bought
Dire's
back
bottom tower is
in the
under
last to
attack.
last fight, so he's going to be down
Yeah.
for 60 seconds, and this is going to be a mid tier 2 for
Radiant's
the side
middle
of
tower
Whoops.
is under attack.
Ragnarok, they were scrambling to find that
Radiant
mid tier
structures
1,
are fortified.
but CJ,
Mm-hmm.
he found an opportunity with the haste rune, shuts down the tier 1 push, and Ragnarok are back to
Dire's
square one.
bottom
They're
tower
back to
is
being
under attack.
closed off in
Radiant's
their part
middle
of the
tower
base
is under attack.
with nowhere to go really, as the member of Whoops are going to prevent them from leaving base. Good attempt from Pinkman to maybe catch Azure off guard, but it doesn't really do all that much. And now,
Yeah.
Ragnarok,
Dire's bottom
they've got
tower
some
is
very
under
difficult
attack.
questions to answer. One of them being, can they contest next Roshan? And second one being, are they even going to get the mid tier 1? Because if they do, then there's going to be some space for them in this map to try and come back. It's going to be a little bit hard though, regardless, because the only hero who can convert air into money on their side is Doom with the Midas and the Devar. So he can distill scale and he can still have a lot of impact, but the Ember Spirit needs space, and so does the PL. Gonna take some time to talk about Fanclash though. If you download the app right now and did predict the outcome of this match, based on whether you were right or wrong, you can earn some cool prizes, even earn some money. So do check out Fanclash and see what it's all about. You might even have a chance to meet your favorite pro player if you do end up downloading the app and playing on it. But yeah, as I was saying earlier, the only one who's still okay with this outcome is the Doom. The Ember Spirit is going to have a harder time scaling. With that said, though, Kaneki has done a decent job of just being part of the fights, and he's still got 10k net worth. And once that BKB is finished up, the side of Ragnarok actually have a very good chance of winning the fight against Whoops, because the Doom is going to take out one hero from the fight. The PL can come in at the tail end to try and clean up the Morphling or the
Radiant's
Marcy, who
bottom
might be going a
tower is
bit too
under
ham. You've
attack.
got saves from the Winter Wyvern and the Cold
Dire's
Embrace,
middle
and some
tower is
turnaround
under
potential in
attack.
the Winter's Curse. So when it comes to actually scaling into the late game, Ragnarok have the clearly better draft. They really need this
Hmm.
Morphling to pick up another key item, and then with the next A, just try and close out this game. Because if they overextend, or if they try to take too many fights now that don't result in core deaths on the side of Ragnarok, then they will start losing the game. Whoops.
Oh yeah,
Smoking up
definitely.
immediately. It was the top part of the map. And MNC has to be careful. He's walking up towards a strong cap. He senses something was off though, because he did catch that rocket flare. He is going to be visible. And look at that. The Darkseer is going to find him. There's going to be the hook shot as well. MNC tried to TP out, but he's going to lose his life. Fortunately for the side of Ragnarok, Roshan is not up for the next 40 seconds at the very least. So this is not really going to turn into a major advantage for Whoops just yet.
Oh,
But
but
they
look
can
at
still
them.
go back to the other side of the map and maybe get the rest of the cores. Doom is actually going to jump straight in towards the Darkseer. They're going to take out Krish before the fight even starts. Azura pops the double damage, converts himself into the Ember Spirit, finds a two-man chains, and the Ember Spirit is toast. CJ walking forward on the Marcy with the Unleash. He's got the movement speed, but SBK will be able to blink out. Can they find the skill? Doesn't seem like they can. There's no hook shot available. And a hit and run from the side of Ragnarok, but in the end, it still favors Whoops. Uh-oh.
Did
Azur
he use
going.
normal punch
Yeah, he did.
through the mute? Like through the Doom, did he
Yeah,
use the normal punch?
it does. So the Doom does not
Radiant's
disable
bottom tower
passives
is
until
under attack.
you get the Aghanim Scepter. It's only then where I think it actually starts to
Okay.
break. Although I
Yeah.
could be wrong about that. It might just be the AoE Doom. Parasite, get a hook shot out of the cogs. He is going to keep himself alive, but the Mortimer's Kiss is coming through. Will take him down. And now MNZ being caught out as well. Has his eyes set towards no chance. The little fairy is going to get destroyed. And now, whoops. With losing two of their supports, have to be a little bit
Radiant's top
careful
tower
because
is under
Ragnarok is starting to
attack.
become a little scary. You've got the Blink BKB on the Doom. He's about to get a second item, and this is exactly what
Oh,
Whoops needed.
oh.
Some sort of pick off to sort of negate the outcome of that last fight. And MNZ goes down. He's died way too many times this game and is quite poor at the moment. But Ragnarok are not going to be deterred. They're still looking for something. Oh, yes. They're smoked up behind Dark Mage. He's going to get cleaned up. He's got the buyback and the ready Azul. Quickly morphs into the Ember Spirit. And well,
Oh,
he is going to get cleaned up by Azur as a gauntlet was also thrown towards Kaneki. Well,
Radiant's bottom
that is going to be
tower is under
painful.
attack.
CJ
Radiant's
is
bottom
going to take
tower
down
is
the tier
under
3
attack.
bottom. They're going to get the racks as well as
Radiant's
finally
bottom
Whoops
barracks
able to
are under
capitalize.
bottom barracks has
They're going to
fallen.
find themselves some real objectives.
Yeah, and again, if we look at the side of Team Whoops, I think
Radiant's
there's no
bottom
stopping them at
barracks
this point because even though Ragnarok were able to
Radiant
get some
structures
pickoffs, they
are
were able to get some
fortified.
advantage.
Radiant's
Whoops
middle
just come
tower
back
is
on
under
top again,
attack.
man. I think this the PL needs a lot more farm than he currently has. And again, Doom, even though he has the BKB, still not being really effective in these team fights because he dies as soon as he gets the Doom off and his BKB runs out. He's pretty much dead. Whereas on the side of Whoops, I think they are really, really more sustainable than the side of Team Ragnarok right now. And if they go into the Rosh pit and they are able to secure this next Rosh, they'll be having an easy time pushing the T3s on the side of Ragnarok. So we'll have to
But
wait and
look at
watch
what
how the
HBK
next
has
team fight
found.
goes. Yeah.
Yeah, he's managed to find Parasite. He's gonna have the Glimmer Cape though to get himself back towards safety, but HBK did spot him. Does not feel like chasing. The same cannot be said about Kaneki though, who's gonna get stunned up instantly. Azur again morphs into the Ember Spirit, gets the chain off, forces out the BKB from Kaneki, and the Glimmer Cape again keeping Parasite alive. Parasite just playing around with the side of Ragnarok. They're gonna lose HBK. Archmage has gone down as well. He's supposed to buy back into the fight. Senior joins the fray. Kaneki is gonna get slaughtered. Pigment drops. MNC drops. All of a sudden, looks like Ragnarok have lost 5 of their heroes. And while Archmage has made it over here, he is gonna fall as well.
GG.
6 kills going the way of Whoops. And GG, like you said, might be called soon. They don't even need to get Roshan
Yeah.
or Azur. Just go in and that's it. GG is called. Ember Spirit calls it.
Radiant's
That's it.
middle barracks
First
are
game
under attack.
goes the way of Whoops. 30 minutes in.
Dire
Ragnarok.
victory.
Yeah.
Again, unable to find space on the map for MNZ to get farmed. And Whoops, just punish the greed coming through from Ragnarok.
Yeah. And I think Whoops played really, really well. And I don't think there's anything to say. They played it really textbook. It was a perfect output what they expected. And although Ragnarok had that PL pick in the coming out at the last, Whoops were still able to change their draft around slightly, just putting the Marcy in the safe and putting the Darkseer on the offlane as their last pick. I think they were able to control the entire team fight really, really well. And again, as I said, all comes down to the drafting and the laning stage. And Whoops were able to dominate their laning stage. Even I think Azora. On that Morphling was able to do really well for himself. He was able to keep the Ember in check and not die in lane. He even hit level 6 before Ember did. So I think even though being on a really bad matchup there, he was still able to come out on top. And obviously later on, we saw as Morphling scaled, he was just unstoppable, getting triple kills, I think 3 times, and just dominating the game later on. And
Yep.
again, Marcy on the safe lane worked out really, really well for them. They had a lot of kill potential with the Marcy and Willow lane. And their itemizations, their timings was perfect. And having Krish on that Darkseer, he played really well, getting the lanes pushed down as much as possible, keeping that PL in check every time he had vision on him, almost getting
Yep.
the solo kills onto him regularly. Yeah, I think Whoops just played all around a perfect game, and they were able to get Ragnarok to call GG at 30 minutes in.
Yeah, Ragnarok, I mean, they drew the short end of the stick in the last game. They picked up the PL as the last pick for them. It didn't work out as they were hoping. The Darkseer just proved to be enough of a curveball that the side of Ragnarok didn't know how to deal with it with Parasite's Clockwork and Moon's Dark. I mean, Krish's Darkseer just running straight at MNZ. And I have to say, HBK as well, dying in the top lane so much, they picked up the Snapfire for him. I'm not too sure if that was the best choice of support when it comes to pitting up, just putting two heroes together, because the Snapfire does like to have a more aggressive lane partner. So they are going to have to go back to the drawing board and see what sort of heroes is it that they decide to pick up, because yeah, had they had a more passive support, maybe someone who scales as time goes on, maybe even someone like the Dazzle potentially, they could have had a better
Mhm.
time playing that top lane compared to them you know, just trying to be aggressive with the Pinkman Snapfire and HBK Doom. Maybe Dazzle wouldn't have been the right pick, but they definitely needed a hero who also scales with time. And I think this sort of issue or mismatch in what the position 4 wants to do versus what the position 3 wants to do and what the rest of the team on Ragnarok wants to do has been something that Whoops has exploited since the very start. I mean, there's a lot of there's a lack of synergy when it comes to Ragnarok's drafting. And Whoops, I mean, they just have really good synergy all the time, right? They pick up heroes like the Darkseer and the Marcy who go very, very well together. You give Iron Shell over to someone like the Clockwork, we got a good laning phase. You give Iron Shell over to someone like the Marcy, she's going to have even more damage when she's chasing heroes around, even without the Unleash. Morphling can use the Surge very, very well, as it's a high damage hero who can just beat people down. So, yeah. I mean, a lot of great plays from the side of Whoops, regardless of their draft. So kudos to them for taking the first game, but it's still a BO3. There's still another game to be played, and we'll see if Whoops can make it a clean 2-0 against the side of Ragnarok, or if Ragnarok has some sort of response for Whoops are bringing to the table. Until then, you're watching AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0 with our gaming partner Logitech and our official fantasy partner Fanclash. We'll be back in just a bit. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0 with our gaming partner Logitech and our official fantasy partner Fanclash. My name is Fluky. Joining me for this one is going to be Lama. We had the first match being played out between Ragnarok and Whoops, the first match of the first BO3. It went the way of Whoops rather convincingly. Ragnarok made a few mistakes here and there, trying to go for somewhat of a greedy draft, didn't really have the right heroes to control the tempo of the game and enable the PL to go late. While Whoops, they just recognized, the flaws in the way Ragnarok was drafting, decided to punch them where it hurts, and picked up the Marcy, picked up the Darkseer, two very high tempo heroes to counter what they were trying to do. But let's have a look at the MVP and see who was the most valuable player from the side of Whoops in the last game. My guess is going to be it's Azur, but it could also be Krish. Who knows? And well, yeah, what a surprise! It is going to be the mid laner Azur for the side of Whoops,
Yeah.
who had a pretty stellar game. I mean, he was against an Ember Spirit in lane level 1, and while it was a little bit close, he did get a lot of denies off and kept hitting creeps consistently, making sure that Kaneki never really got off to a good start.
Yeah. And also, I'd like to ask you this. The Falcon Blade coming out from a lot of players on the side of Team Whoops, definitely a really, really good early game item, especially if you depend on mana and if you need an extra boost in health. For such a low price, I think it's a really good item. I think even CJ went for it on the Marcy. So, what do you think about that item? It's been showing up quite a lot in the tournament games that we are seeing.
Yeah, Falcon Blade almost universally I've seen is the replacement for you know finishing your boots in a way. If you're a hero that does take advantage of the mana as well as the HP that it provides, people will end up picking up that item over finishing something like a phase boost, right? Because you have to do a cost comparison. The two components of phase boots are a Blades of Attack and a Chainmail. They cost 500 and 450 gold respectively. Falcon Blade costs around 11 or 1200 gold. So for just 2 or 300 gold more, you can get an item that gives you consistent 1.6 mana regen. It gives you 200 health to work with, and it also gives you a fair amount of damage to help you, farm a little bit more efficiently. So why finish your boots when you can just keep it in your inventory for a while? You can get more important items first, finish up stuff like a mantis style if you need it, or that first core item, be it the BKB or whatever it might be, and just enable that item to help you farm a lot more efficiently in the early game. It's like the old ring of Aquila, like we had in the game. It used to give creeps to armor. It gave you some mana regen, some damage to work with. The reason that item got very popular is due to creep wave manipulation, but it was removed from the game after some point, after Valve realized that it was just too good of an item. It was just too good to give your creeps an extra 2 armor and enable you to push your lane. So it's sort of a similar item where it doesn't allow you to manipulate the creep wave, but it does allow you
Mm-hmm.
to farm and to take advantage of the fact that you're not really a hero that necessarily wants attack speed early on, or
Yeah,
even
definitely. And also, if we, yeah.
yeah, or even the phase boots where you can chase a hero down. Because if you're not a hero who's got that early damage, or let's say even the early potential to secure a lot of kills, finishing boots can be a bad investment.
Yeah, I agree with that. And if you look at today's match schedule, we have match one Ragnarok versus Whoops, where Whoops have taken a dominating victory over Ragnarok in the first game. And later on in the evening, we will have a match two between Neon Esports and Hashtag.Reaper, which will be a best of five, deciding who goes ahead to the finals and who goes into the uh, lower brackets. So, yeah, super
Hmm.
exciting matches coming out. Let's see if in game two Ragnarok will be able to hold themselves against Whoops, or even be dominating enough to get to a game three. And as I always say, we as Dota players would always love to see a third game going on in a best of
Hmm.
three, because that's when I think both teams play their best, because both of them are on the edge, and if one of the team loses, it's going to be the end of their journey in this tournament. So I think
Yeah.
the game three will be really, really exciting, and I'd love to see a game three happen if Ragnarok are able to pull off a win in the second game.
Yeah, and now that I've done due diligence at making sure that we give both teams equal respects, I want to be a bit more realistic and say that Whoops could potentially take a 2-0 against Ragnarok. I know that Ragnarok is a strong team and that they do have, a lot of determination, and they do really want to try and take this win against Whoops and make it further into the tournament. I think if they continue drafting the way they're drafting, it's not going to work. They need to decide which hero is it on the team that's going to be farming, if it's going to be HBK or if it's going to be MNZ, and they need to pick slightly better cores that complement that playstyle. If you pick up a Doom and then your last pick is going to be a PL, you've got an Ember Spirit mid, there's really not a lot of synergy there between these two heroes. They all sort of like to do a different thing. Doom just wants to go in, chase someone down, and while the Ember Spirit can assist in that, Doom does take a lot of time to reach that point. The timing or the window where Ember Spirit is effective at its peak is not the same as the Doom. So there's a lot of discrepancy in which hero is strong when. And then your PL needs time to come online, obviously, with the Fusel, the Manta, and the Heart of the Skadi, whichever item it is that you decide to go. So, yeah, you have to be, a bit more mindful with the way you pick these heroes, because it seems that the more, you try to I mean, it seems like the more you try to pick heroes that scale into the late game, the more you need to have supports that synergize very well with each other, synergize very well with your mid laner, and are able to go around and create the kind of space that you need as a team to just sort of reach that point into the game where, your greed pays off, where you've got a Doom who's got 3 items, who's got 4 items at the 30-minute mark. You've got a PL with a Skadi, a Diffuser, and a Manta by 26, 27 minutes. But yeah, if you don't pick the right heroes, then you never reach that point. So let's just jump into the head-to-head for the last match between Kaneki and Azure. As Kaneki 6-4 on the Ember Spirit, but Azure 13-1. Just nothing really stopping Azure
Yeah.
in the previous game.
Yeah, and I think he did really, really well in the lane, especially in the early game where he was falling quite low, but he was able to sustain himself and keep up with Kaneki hitting level 6 before him as well. So, very well played from Azura in the mid lane, and Kaneki did try his best, but then again, when it comes down to what you were saying, uh, the heroes didn't really gel well together on the side of Team Ragnarok. Ember does have the potential to get early kills and get early pickoffs and let Doom and the Lancer, Phantom Lancer farm as well.
Mhm.
But again, it comes down to how they play. And if they are losing on all three of the lanes, especially in a lane where Kaneki is supposed to be killing Azora a couple of times, and he's not able to, not even. Even when his supports were coming through, they were not able to help him out a lot as well. So, I think in the end, it goes down to their draft mainly. Getting two greedy heroes was not the best choice for them, and I think they will fix that mistake going into the second game, where they might look potentially for a single core that depends on farm, where the other four heroes are able to stick together and focus on the core of the side of Team Whoops and try to get him down as many times as possible. And I think again, taking nothing away from both these players, both played really, really amazing. But I think Azora came slightly on top in the previous game. That's all I'd
Mhm.
like to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, it seems that Zur definitely had a lot more impact, and that lane went a lot better for him than I anticipated. I thought that maybe Kaneki's Ember Spirit would be able to apply enough pressure early on so that he has a couple more denies to his name, that Azur isn't just able to walk up to the wave and just right click away the creeps, but he was able to do so, and Kaneki didn't hit level 2 in time to punish that. He could have potentially gotten level 2 a little fast, just punish Azur for trying to be greedy and tanking all of that harass from the creeps, but yeah, just never seemed to happen for Kaneki. And even though he tried, well, it didn't really work out the way he was expecting. Fortunately, though, there's still a second game to be played. There's still another chance. So, hey, if both of these teams are adamant that their draft was fine and they just need to make a minor adjustment or two here and there, we could see the same matchup again. Speaking of which, let's just jump straight into the draft and see what we've got on our hands here between Whoops and Ragnarok. Game
Dire
2 of
team
this best
ban.
of three. If Whoops take the win, they proceed in the
Radiant team
tournament. They
ban.
go in the lower bracket finals to play against the loser of Reaper Hashtag and Neon Esports, while the loser from this game, Whoops versus Ragnarok, is going to be sent home here. A lot on the line for Ragnarok, and they're going to start things off with a silencer ban.
Yeah.
10 seconds
And
remaining.
I like to quote what No-Tail said from
5
OG in
seconds
their Miracle
remaining.
Run. When you are in a corner, when you're pushed against a corner, when an animal is pushed against a corner and they're beaten down, they will
Dire
try to come
team
back and
ban.
bite. And it's gonna
Radiant
be,
team
I
pick.
think that's what we're gonna be seeing coming
Dire
out from
team
Ragnarok.
pick.
This is their chance
Mirana.
to come back, because if they lose this, they are out. And I'm pretty sure
Dire
Ragnarok
team
do not
pick.
want to get out of this tournament, and they will try their best. They will give out the best performance they can in this match. And for the first phases of picks, we see
Radiant
Mirana coming
team
out
pick.
from the side of Team Whoops again, an all-round a good support that we have seen being picked up multiple times throughout the tournament. And on the side of
Radiant
Team
team
Ragnarok, we
ban.
have a Mars and Lich
Naga
combo coming out
Siren.
straight up in the first phase of picks.
Dire team
And
ban.
Whoops get the Naga Siren that has been left out to the first phase of
Mm-hmm.
bans. And Whoops looks like they want to just shut down Ragnarok in the second game and take control of the entire series. They do not want Ragnarok to make a comeback, and they are going in for the Naga Siren again, a hero
10
that has
seconds
caused
remaining. Radiant
problems
team ban.
throughout the entire
Dire
TI
team
and
ban.
now coming into this tournament as well. What do you think is how do you think the game's gonna proceed from here?
I mean, Ragnarok have picked up two heroes that can fight very well early on. You've got the Lich; he's not exactly a super greedy support. You've got the Chain Frost,
10
a very
seconds
strong
remaining.
ultimate. If you do end up catching multiple heroes in the arena, so there's a little bit of synergy there
5
when it
seconds
comes to
remaining.
ults. Lich also provides some very good disable and physical damage mitigation with the Frost Shield and Sinister Gaze. So that is going to come in handy against someone like the Mirana, who is a little bit more slippery. Plus, you've got AoE magical damage coming through from the Lich, so that is a good response to the Naga Siren because the Naga has only one weakness, and that is AoE magic damage. If you have the ability to deal with her illusions, then that hero does not feel very, very strong. Lich has
Yeah.
that potential, not going towards the mid game, but definitely early on.
Yeah. And again, the Wraith Pact being nerfed, we have seen very few. I think only one game had a Wraith Pact in it. And again, the it has been nerfed pretty well. But when it comes to a lineup of pure physical damage, then I think it'll be really effective being picked up from either side of the team. But if we look at the draft coming in, they are banning out on the side of Whoops. They will be banning out the Leshrac, the Pudge, and the Snapfire again. All heroes that provide a lot of potential in team fights, especially the Lich, who can be, I mean, especially the Leshrac, who can be a big problem to
Mhm.
the Naga side, and then they do not want to deal with that, so they just ban him out. Whereas on the side of Ragnarok, they are taking their quite a bit of time on deciding who their ban is going to be, the last ban in the second phase. So I think they'll be looking to ban out the heroes who are good against the picks coming out from Ragnarok in the next phase, and they ban out uh, SF and will
Yep.
be picking the Ember Spirit again. So I think this is a much better game for Ragnarok to go with the Ember Spirit because again, Ember and Mars have a better combo, and Mars does not require a lot of farm like the Doom did. So he will be effective as soon as he hits that level 6 where he has the arena to hold down heroes from the side of Whoops inside it. So I think Ember Spirit's going to do really, really well. And especially if he is able to get that early Aghanim Scepter, he'll be causing a lot of problems to the side of Whoops with the Maelstrom as well.
Yeah, I mean, you just got a very good pick in the Ember Spirit to deal with the Naga, right? You're also very good at dealing with the Mirana. You can chain
Mhm.
up the Mirana, she can't leap away. You've got Lich with the Sinister Case as well, doing a similar thing. And you've got, a natural Maelstrom buyer who will eventually itemize into the Glepnir, another item that's very, very good against the Naga side and to catch her out and set up for that spear stuns coming through from the Mars. So, lot more synergy this time that I see in Ragnarok's draft. Whoops,
Mhm.
on the other hand, they do seem to be caught a little bit off guard because these three picks are rather strong against what they have. So they're going to need to throw some sort of curveball. And that curveball
Mm.
is going to be the Nyx Assassin, a hero that is very, very strong against the Ember Spirit, can catch him off guard. Pretty decent against the Mars as well, because if, let's say, you're a Mars and you're not careful with where you're using your God's Rebuke, I mean, Nyx could just stand there with the Carapace and yeah, he can just reflect a good amount of damage back to you. He was
Yeah.
nerfed recently, however, and the Carapace was also nerfed slightly. So Nyx, definitely in a weaker state, but in the right circumstances, can still be a strong hero. And Whoops pick up the Void Spirit, showing a lot of confidence in Azur's ability to play suboptimal matchups.
Yeah. Again, we saw it in the last game where he played Morphling against the Ember and still came out on top. So again, looking at the lineup, usually we'd say Ember Spirit is favored over the Void Spirit in a mid lane matchup. But then again, these teams are really experienced. They know how to play well with each other. They know how to play against their opponents because they've played so many times against each other. So I think Azor is really confident on the Void Spirit, and he'll be dealing with the Ember Spirit, I think, quite well looking at the last game that went through. So let's
Yeah.
see how Ragnarok are able to reply to this Void Spirit pick. They do need quite a bit of catch because right now I don't see any point and click stunts coming out from the side of Team Ragnarok. All Lich does have quite a bit of control on the Void Spirit, but he does have to be quite close and in the team fights to be able to catch the Void
Hmm.
Spirit, whereas Mars just has a spear stun. The Ember, on the other hand, does have the root, but again, it's a skill shot. He might be able to get the Void Spirit or might not. And Void again has a lot of escape coming out from his side, so it's going to be hard to catch the Void Spirit. And let's see how Ragnarok decide on taking control of the Void Spirit, and they'll have to look mainly for the Naga Siren as well, because I think from the side of Whoops, Naga is the one who's going to be causing a lot of problems, especially with the song. Leading into other abilities is going to be something that Whoops will be looking for. And let's see. I think there is still an opportunity. Okay,
Hmm.
yeah, that's what I was talking about. Someone who is able to point and click, get instant hexes off onto the void, or even land a stun onto the void spirit as well. So what I was telling is, Whoop still have an option to go with the position 3 Enigma, which combos really, really well against the Naga Siren and will do
Yeah.
really well in lane because he has the denies coming out with the demonic.
Conversion.
I mean the Eldions, yeah, the with the
Yeah.
Eldions demonic conversion coming in, so he's gonna have a lot of denies coming in as well in lane. Pretty a good hero in the off lane, gets a lot of denies, puts a lot of pressure onto the carry coming out from Ragnarok, and we'll have to wait and watch and see. Timber getting banned out from the side of Ragnarok. I think Timber's a decent ban,
Hmm.
but I don't think
Yep.
Whoops will be looking in that direction. They do want a mobile hero, but again, they have a Void Spirit to start out team fights with, gets really easy catches, and can burst down the Lich and the Lion pretty quickly with the abilities that he has. And if you look at scaling up into the late game with the Aghanim Scepter coming out from the Void Spirit, it's going to be pretty hard to, run away from a Void when he's chasing you, when he's chasing a Lich and a Lion. So last ban from
Yep.
Ragnarok is gonna be the Razor, and Enigma has slipped out, but they go in for an OD. Interesting. So
All
it's
right.
is it gonna be an OD off lane or a mid lane?
Yeah, it's probably going to be an offlane OD unless, again, Whoops are just feeling a little mischievous today. Maybe they want to put up the Void Spirit in the offlane and give the better matchup over to Azure with the OD
Hmm.
against the Ember Spirit. The OD is a very, very good save against the Mars and the million disables that Ragnarok have picked up. They've got the Searing
Hmm.
Chains, they've got the Lion Earth Spike, they've got the Sinister Gaze, the Spear. So having a OD Astral that can just take a hero out for 4 seconds is very, very helpful in taking cleaner fights. Ragnarok, on the other hand, they need to find some sort of hero that deals with the Naga, scales well into the late game, and I was gonna suggest the Juggernaut, but I'm not too sure if playing Juggernaut into OD is that good. I don't think that lane goes very, very well for the Jug because OD
Yeah.
has high move speed, has a fair amount of range, and can astral his ally if he does get gone on by the Jug a spin.
Yeah.
So, yeah, interesting pickup. But let's see who's going to take the win because I am not too sold on either of their drafts. I feel like both sides a very good answer. That's actually very, very even when it comes to what both of these teams can do. And it's going to come
Yeah.
down to who takes the better fights and who makes the better plays, quite literally. So yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, strap on your seatbelts and stay glued because, yeah, this game, I mean, it could turn at the drop of a hat, and you don't want to miss out the moment it does. You got
Mhm.
Ragnarok going up against Whoops over here, and what could potentially be the last game in this best of three. But before we go in, Lama, I do want to ask you, what are your predictions?
Yeah. I mean, looking solely on the drafts, I do think Whoops have a slight advantage in the laning phase, and as I said, you win the laning phase, you get an early advantage. It carries on momentum into the mid lane and late game. So, just looking at the drafts, Whoops having a slightly stronger laning stage, I think I'm going to stick around with Whoops, and they might actually clean this up with a 2-0 sweep against Ragnarok.
Yeah. I mean, the side of Ragnarok, they have, well, to say the least, I mean, they've got a lot of great options when it comes to dealing with the heroes on the side of Whoops. But the issue remains, what are you going to do when the OD Astrals? What is your response to that? Are your Juggernaut and Ember Spirit going to be farmed enough to just go in and create enough of a threat that the OD feels like he cannot stay, in the backlines and doesn't feel safe behind his Naga Siren and the Void Spirit? Lots of questions to be
Yeah.
answered here. Azur breaking the smoke early on is going to be spotted by Kaneki, who's going to start trading right clicks. The illusions coming through from Naga as well. First Blood might be going the way of
Oh,
Ragnarok as a spear back comes through. He goes for the dissimulate, but a sleight of fist will secure the kill. Kaneki gets the credit for that. A great start for the Ember Spirit already.
yeah, I think that puts him out on top, getting him even closer to that early bottle that he needs. He's just 200 gold
30
away from that,
seconds to
and
battle.
a banish coming out onto the lion. The arrow does hit the
Oh!
Mars, and think,
Yep. Pinkman, I mean, he still gonna fall, but that's PK to try and tank the arrow, and they'll get one return kill as well. They take down
yeah,
no chance, so a 2-for-1 trade so far for the side of Ragnarok. Great start to the game for the Coes. Archmage did get the credit for that kill, so he is gonna
The
be a
battle
little bit happy that
begins.
he gets to call in some more regen and stay in lane a little bit longer against the heroes on the side of Whoops. But
yeah.
yeah, I'm not too
Ooh,
sure if it's gonna be enough. And whoa, what happened there?
a sneaky deny coming in on the observer ward, and Archmage does get stunned up from the arrow, but he does not get that gold onto the observer ward, which I think would have kept him in even better shape. But Parasite
Yeah.
was right there waiting for that deny coming in. So yeah, I think Azor not to the best start since he did give first blood to Kaneki, and Kaneki does have enough gold for the bottle, and it's going to be a hard lane for Azor from here on onwards, and he has Observer Ward in his backpack, which again I think the mid lane is going to be really hard against the Ember, who gets the chain
Azur.
thought to him.
Yeah, has to be
Ooh,
careful. I mean, this matchup really does not favor the Void Spirit, and we just saw why. Kaneki
yeah.
hits too. Quickly forces up the dissimulate coming through from Azur, and Azur already losing tons of HP. There's 5 creeps underneath his tower. There's another sleight of fist chains available from Kaneki and Azur. Yeah, he's gonna take a fair amount of damage just trying to get these last hits. Dissimulate
Oh,
is not really gonna result in much. Doesn't get the range creep denies on Kaneki, but at the same time, Azur really hasn't been able to find a lot of those creeps under his tower. In fact, only getting 3 last hits in total since the lane started. So yeah, great start for Kaneki nonetheless. He's even gonna find the bottle courtesy of that early first blood. And now Azur's life becomes very, very hard because there's going to be consistent harass coming through from the Ember Spirit. But towards the top lane, no chance, dropping low. He's got the stick at the ready, but
oh,
does not pop it. Archmage secures the kill as
yeah,
the next assassin. I mean, I think No Chance was hoping for the inherent Stout Shield damage block, but
yeah.
yeah, he is not able to get it.
No, I
Could
think
not.
even otherwise, I didn't think an Archmage had enough damage to get him down with that one right click. But again, the inherent Stout Shield did not proc, and he took the full damage. That is 55 coming in from Archmage,
Mhm.
and yeah, he was expecting to tank another last hit before he used his magic stick. So he does come falling down there, which makes Krish's life a little bit harder as Archmage starts using his abilities onto the OD, but no chances back in the lane. Meanwhile, at bot lane, I think Naga will have a comfortable lane here, getting enough farm against HBK. Mars not really the best answer towards the Naga Siren, but again, HBK might probably not be dying here in the lane. But again, he's gonna have to keep Naga's farm in check. So coming back to the mid lane, I think Void is actually doing really well for himself, having 13 last hits against Ember's
Mhm.
10. But again, depends on how this lane goes. He does get another deny off, so yeah, I
Yep.
think he's doing pretty well for himself.
Yep, certainly. I mean,
Oh, in
Azur.
the bot lane.
Yeah, bottom lane, it looks like HBK is going to get low. So is Azur in the mid lane, but he's going to survive. And so is HBK. Very close lane here down bottom. I mean, the Naga Siren is, strangely enough, the illusions do survive early on against HBK because he simply doesn't have the damage with the spear and the God's Rebuke to clear them all. And Pinkman also not, playing a hero that has a lot of, right-click damage. Speaking of which, Ensnare into the arrow is not going to kill Pinkman. He does have the Fairy Fire, but it's going to put him really, really low. The Earth Spike misses. Looks like the Mirana is going to be able to get herself back towards safety. Although, again, the Nyx getting low in the top lane. No chance, forced to pop the salve. And MNZ having a rather easier time on the Juggernaut this time around. 15-3 in last hits. Krish 16-9 as well on that Jug. On that OD. He is doing okay. And Jug, I mean, while he is having a decent time, which is definitely better from last game, I don't know if it's going to be enough for him to be effective in the next 5 to 10 minutes when he hits 6. I mean, this is just sort of the problem, right? Like, there's going to be an Astral consistently to prevent you from getting right clicks, and no chance is even going to prevent MNZ from coming on top, but not for long. Blade Fury is going to be there, and MNZ finds a kill, so yeah, a much needed one for MNZ up in the top lane. This is going to enable him to get to the phase boots early on and be more of a threat in the lane when it comes to punishing No Chance, who can go out of position. The mid lane, Azur has done well for himself, 25-7 in terms of last hits. Archmage is gonna commit suicide to the tower to try and come back with full HP and full mana. Kaneki, though, is looking to hit his level 6 a little early so that he can threaten the Void Spirit. Going for the Flame Guard max build, a different approach than most matches for the Ember Spirit, but it's purely because the Void Spirit does not have enough damage to pop that Flame Guard early on. Kaneki forced to press the stick. Azur is going to go down because Archmage has rotated in, and the matchup just goes from bad to worse for the Void Spirit. Down
Meanwhile, in
bottom,
the
Mars is
bottom-
also falling. Yeah, he is dropping low. The Naga Siren on top of him with the illusions. And Pinkman, well, he's going to stand in Parasite's face, suck his mana dry. Can CJ get the Punisher?
Oh.
Reaper's going to be there. Yes, they do end up getting the kill as Pinkman thought that he was in the jungle, but clearly not. The Lion was caught sleeping and ends up losing his life. Krish continuing to create problems for MNZ in the top lane, being a nuisance. And in the mid lane, Kaneki just applying tons and tons of pressure on the Void Spirit.
Yeah. And if you look at Krish, he has that astral imprisonment onto MNZ almost every time it's off cooldown, so it's going to be a big problem for him as well.
Yep. Do you want to take this time to talk about Fanclash though? Fanclash is the official fantasy partner for Skyesports Championship. You predict outcomes on the app, you get prizes, you get money, maybe even the chance to meet your favorite professional players. So do check it out. It's available on the App Store and the Play Store. So if you're an Android user or an iOS user, you can stand to win some more prizes if you are someone who follows esports quite dedicatedly. But back to the game. Krish, level 5 against MNZ in the top lane, who's level 4, 26-14 on the OD, compared to the Jug, who just does not have lane again. Azur starting to drop low, but a good arrow coming through from Parasite is going to catch out the line, and with the level 6, Azur will make it back towards safety. Kaneki still looking to find some sort of return kill, will succeed in killing off Parasite. Azur looking for the punish, looking for the rune, is not going to find anything. Kaneki makes it back towards safety. And yes, sitting a little bit low as MNZ, well, accepts the challenge from Krish as the gauntlet was thrown. 3 bounty runes available in the Radiant jungle. Krish again creating problems for MNZ, and no chance caught out of position with the Frost Shield as well as the Blade Fury. MNZ will be able to secure the kill, but at what cost? He's actually gonna go down, and a bit of an overextension coming through from MNZ. I mean, his lane was already going bad. Sure, he finds no chance, but I'm not sure if that was worth it. Great Hex coming through from Pinkman. He's actually managed to find Azure. Azure going in. He really wants to get this kill onto the line. He will succeed, but Kaneki will be able to find revenge. Chains coming off cooldown in just a bit. He's going to be able to clean up the Void Spirit, and Parasite soon to follow if he does not have a leap charge. Kaneki continues to chase. He's got the Frost Shield, and Parasite will also end up dropping another Sleight of Fist, coming back off cooldown in just 4 seconds. Tries to throw out the arrow, maybe get some revenge, but does not succeed as Kaneki on a mega kill streak on his Ember Spirit. This is sort of the game that Ragnarok have wanted to play since the very start.
Under attack.
Yeah. But again, looking into the lanes, I think Kaneki is the only one having an advantage. Whereas in the top lane, they go on to the Juggernaut again using the ultimate, the Sanity's Eclipse, and they will be able to secure the kill easily onto the Juggernaut, who barely has any mana to work with. In the mid lane, however, they go on to Azor again, who might be able to escape this time around. Oh, the Frost Blast coming in from Archmage.
Yeah, and look at that. Sinister Gaze actually prevents the Void Spirit from getting the Haste Rune. Very, very unfortunate here. And yeah, whoops. Despite all of that, still at a 1k net worth advantage, courtesy of the side laners, the OD and the Naga Siren having a great time. The Mars and the Juggernaut, not so much. The Mars doing comparably better, but yeah, I'm not too sure if that's going to be enough to sort of negate the impact coming through from the Naga Siren and as well as the OD from the side lanes. Mid lane, no chance coming through with the Impale, but the arrow does not connect, and Kaneki will be able to live, forced to pop the Haste Rune. And that's an okay outcome. I mean, that's the Haste Rune that is not being used to kill off your OD. It's not being used to shut down the Naga Siren. And Azure, strangely enough, even though has died twice in this game, those deaths really haven't resulted in anything meaningful for Ragnarok just yet. We haven't seen the impact of those two kills, and we'll only see the impact when Kaneki starts to rotate.
Radiant's middle
Definitely.
tower is under
And
attack.
if we take a look at the net worth, Kaneki is doing better than Azor, but then again, he's getting all these kills, all these pickoffs. Going on to no chance right now, might be able to secure another kill right here, and he will. Lion does fall in the bot lane, but again, this Kaneki is causing a bit of a problem getting these early pickoffs, and he's already on a really, really good streak, being 6-0 at 9 minutes into the game. He's definitely going to be causing problems, and if he hits the timings on his items quite well with the Maelstrom and then going into the BKB, he's going to cause problems to the Naga herself. So I think if he's able to make rotations and help his team out quite a bit, because his team seems to be struggling in the top lane and bottom lane. So I think it all depends on how Kaneki plays from now on.
Yeah, great play from Azure. Just prevents Kaneki from finding the rune, just making his game a little bit more inefficient. But the Juggernaut has no business being in the top lane anymore. It has reached the point where he's not going to get much out of this lane. Yes, he can try to Blade Fury and push the wave out, but he's going to have to be very careful and very map aware when he does so, because once that Blade Fury is down, Whoops have got an arsenal of stuns and an arsenal of magic damage to work with, and he will most certainly bite the dust. He's going to instead move into the jungle, get some farm going for himself, while Azure gets some very much needed free time towards the mid lane. Naga Siren has also rotated out of the bottom lane, so Kaneki is not really going to be finding anything. Parasite, okay, cute arrow on that siege creep is going to take it down, leaps away twice, trying to get back towards safety, but Pinkman has spotted him out. Parasite will certainly pay for this with his life, but it doesn't even seem like Kaneki and HBK are interested. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Archmage almost single-handedly manages to take down Azure, who's got himself a regen rune. He did end up popping it. He is going to be able to get revenge, gets to take down the Lich, gets a much-needed kill, but elsewhere on the map, Parasite just juking and jiving, dodges out the chains. He is buying so much space for the side of Whoops at the moment as there's two heroes on his tail. The bottom tier 1 is still not going to fall, and guess what? Well, CJ, he's back at it in the bottom lane. He's zoning out the Mars. They find a kill onto the Lich in the mid lane as well. Whoops winning out on the map in terms of net worth as well as map control. Yeah, big plays coming out from the side of Whoops.
Top tower is under attack.
And also Juggernaut realizing that he's not going to do really well against the OD. But in the bot lane, Ember has rotated over and I think he'll be looking to find the Naga because again, you do not want Naga to scale, you do not want Naga to farm up, but it's going to be causing quite a bit of problems. To the
Mid
side,
lane.
wait, no chance misses the stun onto MNZ, but again, I don't think everything that Whoops is doing right now matters
Radiant's
quite a bit
bottom
because the
tower
Naga
is
is
under
getting the
attack.
farm, whereas Kaneki
Mhm.
does get hold of him. The Moonlight Shadow has been used, and he will just walk away to safety. In the
Oh
top
yeah,
lane,
the
Radiant's
however,
smoke
bottom
had to
tower
be
has fallen.
popped by Pinkman, but even that is not going to save him. And in
Dire's
the top
middle
lane, they
tower
end up
is under
finding the
attack.
Lich as well. Kills all
Dire's
around the map for the
structures are
side of Whoops,
fortified.
as they are
yeah.
just pummeling Ragnarok. And once again, this is uh, again a very common issue in Dota, or a common state where you have your mid laners doing really,
Oh,
really well. I have to hold on to that thought because he's going to end up
Dire's middle
falling
tower
just as I
is
say
under
that the
attack.
caster's curse strikes. And looks like the Ember
yeah.
Spirit is going to be falling. MNZ
Oh,
comes,
wait.
pops the Omni Slash, doesn't find
No.
anything. And yeah, a little bit unfortunate here for the side of Ragnarok. And now with the Omni Slash down, Juggernaut might just get cleaned up. The arrow comes through, but it is a little bit off the mark. Late Fury coming through from MNZ, but is not really going to find anyone just yet. HBK holds on to that spear, pops the arena. Krish, well, he is going to be able to astral himself and keep himself alive, channeling that Meteor Hammer. Doesn't really connect, but it's not needed. Now Kaneki, he's back into the midst of things. He's looking towards CJ. He's got that Flame Guard up and running, but in the meantime, his teammates are starting to get slaughtered one after the other. An arrow flying through does not connect. Krish got in the middle of two dire heroes. Is going to get taken down. Azure, does he have the Astral Step at the ready? Yes, he does. He's looking to clean up MNZ, but he's not going to be able to find him. Nice play with the Tumbler Story, catching out the Ember Spirit. They will get Archmage in turn, and finally Parasite with the Starstorm will also secure Kaneki. A 3 for 2 trade coming through in favor of Whoops, but at the end of it all, I'm not sure if MNZ was happy about that engagement. He had to expend a lot.
Oh,
Pinkman, my god! Lightning fast reflexes, manages to catch out No Chance, but No Chance still gets the kill with the Impale.
Regeneration.
As Pinkman, not fast enough. I mean,
yeah.
that was... this mid lane just keeps on giving. It's
Dire's
like
middle tower
both of these
is under
teams know
attack.
that there's nowhere else to play on the map, and everything that is happening at this point is just gonna start to favor Whoops more and more, because Whoops, they've had some very strong timings on the Naga side and the OD from their side lanes. And as long as Ragnarok keep blowing up their ultimates and not finding kills, they're going to be in a world of trouble. Nice spear coming in from HBK, though he manages to catch out Krish. Takes him down. Azure goes in with the 3-man Astral Step. There's the arena trying to catch the Mirana. He will succeed, but can they find anything more? Well, for now, they're going to be content with the Mirana pick as Azure waits for his Astral Step to come back. But yeah, 2 kills going the way of Ragnarok, while Pinkman again dropping towards the side there. Uh-oh, Kaneki getting caught out by the Aether Remnant. Will be able to get out with the Fire Remnant himself.
Pinkman,
There.
Dire's top tower
Stay
is
alive.
under attack.
Yep.
Pinkman was able to survive with 10 HP just because of that single raindrop that he has. And no chance here, but 4 people from the side of Ragnarok over here. I don't think Azor wants to do anything with this. The sentry
Oh
gets placed
no.
down, so no chance has to use his stun that reveals him. So yeah, he's gonna fall there.
Oh yeah, gonna get cleaned up here. Pinkman, I mean, somehow managed to survive that burst of damage thanks to the healing
Dire's
ward
bottom
coming through from
tower is under
MNZ.
attack.
I don't think they spotted the Nexus Acid. They didn't really have a sentry ward there, so that was just a misplay coming through from No Chance. But again, both teams recognizing the value of the mid-tier 1, just consistently clashing over here. I mean, this favors Whoops a lot more because they've got a Naga Siren farming away, and she's going to farm a lot faster than the Juggernaut, who doesn't have a Battle Fury. I'm going to have to hold on to that thought because Azure has been caught out. He's going to get taken down. And again, the mid lane is just being extremely hard for the side of Whoops to play when they don't have all the heroes together. Chris was showing on the top part of the map, so Whoops knew that they could take the engagement over there. Pinkman continuing to cause a problem, continuing to pose a problem for the Void Spirit in this game as time goes on with the instant stuns. And finally, Ragnarok will start to beat into the tier 1 tower mid, opening up the map for MNZ to play a little bit more safely. But yeah, Whoops, not ready to give this up without a fight. They're bringing in 2 of the heroes. CJ is got the ult ready on the Naga side, but he's not gonna pop it. They're gonna find Pinkman right away, but again Azur is gonna get caught out. Will be Astral by Krish though, has been safe for the time being. MNZ trying to go on to the next assassin, will be able to clean him up, and now Kaneki goes on with the Ember Spirit, but is unable to find the connections with the Slide of the Searing Chains. Meteor Hammer being channeled by Krish, he's not gonna find it. In fact, he's gonna eat a spear straight to the face. There's the Finger of Death coming through with the Earth Spike. They have enough damage to take him down. Parasite jumping in with the arrow, will be able to find Archmage, but at what cost? They're gonna lose Parasite. They might even end up losing the Void Spirit if they've got some detection. Pinkman looks in his direction, but is unable to find anything more. And the only survivors of the massacre are CJ and Azur.
Yeah, then again, it comes down to how CJ is able to farm now that he is alone. I think Ragnarok will be looking to go again on him. The rest of the team will be following the Mars, but again, I think they just back off since they see everyone coming back alive, especially the Void Spirit, who will cause a lot of problems in team fights. But then again, I think they are keeping him under wraps quite well. They are keeping control of him, not letting
Yeah.
him run around as he wants to with the instant hex coming out from the lion. I think is causing a lot of problems for Mazur, and getting up to that BKB, or he looks like he's going for a Sanj and Kaya, which again increases his status resistance against all these lockdowns coming from the side of Ragnarok. They are looking to have another engagement onto the Naga, but looks like Naga is quite aware of that and will just decide to get out of the bottom side of the jungle and go to the top. So
Oh, yeah.
yeah, I think Ragnarok are doing quite well for themselves, even having a pretty hard laning stage. They are coming back into the game just by getting these pickoffs and really good team fights on their side. So let's see how they're able to carry on to the rest.
Yeah, and MNZ is even going to clean up the Naga sign and illusions, prevent her from splitting the wave. HB, no chance, and there is Azur on the Void Spirit to capitalize, will secure the kill. There's no chance. Finally is able to have some impact with the Vendetta on the next assassin. And yeah, whoops. I mean, they get some respite because the Void Spirit didn't really have a place to go before this. The mid lane was always jam-packed with heroes from Ragnarok, and because Krish was farming side lanes and the Naga sign was in the jungle, there was nowhere that really the Void Spirit could farm. But with that kill onto HBK, they've opened up the map a little bit, allowed Azur to farm a couple of creep waves. And despite all of that, it seems that the side of Ragnarok want to punish this. They're moving towards the bottom part of the map with the Juggernaut. Krish is continuing to farm towards the top lane on the OD, trying to scale into the late game, as he's going to be effective against the heroes of Ragnarok. But down in the bottom lane, no chance. Happily gives up his life if it means that the Void Spirit will survive. And guess what? The Void Spirit, he'll even find a return kill. They end up picking up the Lich. And Azur is not going to get the credit for the kill. It's actually going to be the Naga side. And top lane, Kaneki, does get caught out with the Astral Imprisonment.
The Moonlight Shadow.
Yeah, and the Moonlight
They were
Shadow.
able to get the gank. Yeah.
Yeah, just a bit too much damage. The arrow came flying through perfectly, connected onto the Ember Spirit, and he ends up dropping.
Yeah.
Well, back down towards the bottom lane. CJ is going to get spotted out by Ragnarok, but they don't really have enough damage to burst him down. The Ember Spirit was cleaned up in the top lane by the OD, so yeah, a little unfortunate that Ragnarok aren't able to capitalize, but MNZ pops the Blade Fury down bottom. This could be devastating. The next assassin is there to catch him out. Krish trying to TP and join the fight, and the Lion is going to get silenced immediately after. Omni Slash out from the Juggernaut, allows him to survive for a little bit longer, but he needs to get to the healing ward, which has been taken down by no chance. Great Arena coming through from HBK, cleans up the Naga side, and then now they're going to be looking for more. Pinkman has been astraled up. Good arrow through from Parasite as well, catching out Kaneki, but they're still going to be able to find the next assassin. They pick him up.
Wow.
That's going to be 2 quick kills going the way of Ragnarok, as Ragnarok bring all available heroes to the bottom lane, claim that part of the map for themselves, and take a good fight. The net worth, though, it says a different story. Well,
Yeah.
it might just be connected here. Kaneki walking up the high ground blind is going to get caught out by the Aether Remnant, cleaned up by the Mirana. A little unfortunate there that Ragnarok put in all that effort to try and win that fight bottom, and then Kaneki ends up dropping.
Yeah, now Azura does get the last hit onto that, so he's really happy with that. In the bot lane, however, Archmage gets arrowed by Parasite and will go down. What a beautiful arrow coming in from Parasite. He was able to lock him down in place, secure the last hits onto him, and
Dire
he's on
structures are
top now.
fortified.
I think again, Ragnarok needs to be taking their objectives as priority because in the last fight they did win it quite well, but
Mhm.
again, Kaneki walking up to that high lane and losing his life did not benefit them in what way. Uh, in whatsoever
Yep.
way, sorry, my bad. But then again, if you look at the net worth, whoops, on a 5k net worth lead are sitting pretty comfortably on top, especially the Naga Siren, who's getting all the farm in the world, already has a Orchid ready, who's going for the heart next, and will start causing problems once he's ready with the heart because he's going to be super tanky
Allies
and you cannot get him
disappear.
down as easy as you are right now. Moonlight Shadow coming in from Parasite. Will they be able to catch the Archmage? They do get vision on time. OD
Archmage.
going on
He's
to.
gonna be there. He's gonna eat the arrow himself and survive astral imprisonment along with the Sanity's Eclipse gets dropped, but Kaneki is able to survive through it. Azura, elsewhere on the map,
Dire's
manages to
middle
take
tower
down
is under
Pinkman.
attack.
Coming through from the back lines,
Hmm?
had to expend
Dire's
both of his
middle
astral
tower
steps.
has fallen.
HBK! Oh man,
No.
misses the arena and the spear as the blink out was there from Krish. And now MNZ trying to join the party, trying to find some form of revenge, but is not going to succeed. And the Arcane Orb from Krish just destroying the heroes on the side of Ragnarok. Kaneki dropping low, forced to Remnant back, no matter remaining on him. HBK has also been caught out. Kaneki being caught out with the Aether Remnant as well. And whoops, just
Um,
completely roll over Ragnarok as fight goes from that to worse. CJ joins the
Yeah.
party, and the mid tier 1 will be claimed by Whoops. Sorry, the bottom tier 1 will be claimed by Whoops. Trish, man, I mean, this OD has been creating so many problems for Ragnarok. He's been a pain. I mean, if you don't catch the OD as the Mars, there's always the Astral save coming through, keeping his teammates alive. I'm gonna have to hold on to that thought because it seems like the Juggernaut has been caught. MNZ spinning away back towards safety. The nice chain frost between between the Nyx Assassin and the Lich. Okay, Jug pops the Omni
uh-oh.
Slash, tries to stay alive, but will not succeed because No Chance has his number with the Impale. Parasite goes through with the arrow as well, takes him down. Pinkman
Oh
gets
no.
caught out as well, courtesy of the OD. And Ragnarok start to crumble. Man,
Yeah.
oh man, look at that play. No Chance just knew exactly where MNZ would be. Secures that kill.
Yeah.
And again, this is sort of the problem playing into an OD Meteor Hammer and a Naga Siren. Not only do you have the ability to take very good fights, you can claim objectives, and you can punish people like Kaneki trying to walk forward. The Aether Remnant is gonna be there. The Orchid found as well. The Chaos Meteor, or sorry, the Meteor Hammer connects, and that's gonna be the death of the Ember Spirit. HBK soon to follow. Did have a very good arena, but Krish will find that kill with the Astral Imprisonment.
Yeah.
Another 2 kills going the way of Whoops. It's a 16k net worth lead in their favor.
Dire's top tower
And
is
Whoops,
under attack.
Yeah.
they just have all the map control in the world. Man, Trish just been such a problem on the OD for the side of Ragnarok. Azur gonna jump in. Great pickup from the Void Spirit. He did manage to catch up Pinkman, but the Healing Ward will keep him alive. Not for long. Sandy's Eclipse gets dropped. Pinkman loses his life. I hear you snickering. What's it all about? Okay,
yeah,
never mind. I'm gonna have to hold on to that thought. Nope. He's gonna live, MNZ. That was close, man. It's... Yeah, this is just a shellacking, a game-in level shellacking in the words of my favorite caster. The Ember Spirit is gonna end up dropping. The Juggernaut spinning away back towards safety. But the same cannot be said about Lich, who is gonna get cleaned up by the Naga Siren Illusions. They really are desperate to get Archmage, but he will live as MNZ helps him out.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I mean, I think that ultimate coming out from Krish onto the Lion was just out of spite. Like, oh my god, he's at 1 HP, let me just kill him. And that's the reason that I was laughing because using Sanity's Eclipse, which is on a cooldown for 130 seconds, onto a Lion is not the best use of it. But again, he's like, you know what, never mind, we are at an 18k net worth lead. Does it really matter? And he just uses it onto the Lion. And they will be able to secure the first Roshan in the game at 26 minutes, which will enable them to push into the high ground or secure the bottom T2s as well. MNZ figuring out that No Chance has been missing from the map for quite a while, decides to spin TP out of there, getting back into the safety of his fountain. Yeah, and
Yeah.
looking at how the game is going right now, Ragnarok have been falling apart for quite a while since the last few engagements. They are not really coming out on top. They held
Man,
themselves really well.
yeah,
Oh,
Eavesdrops elsewhere on the map, and the Ember Spirit has also been caught out courtesy of CJ's net. This game, I think it might just be over for Ragnarok as they're losing heroes left, right, and center. They cannot leave the safety of their base to go out exploring into the woods. And yeah, whoops. They are just looking to close out this game here as they've managed to find the Aegis. Another Astral onto the Mars, and he's gonna get caught out once again. The Orchid on him. He's certainly gonna end up dropping. The Void Spirit's gonna come through, try and find the kill. Stolen by Krish with the Astral Imprisonment.
yeah, I think Krish at this point is just looking to secure as many kills for himself as possible and trying to sneak in that MVP spot. And Azor again diving in onto the ledge here, making him quite low, will be able to secure the kill using the Astral Step.
Yeah, and MNZ is gonna drop right outside his fountain. Kaneki trying his best to fight away, throws a remnant into base, trying his best to stay alive over here. No chance. Might just end up dropping. The finger of death is gonna come through. They will find some revenge kills. I mean, they managed to take down No Chance. Parasite is also dropping super low. And CJ doesn't really have enough mana to be effective, but now with the Arcane Boots might be able to do something. Azur still standing in the middle of three dire heroes as he takes down Pinkman. The Song of the Silent is going to keep Azur alive.
Dire's top tower is
Kaneki,
under attack.
he's trying his best to find some sort of revenge kill, but just is unable to do so. Oh, Azur goes in with the Astral Step and the Aether Remnant, and the Sanity's Eclipse cleans up the Ember. HBK soon to follow, as well as Krish gets the godlike spree. Again, an Astral onto the Naga Silent to prevent her from taking any unnecessary damage from the Chain Frost. And this might just be it. 26k net worth lead for the side of Whoops. They just start batting at this point. Going forward for Archmage Azur, no concern for his life whatsoever. Will be able to get back to safety. And another Astral from Krish onto the Juggernaut, just getting smarter and smarter. The more mana he steals.
I think he's just going to be annoying him at this point.
Yeah, he's just flexing his IQ.
Dire's middle barracks are
And
under attack.
there's not much that Ragnarok have to show for here. This
Dire's middle
this is
barracks
painful.
has fallen.
I mean,
Oh,
MNZ,
no.
he's literally getting Astral inside his own base. Failed to follow through, but they don't have the burst to take him down. Parasite, though, could end up dropping. The Earth Spike connects. There's the Hex as well. They're forced to expend the Spear. The Blade Fury gets popped as well by MNZ. As the tip comes through from No Chance onto Parasite. I'm having a little bit of fun.
Yeah, and I think at this point, I think it's considered harassment what Krish has been doing to the Juggernaut because when he's been stealing so much in from, I mean, oh, CJ does get caught off here.
Yeah, I mean, CJ's caught or is it the Fink in the line? I think it might be the other way around as the line ends up falling. BKB popped, Blade Fury popped as well. Great two-man impale coming through from No Chance. Azur is going to be there with the follow-up, but the healing ward healing a lot of that damage back. The Omni Flash is going to be there, and Azur does have an Astral Step to get away from the Juggernaut, but the spin back off cooldown again. MNZ into the thick of things, but Sick Krish comes in with the Sanity's Eclipse, is going to be able to clean up those heroes. Well, looks like this might just be it. I mean,
And I think that's
godlike
GG.
GG is called.
They do call it.
30k net worth lead for Whoops. 30 minutes into the game. 1,000 gold per minute, and
Dire's top barracks
yeah,
under
it's
attack. Victory.
it's rough if you're a Ragnarok fan. I mean, this game
Yeah.
just a bit too difficult for Ragnarok to win. They had a better early game. Kaneki got off to a flying start, but it did really translate into them winning the game.
Yeah. Then again, I think both teams played it really, really well, and I think the smiles on Team Whoops, especially on Parasite, when he has a huge smile, and I think he's pretty happy with the outcome of the game, and they will be heading forward in the lower bracket. Whereas, unfortunately for Team Ragnarok, their run in this tournament has come to an end. And but still, man, they did play their best and they did give a big fight to Team Whoops. But in the second game, I think after a certain point, I think the 10-15 minute mark, Whoops were just catching Ragnarok off guard, left, right, and center, and they were not able to hold up, not able to get that farm, and the Naga just outpaced them in the farm. So very well played from both the teams. But then again, in this match one of today, Whoops have come out on top as the winners of the three of the series.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit unfortunate for the side of Ragnarok. Despite the great early start, they're not able to capitalize on it. The Ember Spirit unable to find the impact in the mid game, and Ragnarok just losing the side lanes. I mean, it just seems that every single time I watched the Ragnarok game, something or the other went wrong in the side lanes, and HBK and MNZ are just unable to have the impact that they need to
Yeah.
at around the 25 to 30 minute mark. And Kaneki is usually playing all by himself. Good news for Whoops, though. They make it ahead into the lower bracket final of the tournament where they're going to face the loser of Reaper Hashtag and Neon Esports. That
Hmm.
match is going to be coming up next as well uh, on the same channel. So make sure you stay tuned in because, yeah, we've got a very exciting BO5 on our hands right after this match. That's correct. The upper bracket final for the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0 Dota is going to be a best of five, and so is going to be the lower bracket final, which will happen during the LAN itself. So yeah, you don't want to miss out on this next game. It's going to tell us who is going to be making it to the LAN, one of the teams you're going to be seeing in Mumbai. So
Yeah.
yeah, make sure that you stay tuned in and that you're able to figure out who that team is. Maybe even download Fanclash in the meantime, and throw out some predictions here and there to take the win. But yeah, great stuff from Whoops. Just clean 2-0 victory over Ragnarok. Never felt like Ragnarok were able to make a comeback, and it seems like at this rate, Whoops, they've got a very good shot at beating out whoever it is who makes it into the lower bracket between Reaper Hashtag and Neon Esports.
Yeah, definitely. And uh, I'd like to ask you, like, what do you think will happen in the next matchup? Because now we have seen Whoops come out on top in this best of three series, but next it's going to be a best of five series between, I think, two of the best teams that we have seen so far. That is Reaper Hashtag and Neon Esports. So I'd like to throw it to your side. Who do you think will come out on top in the best of five series coming up ahead?
I feel like Neon Esports are definitely gonna have the upper hand against Reaper Hashtag, but if there's anything I've
Mm-hmm.
noticed from Reaper, it's that they learn from their mistakes and they come back stronger. So, given the fact that it's a best of five,
Yeah,
I don't think it's gonna be a clean 3-0. I think it
yeah.
might be a 3-1 or a 3-2 in favor of Neon Esports, but Reaper Hashtag are definitely, create a lot of problems for the side of Neon. They're not gonna go down so easy. But
Yeah.
for now, yeah.
Last time we did see a Reaper losing at a clean sweep coming out from Neon Esports in the best of three during the group stages, and now is when Reaper Hashtag have to show their worth, show their potential, and secure themselves a place in the grand finals. So we'll have to wait and watch, see what happens. Hopefully, we get an amazing five games coming out from both the teams. But if going back into the game that we just had, looking at these highlights, I think again we'll see both teams did really, really well in the early game, and that Ember showing the early game dominance onto the Void Spirit. They were doing pretty well, but again, coming down to that 23-24 minute mark, they just started falling apart, and they had no chance of coming back as their heroes were getting caught everywhere. So, yeah, well played from both the teams, but then again, Whoops were just slightly better in this game.
Yep.
Dire's middle tower is under
I mean,
attack.
for all of Kaneki's antics, they were unable to really capitalize on the great early lead, and in the end, it is going to be Whoops who came out on top. And if there's anything to be learned after watching these games, it's that I think you need to be a bit more careful when you're drafting in the side lanes because if you don't think about the matchups a bit deeply, it can end up being a very one-sided game, and it doesn't matter how well your mid laner is doing because a single hero cannot make up for two lost lanes. That's four heroes who are going to have less impact in the game than they should. So, at the very least, you should be trying to
Dire's
go
middle
even in
barracks
lanes,
are
which
under
I don't think happened over here for Ragnarok. And in the end,
Yeah.
whoops, they were just able to collapse this 5, and Ragnarok had nothing to show for it.
Yeah. And in the end, I think Krish was actually harassing everyone from Team Ragnarok, coming in, sweeping as many kills to his side as possible, trying to sneak that MVP over the Void Spirit. So I think he was able to get a lot of kills in the end. He with that Sanity's Eclipse, he got a 3-man in the end as well, dealing a lot of damage and also having a lot of save potential. See, he again, if you look right there, he is able to save the Naga out for quite a long time and keep the
Yeah.
Ember in check. And now he comes in with all the damage and will be able to secure a 3-man kill over here with the Sanity's Eclipse. Oh, yeah.
Hmm.
And I think we have the
Yeah.
MVP ready. It is going to be Krish. Yet, as I've told you, he came in the end, sneaking that MVP off of Azura's Void Spirit. Uh, the Void Spirit was 14-5, but in the end, Krish came out with 14-3 showing with 33k hero damage and 4.2k tower damage, also having a really good XPM. And with the purple ball, his cooldowns were so low, including the Sanity's Eclipse. He was able to deal immense amounts of damage. So, yeah, I think well worth it MVP for Krish.
Yeah, absolutely, Krish on that OD, racking up the mana, racking up, well, not the intelligence anymore, but we still like to call him a very intelligent hero because, yeah, he just
Yeah.
still has that same old ability of stealing your mana away. So, I mean, Krish, he had a lot of impact. And another cool thing about the OD this game was that he was playing into a Mars, and because Mars's entire stick is just reducing or negating damage from the front, the Arcano from the
Mhm.
OD pierces straight through that. So they were able to take
Yeah.
down heroes rather easily. And yeah,
Mhm.
Chris just a masterclass in what can be done in the offlane if you pick and you if you pick properly and if you play the lane the way you're supposed to. No chance. Happily gave up his life as well just to bait MNZ into the tower where he ended up dying and giving Krish a lot of solo experience. So really setting up his scores for success. Great stuff overall from the side of Whoops. Obviously, Chris takes the MVP, but I think it was a great team effort from the rest of the members of Whoops as well.
Yeah. Definitely really worth watching series coming out from these two amazing teams. And again, Ragnarok, thank you for putting up such an amazing performance in this tournament. But unfortunately, they are out of the tournament as of now. And Whoops have entered the losers bracket game 2. And whoever loses in the next upcoming best of 5 series against Neon Esports versus #Reaper is going to be facing Whoops in a best of 5, and they will have a chance to come back into the grand final. So, yeah, let's see how uh, this tournament carries on from here. A lot of
Yeah.
really good plays coming out from both the teams. All these 4 teams have the potential to win, but Ragnarok has been kicked out now, so we still have Neon Esports, #Reaper, and Whoops coming in as the top 3 teams going into the final phase of the phase 2.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is going to be one hell of a match between Reaper Hashtag and Neon Esports. These guys are, well, arguably two of the strongest teams in the tournament so far, and it is a best of 5. So yeah, we might just be in for a 5-match series. So make sure that you guys have some food in handy. You've kept your water bottles stocked, and yeah, that next match is going to be coming through at 3:30 IST if you are from India, and I believe it is plus 2.5 hours if you're from Singapore, so it should be 6 p.m. SGT. I could be a little bit wrong on that one. If my math is correct, though, it should be 6 p.m. SGT. So do tune in then. For now, we're going to be cutting to a short break after which we'll be back with Reaper Hashtag versus Neon Esports. Don't go anywhere. Until then, you're watching AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0 along with our gaming partner Logitech and our official fantasy partner Fanclash. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0 with our gaming partner Logitech as well as our official fantasy partner Fanclash. My name is Fluky. Joining me for this one is going to be Lama. We've got the final match of the day between Hashtag.Reaper as well as Neon Esports. But to your credit, it's going to be a BO5. It's going to be a long and fun game. So make sure you guys are stocked up on food. Make sure you guys are able to sit down for a long time and enjoy the series because it's going to be one hell of a series, as at least any team is going to have to take three matches off of the other one to advance to the upper bracket. So, sorry, to the
Yep.
grand finals, actually. So, yeah, a lot on the line here for both of these teams. Loser goes on to face Whoops in the lower bracket, which will also be a best of five, which will be played at LAN. So make sure that you stick around until the end of this game and that you tune in when the LAN comes. But yeah, Reaper hashtag versus Neon Esports, two of the strongest teams in the Sky Esports Championship 4.0. I'm just excited to see what's going to happen in the match.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, two of the best teams that we have seen throughout the tournament. They have really, really good performance. They have really good drafts. They have really good early game as well. Both teams are really strong contenders for the grand finals, and one of them will get their seat in the grand finals right now. As soon as they win the series, they will be in the grand finals. And the team who loses are still not out. They still have a chance to claw their way back to the grand finals through the lower bracket. So again, both these teams still have the potential to get into the grand finals, and Whoops have already secured a spot in the lower bracket finals where they'll be facing the team
Yeah.
that loses this best of five series, and will be in contention with the team to enter the grand finals. So we'll have to wait and watch and see what happens in this best of five series, whether Neon Esports, with their dominant performance throughout the entire series, will be able to capture this game as well, or will Reaper hashtag come out with an upset and defeat Neon Esports and secure themselves a spot in the grand finals. Again, guys, Neon Esports and hashtag Reaper both really, really strong contenders in the tournament, and we'll have to wait and watch, see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, Neon Esports the clear favorites here in the matchup between Hashtag Reaper and them. But Hashtag Reaper do have the benefit of having played Neon Esports in the group stages. They're gonna know what the team is all about, and they're gonna have a slightly better time adapting to them. Speaking of which, let's have a look at Neon Esports in their lineup. In case you're unfamiliar with them, it is gonna be Fortune Soul playing position one, Valky position two. It's gonna be Andrew on that position three, Fearless Ford, and Hated on the five. So yeah, that is the Neon Esports lineup. Although it does seem like I should just say that Valky is the Ember Spirit player of Neon Esports, since that is what he's been playing for the majority of this tournament. I've just seen him pick up the Ember Spirit consistently across games, and this man justifies that pickup every single time I've seen him. You know, he's a very sick Ember Spirit. Lots of great plays made by him, and yeah, he is someone who can be trusted to carry and usher his team through the mid game into the late game.
Yeah, definitely a really, really strong team. Like, I think we haven't seen them drop a lot of games. I think they dropped one game in all their series till now, and super strong team. And we go on ahead to Reaper hashtag, where we have Solotic, RDP, Toy, Mavis, and Madmaid. We have Toy that carry RDP as their offlaner, Madmaid as their mid laner, and Solotic and Mavis as position 4 and 5. So again, these teams have played each other before. They know their opponents, and their drafting phase is going to be really, really important to watch out for, because we'll see what adjustments Reaper hashtag has made to their drafting against Neon Esports, because uh, last time they were not able to get the upper hand on Neon Esports, and they did lose the series. So now we'll get to see what changes they have made, how confident they are with their picks. And again, for the side of Neon Esports, they definitely do have Chuan on their side doing the drafting and doing the research on the opponent's team. Does take a lot of pressure off of the players. So we'll have to wait and watch what happens in drafting phase, definitely, to make a decent prediction on which team will have the upper hand in the game. And again, the laning stages, man, I've been telling you since the beginning, laning stages are going to be really important. The team that is able to assert dominance will have the momentum carried on into the mid and late game as well. So we will have to take a
Yeah.
look at how the drafting phase goes, and we'll see what both the teams decide to come up with. And I think the drafting phase will start sometime soon.
Yeah, I mean, the draft should be underway as we jump straight into the game. Hashtag Reaper versus Neon Esports. The first ban and the first pick going the way of Hashtag Reaper, but Neon Esports have the overall last pick. So, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Hashtag
10
Esports,
seconds remaining.
Hashtag Reaper. They are known for running this sort of zoo lineup where they like to
5
pick up heroes like
seconds
the
remaining.
Broodmother and the Beastmaster and whatnot. And
Hmm.
yeah, Hashtag Reaper seem to be taking a fair amount of time for this first man deciding which hero is it that they want to take away from the side of Neon Esports. Lots of
Dire
great picks
team
here that
ban.
you can choose to ban
Radiant
out. They're gonna
team
go
ban.
with the Marcy though, and Neon Esports instantly respond with the Broodmother ban coming through. They don't want to play against that at this
Yeah.
point. They just feel like that hero is a bit too strong, and I'd agree. I
Dire
think
team
that
ban.
Broodmother just
Radiant
gives way
team
too much
pick.
map control over to Neon Esports, and a respect ban coming
Hmm.
out from Hashtag Reaper in the form of the Ember Spirit. There's still
Hmm.
Lycan remaining in the pool. They could pick it up if the Zoo is what they want to go for. Alternatively, they could also look towards picking up the position 4 first for the
10
side of
seconds
Hmm.
Hashtag
team
Reaper.
pick.
Lots of good options to work
Rip.
with, and they're going to go with the Hoodwink.
Yeah, Hoodwink definitely a really good position for.
Dire
He is able
team.
to play around the
Radiant
trees
team
and
pick.
cause a lot of trouble to Neon Esports supports that play in the tree line as
Mirana.
well. And
Radiant
they
team
go with
ban.
their standard picks, that is the Tusk and Mirana. We have seen this lineup coming out a lot from
Dire
multiple teams in
team
this
ban.
tournament. Tusk, Mirana proving to be a really, really solid pick, early pick, because the Tusk can be played in a position 4 or as a
Radiant
mid laner,
team
so
ban.
it can be flexible. And on the side of Hashtag Reaper, they go with the standard Pango. We have seen them come out with a lot of games where they have played Pango, banning out the Bloodseeker in the early stages of the banning phase, so they do not have to deal with any major counters coming up against Pangolier. And I think we have seen more
10
than
seconds
enough
remaining.
lanes where Tusk and Pango have been the major matchup in
5
the mid lane.
seconds
So
remaining.
uh, again, we've been seeing Tusk come out slightly on top in the laning stage, but then again, it
Dire
depends on how the
team
later
ban.
game goes on.
Radiant
On
team
the side of
ban.
Neon Esports, they have banned out the Lycan finally, looking at Hashtag Reaper and their Zoo style
Mhm.
of playstyle. They do not want that, and they do ban out the Lycan. And the Drow Ranger, again, a solid early game to mid game hero, has the potential to push earlier on, get those
10
towers down,
seconds
put pressure
remaining.
onto Neon Esports. So they do not want to deal with Drow
5
Ranger being
seconds
picked up from
remaining.
Hashtag
Dire
Reaper, because
team ban.
usually Neon Esports focus on a four-man team where they are going ganking, getting the kills, getting the team fights down, where one of their carry usually stays away and gets most of the farm during the early to mid game in any of the games that they've played. So I think they're more focused on that, again, picking up a disruptor, going along with the same usual playstyle that they go for, where the Tusk will usually initiate fights followed up by the Mirana arrow, and they have the disruptor to initiate team fights or maybe
Mhm.
disperse team fights, being able to lock down particular heroes coming out from Hashtag Reaper, especially the Pangolier before he's able to get his roll down. Disruptor will be causing
Yep.
quite a few problems for that. And if you like to take a look at the next phase of bans and the picks that will be coming through.
Yeah, I think the disruptor pickup serves two purposes. One, it is very good at catching the Pangolier mid rolling. I mean, sorry, not mid rolling thunder, but while he's in that animation for the rolling thunder, you can cancel it with the glimpse. And the static storm also really, really good against that hero. So disruptor just deals with Pangolier rather easily. And Neon Esports panned out every zoo hero possible. They just don't want to play against the Hashtag Reaper Deathball, which is probably going to be them plus something like a Death Prophet or a Chen, along with another tower hitting carry who can do so safely, like the Shadow Fiend or the Jug or the Life Stealer. And Neon Esports choose to ban the Life Stealer. Hashtag Reaper have a decision to make. Shadow Fiend is still there in the pool. They can't pick it up. The problem by picking up the Shadow Fiend right now is that there is a lot of pressure coming in from the three Neon Esports heroes, and Hashtag Reaper might not get the opportunity to
Nova
pick the right hero to
Siren.
alleviate that pressure. So instead, they decide to
Crystal
pick up the
Maiden.
Naga Siren and the Crystal Maiden in response to what
Hmm.
Neon Esports have picked up so far. Hashtag Reaper looking to take this game a little bit slower. They've got a lot of heroes to work with to help supplement, the Naga's lack of early game impact in the Pangolia and the Hoodwink. And Neon Esports respond with a Gyrocopter, a hero who is relevant at every stage in the game, and soon enough can end the game if given the space to just farm away. Fortune Soul, he had a very good Gyro game yesterday against the side of uh, Ragnarok, I believe. So, yeah, I mean, no surprises here for Neon Esports, just very standard bans. And Neon Esports, they're going to ban out RDP Sand King as well, recognizing that they need a little bit more catch to deal with some of the more stealthier, or I would even say stealthy, but I would say the more slippery heroes on the side of Neon Esports in the form of the Mirana as well as the Tusk.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. And we see Legion Commander being banned out along with the Tide on the side of Hashtag.Reaper. They do not want any counters coming in for the Pango or the Naga, who basically need to make the Pango especially needs to make a lot of space for Hashtag.Reaper, because again, Naga Siren is not a hero that is very effective without the farm that he requires. So a really good draft from both teams, I'd say. Picking up the Gyrocopter in answer to the Naga Siren does clear all of the creeps, all of the illusions pretty quick. Since the Legion Commander is banned out, they won't be able to pick that up for the side of Neon, who is again really good with dealing with Naga's illusions. And if you look at a screen right now, we see Chuan, the main coach for Neon Esports, helping out with the drafting phase. And definitely having a big brain on your side is
10
going to be
seconds
useful
remaining.
when it comes to the drafting, especially in it. Like 50% of the
5
game is going to
seconds
be how the
remaining.
draft goes. So it is very important for the drafting phase to go really well. And we see both teams doing pretty well. Hashtag Reaper have quite a bit of time. They have 57 seconds. They're probably looking for a offlaner that has the potential to take control in team fights and give enough space for the Naga Siren to be effective later on in the game. And I do think Enigma still is a pretty good option, although there is the
Mm,
Tusk and Disruptor who can mess up with the Enigma. But then again, I
yeah.
think later on he might be slightly effective, but I don't think they will be looking mainly to go with the Enigma here, but look for someone who has the same amount of
Dire
control
team
in
pick.
team fights. Let's see what they go with.
Uh, yeah, they're gonna go with Viper instead. They actually just needed a hero that deals with Gyrocopter directly, because no offlaner over there would have been good enough to deal with the kill potential that the Disruptor and the Gyro have to offer. With the Viper and the
Mm-hmm.
Hoodwink,
10 seconds
I mean,
remaining.
Yeah,
Hashtag Reaper have a much better chance of dealing with
5
the heroes
seconds
on the side of
remaining.
Neon, the Disruptor and the Gyro. You can just pummel them from afar with the Bushwhack and the Acorn shot. And the Enigma was also ignored fully by Hashtag Reaper, primarily because you're playing against the Gyrocopter. He can just max out Flak Cannon,
yeah,
and then with a simple Thunder Strike from Disruptor on the Eidolons, you're gonna lose all of them very, very quickly. So yeah,
yeah.
no big surprise that they don't go for the
You may
Enigma.
now
Neon
select your
Esports
Oh,
pick up the
heroes.
Brewmaster. I'm a little bit afraid for Hashtag Reaper, because after that pick,
mm-hmm.
there's just so much cheap and easy team fight on the side of Neon Esports, right? You've got the
Yeah,
Primal Split, you've got the Drunken, sorry, not the Drunken Brawler, but the Drunken Haze, the second spell from
mm-hmm.
the Brewmaster. That's gonna create a big problem for this Naga Illusions to stay alive in the middle of team fights. And you've
Yeah,
got a lot of easy ways to cancel the Crystal Maiden ult to catch out the Naga Siren as well as the Pangolier. So
yeah,
yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit afraid for the side of Hashtag Reaper. They might be run over from Neon Esports, but they all seem to be in high spirits. I can see a big smile
yeah.
on Toy and Solopic's face. They're both taking it in stride. Even Matt Made is having a bit of a chuckle to himself. So hey, who knows? Maybe these guys know what they're up against and what they need to do to win this game. But yeah,
Yeah.
draft wise, I am favoring Neon Esports a lot more. What do you think?
Definitely, I think Neon Esports have drafted out really, really well. They do have the early game potential, as I said. Like they don't need to build a lot of items. If you look at the team, if you look at the team composition, other than the Gyro, they don't really need any items on the rest of the heroes to be really effective in the early game. And again, I think this has been a recurring concept on the side of Neon Esports when it comes to their drafting. So they always put focus onto one of their heroes, that is mainly their carry, to keep farming, get all the items necessary to be effective in the mid to late game. But the rest of the team do not really depend on any items required to be effective in team fights and secure the team fight wins as well. So the Neon Esports have really drafted really well compared to Reaper hashtag. And I think looking at the drafting phase, I'll be leaning slightly towards Neon Esports. And we see both teams coming in with a smoke. As soon as the game starts, they'll probably look to
Mhm.
get an early ward and maybe even position themselves in such a way that they are able to get maybe one kill as well. So let's see how it goes.
Yeah, and Toy already intimidated by the fact that this game is a BO5. But yeah, okay, that's an interesting build coming out from the Crystal Maiden. She's opted to go for the 5 mangoes instead of the traditional double mango with a couple of sentry wards to work with. And what this tells me is
Oof.
that the side of Hashtag.Reaper are looking to be very active in the bottom lane. They
Mhm.
don't really want to give the Brewmaster an easy time, and Gondry with all those mangoes in the Crystal Maiden can make quick work of the Brewmaster's HP and force him to ferry out
Yeah.
a bit more regen than Brewmaster would like. So you delay the item timings by a little bit, but looks like we gotta get a level 1 brawl on our hands. 4 heroes from the side of Neon Esports walking up the high ground as they eat a Crystal Nova to the face. Made follows it up very, very quickly with a shield crash that looks like Hated is going to be going down as Made draws first blood. A very important kill going the way of Made is going to help him out against the matchup that he has against Tusk in the mid lane. Not a very, very good
Yeah.
matchup for the Pangolier. So that extra gold going towards that faster bottle is going to enable him to take more favorable trades and have a better time against Valky, who, just by virtue of being
Yeah.
a Tusk, has 700 HP and 5 base armor actually. So yeah, Pangolier,
Mhm.
he'll take everything he can get to try and deal against that
Mhm.
hero. But uh, Neon Esports not going to be too unhappy. I think the Disruptor had spent most of his gold, so he doesn't really lose out on all that much. And it is going to
Yeah.
be 2 bounty runes
The
piece for
battle
the side
begins.
of Neon and Hashtag. Oh, wait, never
No, they
mind,
take
actually.
three. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like Hashtag are going to be able to get their hands on 3 bounty runes instead. I thought that they'd have someone up towards the top rune, but Valky instead chose to secure the bottom one. And in the end, it is going to
Yeah.
be Reaper Hashtag with a decent net worth advantage early on. Let's see how the Pangolier decides to use it, and if he has more impact as a result of that first blood.
Yeah.
Speaking of which,
And I think we
yep.
have seen Valky and Madmate going at this mid lane with the same composition multiple times. Sometimes they rotate around. Sometimes Valky is the Pango. Sometimes Madmate is the Tusk. And usually 90% of the time we've seen Tusk coming out on top just because of the base health and the base armor that he has. So I think in the mid lane,
Yep.
it's going to be pretty much on the side of Tusk. But again, getting that first blood does help out the Pango a lot, being able to secure the bottle already. He's going to be pretty happy there. Meanwhile, the other lanes in the bot lane, Gondore does want to be really, really putting the pressure onto this Gyro and the Disruptor.
Oh, okay.
If you notice, the lanes have been swapped around
Oh,
on the side of Reaper hashtag, I mean,
yeah.
on the side of Neon Esports. So let's
Yeah,
see
this
how
is a
this
very
it will this if this yeah.
Yeah, this is a very interesting change up, right? Because you as a gyrocopter have ways of dealing with the Naga illusions. The Brewmaster doesn't necessarily do. I mean, sure, you've got the Drunken Haze as well as the Thunderclap, which are good AoE abilities, but early only do magic damage to take down Toys illusions. Fortune Soul, on the other hand, with the gyrocopter, can take down those illusions pretty easily with the flak cannon, and with a little bit help from the
Hmm.
Disruptor, can clear those out rather effectively. And he's also a range
Yeah.
zero up against the Naga Siren, so the Naga can have a bit of a hard time trying to close that gap to really put some pressure. Whereas against the Brewmaster, I mean, against the Brewmaster, the Naga Siren would have easily been able to zone him out. Gonna hold on to that for
Hmm.
a second and talk to you about Fanclash. If you download Fanclash right now and predict the outcome on this game, you could stand to win some prizes, but yeah, I mean, if you want to have a chance of meeting your favorite professional player, then do check out the app. It's available on the App Store and as well as Android, and there's a lot of cool prizes for you to be won. But
Yeah.
coming back to the game, like I was speaking earlier, the Brewmaster has a worse time against the CM Naga lane in comparison to the Gyrocopter. Although I'm not too sure if
Mhm.
this lane is all that much better playing into a Viper as a Brewmaster. I think they're both pretty bad. It might have also
Yeah.
just been a change up because the Gyrocopter doesn't really want to lane into Viper. Viper is a rather strong hero with the corrosive skin and the poison attack. But you're gonna have to hold on to that because Tsukimoto has been caught out by the Wishback. Is gonna look to take out Hong Kong though.
Snap.
Overextends
Well.
far, far away from his Viper. And the credit for that kill
Yeah.
will go to Tsukimoto. Would have been a little
And
better
again,
if the Brewmaster got the credit, but such is life.
yeah. Fortune Soul having a bit of a struggle down the bottom lane because his support hater was not there for quite a while, and they were able to get him ensnared and into the route coming in from Gondry caused him to lose quite a bit of health, and he's not really having the lane that he wanted to, sitting behind in the last hits compared to the Naga Siren, who on the other hand is having a really happy lane compared to the Gyro. But then again, stacks coming in from Hated will ensure that the Gyrocopter will get the farm that he requires unless it is contested by Reaper hashtag. And they do have an idea that they will be stacking in this game because, again, it's a Gyrocopter. He usually does well when he gets a lot of stacks with that flak cannon ability. And yeah, I think
Yeah.
both teams doing pretty well. One kills from both teams so far, but first blood going to Reaper hashtag in the mid lane
hmm
helps Madmaid keep in the same pace as the
Yeah.
Tusk here. So pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, even though the Pangolier caught the first blood, it seems like the Tusk is doing better in terms of just having more health and faring out less regen compared to the Pango, as Pango has spent money on a salve and has needed a bottle refill as well from his teammate. In the meantime, though, RDP having the time of his life in the top lane as the Viper. Neon Esports, they put the Gyrocopter bottom thinking he's going to have a harder time, but
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Gyrocopter is actually dropping low rather rapidly towards the bottom lane. The Flak Cannon has come through. They're trying to take down the Crystal Maiden, but they might not succeed. And Toy just standing strong with all of his illusions. And Fortune Soul has to back away, and so is Hated. As Naga Siren just a bit too strong at this point, and is going to be able to protect Gondry as Gondry still holding on to his mangoes. He's got so many of them. He looks towards Hated. Hated is going to get a Thunder Strike in turn, but Fortune Soul getting rather low. Toy, does he have the illusions? No, he does not. So he's not going to be able to take down the Gyrocopter, but regardless, this lane not going the best for Fortune Soul, as I mean, I expected him to have a better time against Naga Siren, but it doesn't really seem like that has transpired in this lane. The Crystal Maiden has done a very effective job of keeping both the Disruptor and the Gyrocopter at bay, and the constant pulls coming in from Gondry means that over time, Reaper hashtag are going to have a more farm Naga Siren, and the person
Yeah.
who's supposed to be dealing with the
That one ain't
Gyrocopter
funny.
is not going to do all that well. Looks like the
Yeah.
Tusk will pick up the Hoodwing as Hong Kong goes down. So,
Mhm.
quick kill for Valky. But yeah, I mean, this is problematic. You cannot have the
Yeah.
Gyrocopter dying and getting caught out like this because the Naga Siren's going to come online faster and she can very, very quickly take away the map from Neon Esports. You're going to have illusions running down multiple lanes, cutting creep waves, and before you know it, there's going to be 4 heroes in your jungle catching your Tusk or catching your Gyrocopter or catching your Brewmaster off guard who'll be looking to recover and
Mhm.
be looking to finish that first item.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
And again, if we look
Oh,
at the top lane, Valky has engaged on to RDP. He will use his ultimate, getting him really, really low, and they'll be able to secure the kill. But Manmade
mhm.
is here with the role, but might have to look to disengage if he's not able to do
Uh,
more damage onto the side of
Did
Neon.
not catch him literally.
yeah, Tsukimoto had to use all 3 leap charges to get away from Madmaid, and Madmaid could be a bit too far out. The arrow will connect, and
Uh-oh.
that should certainly be a kill. The Walrus Punch comes through from Valky. The Snowball's going to be there as well. One forced out from the Pangolier as Valky a little bit too deep behind the tier 1 tower, but the phase boots will get him back towards safety. Back towards the bottom lane,
Mhm.
the Fortune Soul finally starting to do a little bit better against Naga Siren when he puts that point into the Rocket Barrage. Previously, he had gone for the point in the homing missile, and the Naga could have dodged it very easily because Mirror Image does give you an invulnerability duration. The Tusk actually cancelled the shield crash there with the Walrus punch up. Bit of a cute play, so no damage comes through, and mid lane Pangolier will fall as a result.
Wow.
Uh-oh. Yeah,
Uh,
Valky just catches that Pangolier off guard and he ends up dropping. Oh boy.
yeah.
Little bit unexpected there. I wasn't thinking that that the Pangolier was gonna drop, but as soon as that shield crash got cancelled, it seemed like Madmade was gonna be in trouble. Well, 2 kills to Valky's name now. 8 minutes into the game on this task, and yeah, I think #Reaper might find out the hard way what this hero is capable of when he gets a good start.
Yeah, but again, if we take a look towards the net worth side, I think the Naga and the Viper are doing really, really well compared to the Gyro and the Beastmaster in the mid lane. Again,
Oh,
he's not able to
Pangolier
get the roll off.
Yeah, he does get it off. He's got the stick, but it's just a roll to stay alive, and Reaper's gonna have to disengage here. Valky, he's not done yet. He's still looking to find that kill, but yeah, Madmade has cut his losses short and is going to retreat in the top lane. That looks like RDP might just end up going down with the private, the courtesy of the Brewmaster. Brewmaster will come back, throws out the Drunken Haze. The Viper still tanking the corrosive skin, acting up, and finally MDU is going to be able to get that kill, but it's going to cost him his own life. Hong Hong and Godfrey, they're going to get the credit for those kills, but yeah, Andrew, I mean, he's a bit too deep. Does get the kill on the Viper, but has to pay for it with his life, and that's no primal split for the next, 2 minutes. So big cooldowns committed from the side of Neon Esports to get that kill.
And it's not just that. If you look at the net worth as well, having that huge difference in the farming pace from the Naga and the Viper compared to the Gyro and the Brewmaster, as I was talking before, is not really helping out. Dying on the Viper, dying on the Brewmaster, even though he did secure a kill, he's still quite low in the net worth. So I think only time will tell if they are being more effective or not. Meanwhile, in the top lane,
yeah, looks like the Tusk is going to get caught out as he tried to roll in towards the Viper, but the Viper just a bit too tanky for the Tusk's taste, and now Madmade is there to get the punish. The poor old Disruptor, only level 4, his knee is hurting like a grandpa, and he's going to soon end up dropping as Madmade gets the credit for that kill. Tsukimoto, also level 5 as Reaper hashtag. Well, they're going to be able to punish the aggression coming out from Neon Esports as a bit too caught up. Some stacks in the jungle for the Gyrocopter, so he can go back and, recover in terms of farm. But, yeah, it's going to be a while before he's capable of farming those stacks all in one go. He's going to need the Crystallis to do so. And in the meantime, Valky, he's going to find the Invis rune. I'm a little surprised that Madmade didn't actually pick it up. That's a little confusing. I mean, that Invis rune was around for Valky to pick up even after Madmade came to the mid lane. That's not what I was expecting. But anyway, it looks like towards the top lane, Tsukimoto's going to get caught out again. Made dropping really, really low. He's got the swashbuckle, but he's actually swashbuckled in place. He's going to get glimpsed back into the waiting arms of Valky as Valky takes him out. A misplay coming out from Madmade. While on the top side of the map, Tsukimoto ends up falling. A 1-for-1 trade, but a trade that fails Neon Esports. Get a Pangolier, and the Mirana ends up dying top. Down the bottom lane,
and
seems like
I think
he's trying to cut the creep wave as well to make sure that they're able to take down the tier 1 tower. So, yeah, Neon Esports are going to unlock some space in the bottom part of the map. But you were saying?
Yeah, I was saying that, we have seen this before, what Tusk, who gets this early kills, who scales up in the early game, is capable of. We've seen a 16-minute GG being called because of that. And at this pace, if the Tusk keeps getting these kills and he's able to secure that Blink Dagger into the Desolator really quickly, he's going to be posing a lot of problems and a lot of threats towards the side of Reaper hashtag. Although they are leading in the side of farm right now, because both Viper and Naga are pretty fast farmers. Let's see if they win this next team fight that is brewing slightly.
Gondry. Yeah, he's got the Sentry Ward. He's going to be able to devote the Observer Ward. So looks like Neon Esports are going to be fighting blind, and Madmade goes through with the Rolling Thunder. They're going to be able to pick up the Brewmaster before the Primal Split comes through. Now the Disruptor, soon to be next, has got the Static Storm, but so low on HP. Will glimpse back Madmade and stay alive, but at what cost? They've already lost the Brewmaster, and looks like the Disruptor might not survive after all, because the Haste Room was there on mid, as he's able to pick up the kill. Valky trying to go and trying to find some revenge. He will not be able to take down Hong Kong, as Hong Kong had a full wand at the ready, and now Tsukimoto has to stare as his Walrus friend gets pummeled down to the ground. He tries to turn back around towards Gondry, and Made is looking to punish Tsukimoto as well, but does not find it. Shield crash goes through. The wand is available. Tsukimoto moving forward with the Starstorm will secure the kill, as Zenryu is there to get the experience, and Gondry and Hong Kong both tuck their tail and run. Two furry friends bid goodbyes and go their separate ways. Although one might end up going to the fountain. Enryu, he really wants this kill, as he's right behind Gondry. Gondry might not make it out alive. He's got the frostbite coming up again. Back towards the top side, though, it seems that Nagasan is farming away at some ancients, but I do want to see what is happening to the Crystal Maiden as she gets taken down. Primal Split has been popped, and RDP now caught out is going to have the Hood of Defiance to keep him alive, so it doesn't seem like much is going to count with that Primal Split. But a Gondry dying on the Crystal Maiden for the Beastmaster ult, I think the side of Reaper hashtag will take that. They are very, very happy with the way this game is turning out.
Yeah, and again, they are able to secure a lot of farm towards their side, so they are pretty happy with the outcome. But this Arcane Rune, he gets Glimpse Black, and the ult has been dropped here. The Hoodwink will fall, but the roll coming in from Reaper might save this team fight.
Oh, okay, never mind. Hated is gonna get the deny on the Arcane Rune at the very least, but Valky is still gonna go down. Is that a trade that was worth it? You have to ask that question if you're Neon Esports, and I think you'll find the answer to be no. Losing out the Tusk for the Hoodwink, and that's the problem that the Brewmaster ran into. He pressed Primal Split for a simple Crystal Maiden kill, and now that Valky was in the middle of trouble, he couldn't really do anything to save his buddy. He just had to watch him die, slowly but surely. And
he didn't use the Primal Split to get the kill, by the way. He used it after he got the kill. So he wanted to get another kill with the Primal Split, but wasn't able to.
Oh, well, that's even more unfortunate. I mean, it seems like wasn't really able to get any value out of that. So, yeah, Neon Esports, I mean, starting to run into all sorts of problems here. And despite having, Chuan on their side as the drafter, it seems like Reaper hashtag are feeling a lot more comfortable in this game compared to the side of Neon Esports. RDP farmed up on the side of Reaper hashtag, has finished up the Eternal Shroud, going for the Aghanim Scepter next. And this game, the Aghanim Scepter is going to provide a lot of value because you are against a bunch of heroes that do like to right-click. You know, Tusk with the Walrus Punch, you've got Gyrocopter who you can stop with the Dive Bomb from the Viper Ags and disarm the Gyrocopter, preventing him from getting those flak cannon shots off. You can even disarm the Brewlings on the Brewmaster with the Primal Split. That's also going to mitigate a fair amount of damage that the Brewmaster can pump out during the Primal Split. But Reaper hashtag, they smell opportunity. They get a walk straight into the Rosh pit and take it down, courtesy of the Naga Siren as well as the Viper. And the Pangolier just constantly disarming Roshan, helping them take him down. Age is gonna go the way of Madmade as the world is now his oyster. He has free reign to use that Aegis however he pleases. And as long as there's 4 members of Reaper hashtag behind him, something good is gonna come out of that fight. But not this way, not if Gondry and Hong Kong get caught out first. RDP?
Yeah.
Standing like a bodyguard in front of his supports, he's gonna prevent the side of Neon from getting a good engagement. And Neon, I'm not too sure why is it that they're looking to fight over here. They've shown 2 cores on this part of the map, and the immediate TP out from the Brewmaster to try and shove out the top lane instead, and prevent the side of Reaper from balling up and taking their objectives down one by one.
Yeah. And again, looking at the itemization coming in from Enryu, he is going to get gone on by Hong Kong and Toy in the top lane. He'll be able to get the Primal Split off and has the possibility to turn this around with Hated coming in. He does have the Static Storm with the Kinetic Field to keep this Naga in place, and he will be using it immediately. The stun coming in from Enryu as well will be getting the Naga really low. He is trapped. But
and yeah,
will he get the song off? No.
Yeah, Toy ends up dropping over here. Big win for the side of Neon Esports, but they are gonna pay it with the life and blood of Fortune Soul as well as the Brewmaster. They both end up dropping. Manmade is there for the punish. Valky is gonna join his friends in death as the only survivors on Neon Esports' other two supports. Hated
Yeah.
as well as the Mirana. A little unfortunate that Reaper hashtag had to lose their carry, but that's still a decent trade for the rest of the team. And now the Viper, he's gonna start pressuring this tier 2 tower up top, and there's not much you can do about it if you're Neon Esports. This part of the map, the Dire Jungle, it belongs to the side of Reaper.
Yeah.
Prize is mine.
And Pango still has the ages for the next 3 minutes. So pressuring lanes is going to be the priority on the side of Reaper hashtag, and I think they are looking to do that, pushing out the top and the bottom and the middle lane simultaneously. Meanwhile, the bot lane T1 still stands. I think we have seen this pattern quite a bit, where the off lane tower gets taken down the least because it's the shortest, one of the shortest paths going into the side of the ancient. So they usually go for it the last. And again, this pressure really depends on how well Pango is able to play here. Again, we see him standing as far away as possible, waiting for someone to be showing in the lane. This Brewmaster hiding behind the trees. They are not looking to bring any reinforcements back to the top lane. So let's see how this carries on.
Yeah, he's just trying to do his best to prevent the push from coming through, but Maid has other plans. Oh no, Enryu
Dire's top tower
actually
is under
manages to
attack.
juke out the Pango here, will be able to TP out back to safety. That's going to be the Rolling Thunder on cooldown for 80 seconds, but nonetheless, Reaper hashtag, they'll still get a tower for their troubles. And Neon
Dire's top
Esports,
tower
there's
has
not
fallen.
much they can do to punish the Rolling Thunder from the side of the Pangolier. Okay, Song of the Siren coming in from Toy. They've got out the Disruptor, who's going to drop the Static Storm immediately right off the bat. Valky getting pulled left, right, and center on that snowball. But yeah, in the end, it looks like Neon Esports will be able to get, well, Madmaid's Aegis out of this fight, but they're going to lose Tsukimoto as well as the Disruptor here. So a little bit problematic if you're Neon here. I mean, not exactly the fight you were looking for. As you lose your top tier 2 tower, you pop the BKB on the Tusk, and all you get is the Aegis on the Pango. So Neon Esports starting to lose more and more map control, and as the map gets smaller for Gyrocopter, he's going to be forced to fight. The good thing is with the BKB, he can actually be a little bit more active and look to punish any plays that Reaper hashtag make. But it is going to come at the cost of Reaper hashtag having the luxury of just disengaging and being like, okay, you know what, the gyrocopter has shown up. Let's just all try to cut our losses short, get out alive, and let the Naga farm up.
Yeah. And again, as we head into a pause, if you look at the total net worth, the Naga leading on top with 12k net worth will cause problems if he's not taken care of, because he has died a couple of times, but then again he's getting all the farm that he requires, not being far away from his third main
Dire's
item. He
middle
already
tower
has
is
an
under
orchid
attack.
and a manta to escape from all the lockdowns that Neon has. And again, going to the heart of Taras, once he has it, it's going to be real problematic to deal with him. Meanwhile, it looks like there
Dire's
might be
middle
a team
tower
fight
is under
brewing here.
attack.
And if they are able to catch somebody off guard, they might initiate a fight. For example, this Beastmaster, I mean, the Brewmaster.
Yeah, the Brewmaster is going to get caught out with the Frostbite, unable to pop the Primal Split, will get cleaned up by the Sharpshooter coming through from the Hoodwink, and now Tsukimoto could be next. He stands next to the cliff, hoping to be bumped up by the Rolling Thunder, but no such luck today. Cute attempt there from the Mirana, but
Yeah.
yeah, cuteness is not going to save you from the Pangolier rolling in. That's going to be the death of another very important hero on the side of Neon Esports. And oh no, hated, is he gonna go down? Looks like he's gonna be able to get out back to safety so they don't give out any more unnecessary kills. But you can't have a Brewmaster dying so often in a game. It's gonna start to become. I mean, he can still have impact without farm, but I'm gonna hold on to that thought because it seems like Neon might be able to find some revenge over here. Gondry starts to fall, pops the freezing field. There's no stun available to cancel the freezing field, but he will force BKBs out from the gyrocopter as well as the Tusken. Now they found the Naga Siren caught in the static storm. If they manage to take her down, they could end up winning this fight, but Fortune Soul is gonna get taken down. So is Toy, however, and it looks like finally Neon Esports might be able to get some revenge, but no, the dive bomb coming through from the Viper Axe is going to prevent the Water Sponge from going through as Valky runs out of mana. They're still going to be able to take down the Pangolier, but in the end, it might just be RDP cleaning up shop as we see the Brewmaster starting to fall as well. Ogong is there with the Hunter's Boomerang as he manages to amplify some of that damage being dished out, and in the end, Reaper hashtag, it's going to be RDP who lives to tell the tale.
Yeah. And again, I think until the Brewmaster gets to that Aghanim Scepter, he is going to have slight problems with the timing on his primal split. Whereas on the side of Reaper hashtag, again, Pango did not have the roll there since he had already committed it. So they were not able to get the roll down on the Pango and secure more kills. So he did go down. And again, if we look at the Naga Siren, he has died quite a bit of time. He has died twice already. But again, he has already purchased the Reaver and will be looking to buy the Vitality Booster, the recipe soon enough, going for the Vitality Booster last. So if you look at the previous team fight, I think Reaper hashtag did fine. They were able to somehow get back into that fight and keep the lead towards their side. So going forward, until the Beastmaster hits the Aghanims, I think it's going to be quite hard on the side of Neon Esports. But once he has those, once he has the Aghanim Scepter, it's going to be pretty hard to be dealing with him. And I think looking forward to the Aghanim Scepter, we'll have to wait for it to be activated for Neon to get a more, recognizable advantage on their side.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Yeah,
under
I
attack.
mean, Neon Esports, they forced out the BKB on the gyrocopter as I'm gonna have to hold on to that thought because it seems like Reaper hashtag are gonna force the fight in their own jungle as they see the side of Neon Esports under the Observer Ward. Valky getting stunned up by the Rolling Thunder, but Madmade is not able to find much more. In fact, as soon as he comes out of that Rolling Thunder, the Static Storm is gonna be there right on top. Valky's gonna go down. The BKB has been popped. Sorry, it's not Valky, but it's Madmade who goes down as Valky gets ready for that kill. Gondry gonna pop the freezing field, and it's gonna force Valky to disengage for a hot minute while the rest of Reaper hashtag try and take down Fortune Soul. No such luck, but they will surely find Henry or the Brewmaster as the primal split ends, and he has nothing else to work with over here. Even the dive bomb coming through from the Viper, and that's gonna be two quick kills going the way of Reaper hashtag, although it does cost them Madmade's life. Bit of an issue there actually. Madmade didn't immediately swashbuckle out as the Rolling Thunder ended and got Static Storm by the Disruptor. So yeah, Neon Esports, they get some revenge out of that, and the Gyrocopter was also able to survive. But yeah, I'm not sure if that's the best outcome or the outcome that Neon Esports were hoping for. You see, the thing is, when you buy a BKB on Gyrocopter, you need to get a lot of value out of it early on. You need to kill important heroes on the side of Reaper hashtag and have the Gyrocopter live to tell the tale. If you keep popping BKB and you don't find value by killing, say, someone like the Naga Siren or the Viper, then that BKB has pretty much done nothing for you because you didn't really get the outcome you were hoping for in team fights. And now Reaper hashtag, knowing that the BKB is on cooldown on the Gyro, just walk into the Rosh pit and claim a second Aegis for themselves, which is again gonna be in the hands of Madmade.
And again, having the heart of Tarask on Toy is going to cause huge problems for the side of Neon, because now it's going to be even harder to get him down. If it was already hard to kill him twice this game, now it's going to be double as hard, because that insane health regen coming in is going to be a big problem for the side of Neon.
Yeah, but I do want to take a moment to talk about Fanclash. If you're there on the app predicting the outcome of this game, you could potentially win some really cool cash prizes as well as the opportunity to meet some of your favorite pros. So do check out the app. It's available on the App Store as well as the Play Store. And yeah, go and download some prizes while you're out here watching this game. Enryu though, in the meantime, he has got the Wind Panda out and running courtesy of the Aghanim Scepter. I'm not too sure what else it can do. Hated forced to pop the Static Storm on a Crystal Maiden. They are going to succeed in finding that kill. And RDP going to be next. He's got the Dive Bomb at the ready though. So it is going to succeed in disarming Valky and sending him a little bit further back. But Toy unable to find a good enough target with the end snare as Valky got forced out. But now Manmade getting caught out on the Pangolier does have the Rolling Thunder. Wait, he does not have the Rolling Thunder at the ready, but is going to be able to swashbuckle back out to safety. Oh, Toy getting caught out with the glimpse as he did not catch the Disruptor in the Song of the Siren, and now Toy could be in a world of trouble as Valky trying to find some sort of opening. The Brewmaster gonna get ensnared up, has been caught out in place. He will pop out a Wind Panda to work with over here as Valky goes in to try and find some revenge. But the Madmade Pangolier, he's creating so many problems for Valky as he's getting disarmed time and time again. The Viper's back as well. And Neon Esports, sure, there was a cute play cancelling out Toy's PP, but what was it all for? You're not able to secure a kill, you're not able to find Madmade either, and at the end of the day, it's just a BKB wasted and Valky's life lost. No net worth gain for the side of Neon Esports, as the two top cores in the game are both from Reaper hashtag.
Yeah. And they seem to be having control on the Pango here. They do use the Static Storm onto him. He does get quite low, but he's just able to walk out of there. He does get pulled back, but then again, he just dashes out of there, not being in any harm right now. And for the next 16 seconds, without the Tusk being there, I think they might be able to secure at least one Drax if they are looking for. But oh man, this creep from Andrew is super annoying. Just cycloning heroes, keeping them in the air for like 6 seconds. Yeah.
It seems like the gyrocopter is going to get caught out once again. There is a silence on top of him, so there's no way he can get his flak cannon off, and causing all sorts of problems for the side of Neon Esports as he goes in with the Rolling Thunder. Valky with the BKB snowball is going to end up reflecting the snowball back onto himself, so RDP is actually going to be in a world of trouble under the tier 4 tower, and with the glyph, there's no way Reaper hashtag can fight under this, but it looks like the ones who are dropping on Neon Esports and not the members of Reaper hashtag, as the Viper somehow going to be able to survive all of that, and at the end of it all, it's going to be the Brewmaster who gets taken down, and not the members on the side of Reaper hashtag. They're not even done yet. They're going to go forward with the Song of the Siren, and Toy is going to secure the lives of his teammates as he prevents them from dying over here. A great engagement for the side of Reaper hashtag. They're going to be able to reset, come back, and take another shot at the Neon Esports base. Man, oh man, that was a painful fight for the side of Neon.
Top barracks are under attack.
And I think it's not the best idea to be fighting a 3-man inside a Nether Toxin when the Viper has an Eternal Shroud. He's gonna have that 20% lifesteal. He's not gonna come crumbling down like you think. Even though 3 people are on top of him, all 3 of you standing in the Nether Toxin trying to get him down is not gonna work. The 20% lifesteal did keep him alive. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Toy is alone at the moment, but he just decides to disengage.
His teammates are nearby, though. There is RDP in the vicinity, so there's no chance that Neon Esports are going to be able to take down Toy. But the Wind Panda has been creating some problems for Reaper hashtag, because you have that AoE burst that deals bonus damage to illusions and are able to clear it out. Very, very helpful against the Naga, but in the meantime, looks like Rolling Thunder is going to get popped from the Pangolier as he's looking to find some heroes on the side of Neon Esports. He's going to be able to connect up with the Gyrocopter, gets punched up in the air, and in fact, Pangolier is going to run out of duration on that Rolling Thunder and gets cleaned up from the side of Neon Esports. Reaper hashtag don't really have any heroes in the immediate area to find some revenge kills, but if they're patient, they might be able to get an opening. Reaper hashtag
but then again,
still keen on taking this fight. I mean, I'm sorry to cut you off here, but it looks like they're going to do something extremely weird. They're just waiting around for Neon Esports to walk up the high ground. And Neon Esports, they smell something fishy. They throw out the scan. It doesn't really clip anyone, but they're not going to risk walking up the high ground blind. They send the Disruptor first. He stays alive, and then the Storm Panda goes through to scout things out. And it seems that they were aware that Reaper hashtag was trying to make a play. So yeah, Neon Esports able to conserve that lead, or that little bit of a lead that they caught by killing off the Pangolier. But I'm not even sure if I would call it a lead when you see the overall picture, because yeah, it's the Naga Siren on top in terms of net worth at 22,000, and the Viper at second position with 18k net worth to his name, courtesy
Radiant's top tower is
of
under attack.
RDP's plays. I mean, a little surprised that he's actually managed to get so farmed.
Yeah. And also, Toy carrying this Gem of True Sight being really effective against this Cyclone creep I mean, the primal companion that keeps
Hmm.
coming out from the side of the Brewmaster. So, and also he's able to get some gold off dewarding the cliffs as well, because, the active provides 300 radius of vision even in Fog of War. So, he's getting those dewards as well.
Out of
So,
my
I
way!
think I think right now Reaper hashtag with a 14k net worth lead will be looking to initiate a fight probably somewhere towards the bottom lane because they want to secure that bottom T2. They are getting into the high ground here. It didn't really have any. They didn't have complete vision, but they are sure enough that Neon Esports will be looking to defend their high ground from now on, and they are waiting right here for someone to be
Hmm.
picked off by Reaper hashtag. Let's see if they'll be able to
It's
catch
not
anyone
even my
or not.
birthday.
Yeah, no, Neon Esports are well aware of what's going on. They realize that they can only really take a fight in their base at this point, and they're
Dire's
trying to
bottom
figure
tower
out
is under attack.
what way is there that they can maybe take the win here in this
Mhm.
next upcoming fight. Reaper hashtag at the same time not too keen on throwing away the advantage and instead just gonna play it safe, control the dire jungle, and wait for the next Roshan. That is when Neon Esports get a time to fight them on somewhat of an even footing. When Roshan spawns, they're gonna smoke up, they're gonna move out of their base, and they're gonna try to contest the side of Reaper hashtag. And that time might be soon because it's only 15 seconds before we get to know if Rosh is gonna be up or not. 15 seconds for the minimum Rosh spawn. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's the best option right now. Wait for the Roshan, get it off, and then go push the bottom lane. Looks like Roshan will not spawn right now. He'll take another 1 minute 20 seconds to spawn. Meanwhile, they might look to maybe try and get a smoke play if possible. Or if they're able to pick off anyone from the side of Neon who have overextended or have left the safety of their high ground. Looks like Gyro is in the bot lane, pushing it out as much as possible, staying in the fog of war behind the trees. But then again, man, at 34 minutes into the game, being stuck up on the high ground for Neon Esports is not ideal. Almost 90% of the map being in the position of Reaper hashtag, getting all the farm that the Naga requires. She has finished up the BKB, she has finished up the Bloodthorn, going in for a Skadi soon enough. So, uh, this Naga is starting to look scary. What do you think about that?
Yeah, this Naga silence is definitely going to cause a lot of problems for the side of Neon Esports. That the silence that you have very good against Gyro, who has no way of dispelling it. So once the BKB is over, he can just be bursted down. The Brewmaster as well does not like to really build a BKB. So the fact that you have or like any sort of defensive dispel. So the fact that you went for the Orchid on the Naga is going to force out an eventual Lotus Orb from the Brewmaster. And now
Hmm.
it seems that life is going to get a little bit difficult for Neon Esports as they have managed to move Fortune Soul out of the base, give him access to the Radiant jungle,
Dire's bottom tower
but
is under attack.
I'm not too sure if it's going to be enough space for him to farm up his buyback by the time the next Roshan fight happens because Roshan is up and side of Reaper hashtag should be checking to see if it's there and it is going to be available.
Dire's bottom
And
tower is under attack.
I don't even know if Neon Esports have a smoke available to try and contest this. As
Look
Roshan
at all
will
the
fall.
effects on the Roshan.
Yeah, it's just. Let's see what else. What all effects were there? There was the corrosive skin. There was the disarm from the lucky shot. There was the mate slayer from the bloodthorn. There was the corrosive. Wait, no, I think I
Silence.
said that. Yeah, there was a
Yeah,
silence. There was
there's
the
the
minus armor as
silence.
well from the Pangolia's lucky shot as well, and the
And
orchid like you
Hunter's
mentioned. So it was
boomerang.
yeah, the hunter's boomerang. Yeah, the whole kit caboodle.
Dire's bottom tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
Now it's gonna
Well,
be them pushing the T2 bottom lane and mostly heading on to the high ground
Dire's
towards the
bottom
side of
tower
Neon
has
Esports.
fallen.
But then again, I've seen teams struggling entering the high ground. It all depends on how well Neon Esports are able to hold on to this tier threes. And if they are
Dire's
able
bottom
to
tower is
keep
under
it up,
attack.
if they're able to win the next two team fights, I'm pretty sure they'll be doing really, really fine. Then again, we'll just have to wait and look for this high ground initiation from the side of Reaper hashtag.
Yeah, the Primal Companion gonna get cleaned up over here, so the Brewmaster is gonna be lacking a panda when it comes to him trying to hold on to his high ground. But now begins the slow siege and the slow and excruciating demise of the Neon Esports space. Fortune Soul, thankfully, is racked up enough net worth that he can comfortably burst down the Naga illusions. But when the Pangolier comes rolling in, I'm not too sure if Neon Esports are going to have enough in the tank to repel that push. As
Yeah.
Reaper hashtag, they are a little bit scattered all over the map. The Hoodwink is farming it up in the dire jungle. The Pangolier is having a brilliant time just farming away all the lane creeps from the mid lane. As Neon Esports, they have pretty much no option except to try and fight inside their base. Now, the Satanic is being finished up, and if Fortune Soul is able to get his hands on that, then there might be a chance for the side of Neon to turn it back around. But yeah, I do want to talk about Fanclash just for a bit. Make sure you download the app and check it out. If you do end up predicting the winner of this series, you do get a couple of cool prizes. So yeah, if you're going to be watching, might as well download the app and see what it's all about. But Valky jumps in with a snowball. It's straight onto the Hoodwink as Hong Kong trying to run away and trying to grab him back. And Valky immediately TPs out. No Skull Basher on the Pangolier, however. So he is going to be able to survive with his life intact, but that's the BKB expended by the Tusk as he's unable to
Yeah.
find the kickback. And yeah, Toy, well, his illusions are gone for the time being. The Naga Siren not feeling too comfortable right-clicking that tower all by herself, so it's just gonna wait it out, wait for the illusions to come back, and with the help of the Nether Toxin coming from the Viper, Toy will slowly chip away at the tier 3. The Glyph is gonna get forced out, but look who's gone, and it's actually Madmid, and now Valky trying to counter-initiate on the Tusker, but is gonna get instantly blood-thorned up, and he does not have enough HP to survive the burst. 70 seconds, no buyback remaining on Valky, while Fortune Soul has been forced all the way back to base, and look at Madmid, he's taking down the Disruptor all by himself. Primal Split he forced out as well, but there's no one who's being hurled up into the air or be controlled at the moment. I mean, sure, you were able to get that tornado on Nagasana, but what did it really accomplish? It seems like the Nagasana is still going to be able to go forward and try and take this fight, but wait a second, Fortune Soul, he's still got the BKB in his hands, and he's going to be able to clean up the Pangolier as Reaper hashtag lose one. Valky down for the count though for Neon Esports, so there's not much else that they can do. And Toy continues to move forward, continues to hammer away at the tier 3 tower of Neon Esports, and Neon a little bit concerned. Toy walking forward, he's got the song of the siren, the arrow doesn't really connect onto anyone, and he's actually found the gyrocopter. Immediate notice off to dispel the bloodthorn, but he's gonna get pushed way back. It looks like it's gonna be the Hoodwink who manages to get the
GG.
kill with the help of the sharpshooter, and GG is called. That's it. Neon Esports, they are done as the first game goes the way of hashtag Reaper. Toy gets off his chair in happiness.
Yeah.
And boy, oh boy, is he pleased with themselves. Hashtag Reaper claimed the first game in the best of 5 against Neon Esports.
Yeah, and I think it's been a recurring theme with Toy where he does not look at the explosion of the ancient, just walks off after a GG has been called. So, again, looking at the draft, we did figure out that Neon Esports had a slightly better draft, but again, going into the laning phase where they swapped around the heroes and the Brewmaster kind of fell apart against the Viper, and the Gyro started falling apart against the Naga. I think losing that laning phase did cause the momentum to shift towards hashtag Reaper, and they were able to keep it going, focusing on their objectives, getting the timings right on the Naga side. And they were able to take this game within the 39-minute mark. So very well played from both teams. Then again, hashtag Reaper, I think in the series, this is their first win against Neon Esports. So it's a
Yeah.
really good start to the best of 5. Uh, Definitely will not be seeing a one-sided victory in this tournament, because again, Neon Esports is nothing to be laughed around. They are one of the strongest teams, so I think we might see 4 game or maybe even a 5 game series today, which I'm really excited and I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, Neon Esports. I mean, I was expecting them to be the favorites coming into this match, but hashtag Reaper, yeah, they're not messing around either. 580 last hits on Toys Naga side, and You can see the net
Yeah.
worth advantage as well, just firmly in hashtag Reaper's favor since the 15-minute mark. So yeah, I mean, Neon Esports back to the drawing board. Back to the drawing board for them. They need to have a look at this gyrocopter pick once again and see if this is what they want to go for, because when they put that gyrocopter down bottom, it didn't really have the impact they were hoping. The Naga was still able to run him down, and it seems like the gyro not having a good laning phase uh, really stunted Neon Esports' ability to take map control, because he could have joined those fights early had he found that Aghanim Scepter and Maelstrom in time. But he's supposed to go to BKB. He was forced to then pick up the Aghanim Scepter. So just that delay in item timings really costed Neon Esports this game, as #Reaper grouped up as 5 and took all the objectives. Got every single Aegis as well, mind you. There was no contest from the side of Neon Esports for any of the 3 Aegises. And with that, #Reaper, they'll take game 1 of this best of 5. But there's still potentially 4 more games to go. So we'll see who ends up taking the win there. And in case you missed
Yeah.
out the match before this one between Whoops and Ragnarok, it was Whoops who took the win against Ragnarok 2-0. And
Mhm.
yeah, we're going to be finding out who takes the series between Neon Esports and #Reaper by the end of this day. But yeah,
Yeah.
talk to me, Lava. Tell me, what do you think went wrong for Neon? Because I think it was a gyrocopter, and the way he was put in that bottom lane and time. But is there something else that went wrong for the side of Neon Esports?
I think Neo Esports did have a good draft, but then again, changing the lanes, I think, caused quite a bit of problems for them. I think being in the lanes that they're supposed to be would have worked out very well for them, because Gyro being a ranged hero would be less affected by the Viper in that lane. I mean, you were saying that the lane switch up was a pretty good idea. I mean, I did think it was a good idea, but then again, I don't think it really worked out how they wanted it to. So obviously, well played by both the teams, but again, Neon Esports still do have a chance to make a comeback, and Reaper have the chance to take away the series as well. So best of luck to both of them.
Yeah, that's going to be it for the first game. We'll be back very, very shortly with the second game in this best of 5 as we head for a short break. You're watching the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0 with our gaming partner Logitech and our official fantasy partner Fanclash. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0 with our gaming partner Logitech and our official fantasy partner Fanclash. My name is Fluky. Joining me for this one's going to be Lama. We've got the second match up in the best of five series in between Hashtag.Reaper and Neon Esports. And so far, Hashtag.Reaper is up one game, but there's still at least two more games to go. So before we head into the draft, let's actually have a look at the MVP from the last game and see who took the cake is gonna be
Yeah.
Solitick on the Hoodwink. That's a pleasant change.
Yeah, I agree. And he did a lot for Team Reaper hashtag. He was able to get those early stuns, able to lock down the heroes really well. And with his ultimate, he was able to secure quite a bit of kills as well. Leading into the end of the game, he had 9 kills with only 5 deaths on a support and 13 assists coming in. And even though he had just 3 items, I think he was really, really effective for Reaper hashtag and provided a lot. Throughout the entire game, securing himself an MVP. Really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, not the MVP I was expecting. I was thinking maybe it was gonna go to RDP on the Viper, or maybe even Toy on the Naga Siren, but it turns out no. Solitic took the MVP last match for the support, so there is still a glimmer of hope for all you support players out there. Maybe if you keep at it, one day you're gonna get the MVP. Although it's still gonna be
Yeah.
extremely skewed towards scores. Regardless, though, it seems like Neon Esports, they've got a fair amount of work to put in if they want to come back in this game because they now need to win four games against the side of. No, wait, actually, they need to only win three games. What
Three.
am I saying? They need to
Yeah.
win three games against Hashtag.Reaper in order to come back. It's not a fighting game. You don't need to reset anything over here. But yeah, Hashtag.Reaper, they're up one game. They did get almost all their Zoo heroes banned out in the last game, but they still somehow managed to pull through, picked up the Naga Siren, and was still able to get into a good, strong five-man death ball at around the 24 to 25-minute mark. So, yeah, I mean, kudos to the side of Reaper hashtag for still being able to find a way to, keep the zoo alive in spirit, if not in the draft. Speaking of which, let's just jump straight into it. Game 2 draft is live between Neon Esports and Hashtag Reaper. And so far, Neon Esports, they're going to keep it consistent. They bat out the Beastmaster.
Yep. And looking at the bans and picks, we have Neon Esports having the last pick this time, and hashtag Reaper having the first pick. They go with the Brood Mother, which has been led through the first stage of banning. I think this is the first Brood game that we are getting to see throughout the entire tournament, and I'm super excited. What do you think about this? Going into the first,
Yeah.
going into the second game, Floki?
I mean, the Broodmother is a very, very strong pickup. You need to have very
Crystal Maiden.
specific answers for the Broodmother if you want to be able to mitigate her impact. You need someone who can deal with the spiderlings. And who can even help catch the Broodmother because the Broodmother by herself is a very slippery hero. And Neon Esports,
Yeah.
they've got an idea of how they want to deal with this. They're going to pick up the Spirit Breaker, who I assume is going to be played as a position 4 at the moment, but could also be run as a position 3 hero. Now, Hashtag
Mhm.
Reaper, knowing this full well, could try and exploit the fact that Neon Esports have shown both of their supports by completely pivoting into a different style of play that that the Crystal Maiden and the Spirit Breaker just are not suited for. And
Okay.
all right, that is a super early Naga Siren pick coming in from Hashtag Reaper, and this is what I meant. I mean, Hashtag Reaper, now that they've committed with these two very, very strong, pushing and illusion based as well as summon based heroes. I don't know if Neon Esports are going to have enough fuel in the tank to take out all of the summons. You can't deal with Naga Silent Illusions and Broodmother Spiderlings at the same time. It's always one or the other. So, yeah, Neon Esports, they have some interesting decisions to make, and we'll see if they fall back on the Shadow Fiend if it is led through by Hashtag Reaper to try and
Mhm.
mitigate some of the impact of that Broodmother.
Yeah, definitely. And I think this is one of the very few games where we get to see a Brood Mother and a Naga Siren being picked. Not just that, but by the same team. Hashtag Reaper coming in and picking up both Brood Mother and Naga Siren, which have been led through to the banning phase. First two picks as their course is going to be interesting how the rest of the team will play around these two heroes. Because for the side of Neon Esports, they are going to have a bit of trouble because there is a reason why Broodmother and Naga have been banned consistently, and that's because of their effectiveness in the game. And now that Reaper hashtag has both of them, I'd love to see how Neon Esports will be able to take care of it. Maybe going for a more AoE based heroes going under their course, I think will be the ideal option. Leshrac would have been a really good option, but hashtag Reaper figuring that out have banned them, have banned out the Leshrac.
Uh,
Neon Esports going with the Lion.
um,
So
yeah, this is a bit of a weird pick. I'm not too sure why they've picked up the lion. One reason could be the shard enables you to just deal with the Naga illusions very easily, but this line is just gonna be cannon fodder for the Broodmother come mid game. I don't
yeah.
see what this hero does against the Brood. Now you do have a Spirit Breaker core, a position 3 Spirit Breaker, if I might say so. But I'm not too sure if that Spirit Breaker hero can deal with the Naga Siren as well as the Brood Mother. You know, it's a little bit hard to say the least. The Lion Spirit Breaker lane isn't anything to write home about. And while they do have a fair amount of single target harass, uh, hashtag Reaper can very easily navigate, I mean, or play around that with their next pick, which I assume is going to be the position 5 in response to the Lions. So, yeah, they're just going to go for the Disruptor here. An annoying hero to deal with, can cancel the charge midway. Again, prevents the Spirit Breaker from getting the full combo off with the charge into the Nether Strike. It's just not going to happen if the Disruptor is around. So, yeah, Neon Esports already in a bit of a pickle, and hashtag Reaper gonna secure, I believe this should be the position 4, and yeah, it's gonna be the Rubik.
Mhm.
And a great Rubik game, a lot of stunts to steal, any Crystal Maiden spell is good, so yeah, I mean, the Rubik pick makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and even getting the uh, spells off of the lion will be really useful as well. The hex, which will last longer, and the stun, which will be longer as well. So, Rubik is definitely a good pick, and I'm really liking the drafting coming out from hashtag Reaper. They seem to have a good synergy between picking off heroes, getting a good team fight, and scaling into the late game as well. So, I think the last two picks from Neon Esports have to be huge for them to even stand a chance against the lineup coming up from hashtag Reaper. This disruptor is going to be a problem as well for the course. And they decide to go with
Mhm.
the Bloodseeker in answer for, I think, mainly the Broodmother to stop
Yeah.
her from escaping. Because she, as you said, she is a slippery hero, and Bloodseeker kind of mitigates how far she can run through the trees and climb up on the high ground as well. So Bloodseeker is definitely a good answer, and with his silence, he's able to deal a lot of AoE damage as well. But Neon Esports still lack that AoE damage. Crystal Maiden, with her ulti, can be helping in that regard. But then again, having Disruptor, Rubik, and Broodmother, who are really, really strong against the Crystal Maiden, might not let her be as effective
Yep.
as she wants to be, because as soon as she pops the ultimate, she's going to be an easy target for the Rubik to steal it. So it's not going to be really effective here. And the Broodmother still has the potential to just run down the Crystal Maiden and the Lion. I think Reaper hashtag will be going in for a very early push, especially with the Broodmother and the Broodling. So Neon Esports final pick is going to be really important, and hashtag Reaper's final ban will be important as well, because they can mitigate how much effectiveness Neon Esports' last pick will have on their Broodmother and Naga Siren lineup.
Oh yeah, I mean, the Bloodseeker is also a natural maelstrom builder, so you're able to deal with the Nagasar and illusions rather well. You also have the damage amplification on the Blood Right with the first spell, so it ends up dealing a lot more damage to illusions. And Bloodseeker in general is very, very good against the Naga Siren as well as the Broodmother at any point in into the game. Not a hero
Mhm.
that can straight up go and man fight the illusions, but come mid game, getting a rupture off on Naga or the Broodmother can be pretty devastating and could force out a Lincoln Sphere or two from the side of hashtag Reaper. Hashtag Reaper gonna protect the Naga Siren and the Broodmother with a Zoo span. The final pick are gonna go for a Mars. Now this is a bit of a throwback and a half, because the mid Mars, if it is the mid Mars, can have a lot of impact on the side lanes. he is one of the few heroes who gets exponentially
10
stronger with XP.
seconds remain.
So if you're able to
Hmm.
get a Mars rotating into the
5
bottom lane, say at
seconds.
like 6 or 7 minutes with an arena and a spear, this Bloodseeker could be in a world of trouble. And
Yeah.
the rest of the heroes on the side of Neon Esports as well, they've got no good ways of getting out of the arena without the BKB.
Yeah, but then again, I think Broodmother is a much better
Select
option
your
for the
hero.
mid lane, and
Make
they
the
go ahead on the
ultimate
side of Neon
choice.
Esports, picking the Queen of Pain as the last
Yeah.
pick. So, as you said, the Mars is going to be the mid lane for Reaper hashtag, which is, I think, a really good option. Again, he has the sustainability to lane against the Queen of Pain as well, and RDP on that Broodmother is going to be pretty scary once the game starts. He does have a lot of potential to get early game pickoffs and has the potential to get rid of the tier 1 in the bottom lane pretty quickly with his broodlings. We'll have to see how Fortune Soul will fare against the Brood Mother. He does have a lot of AoE damage coming in and the rupture to keep RDP under control. But then again, as you said, Mad Maid with the Mars hitting that level 6 super early will also cause a lot of trouble for Fortune Soul if rotations come in at the right time and they're able to get him down really, really quickly. So we'll have to look
Yeah.
forward into the game and see how this showdown really goes. Again, Broodmother, Naga side, and really, really solid heroes have been picked up from the side of hashtag Reaper. And I think looking straight up at the draft, hashtag Reaper do have an advantage. But then again, we can't really say anything as last game we thought Neon Esports had a better lineup, but they still did crumbling down to Reaper hashtag in the end. So only time will tell what happens here.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be a very very interesting clash of ideologies. On one hand, you've got yourself, a Queen of Pain and a Bloodseeker, two rather mobile cores along with the Spirit Breaker, who are very good at getting in and out of fights. But on the other hand, you've got almost a death ball of sorts. With the Reaper hashtag heroes, you've got the Broodmother, the Nagasaran, and the Mars heroes that are very, very good at catching heroes like the Spirit Breaker as well as the Naga Siren. So let's see what ends up going down here in this game. Reaper
Yeah.
hashtag, they've got their work cut out for them. They've got some good ways to deal with the Neon Esports draft, but if the Broodmother gets not the Broodmother, sorry, but if the Bloodseeker gets a bit too big, then they could run into problems as the Naga and the Broodmother may not be able to handle the Bloodseeker if he hits his item timings with the Maelstrom and the BKB.
Yeah. And looking at the early game, Broodmother going with the slippers of agility, she is going to be annoying in the off lane. I think both teams will
30
be looking to
seconds
secure
to battle.
just two runes on each side. Whereas if you see Neon have come up to the high ground of Reaper hashtag, they will be looking to get some pickoffs here. But Naga's illusions will make them rethink their decision because all their three heroes will be exposed by the Naga illusions and they might
Yeah.
not be able to get a pickoff here.
Yeah, Neon Esports, they've got the better matchup mid in the co-op versus
The battle
the maid
begins.
Mars. But come mid game, Reaper hashtag are gonna have the better lineup at catching
Ooh,
out the Spirit Breaker and the Bloodseeker. And RDP try to be sneaky, try to create a web and take away the bounty room, but does not succeed. And this time around, it's actually Neon Esports who get themselves 3 bounties. So
yeah.
yeah, they're gonna be able to start off the match on a much better footing. And Valky having the more favorable matchup in mid means that he can have a lot more impact come mid game
That's my
compared to the last game where on Tusk it seemed like he had impact around 10 to 12 minutes, but after that he started to fall off as there wasn't the proper follow up from the Neon Esports lineup.
Yeah. But if we take at the possibility of last hits, although Valky does deal a lot of damage coming in with the Shadow Strike onto Reaper Maid, Reaper Maid does have a slight advantage when it comes to right clicking because he is a melee hero and has that closer range. So he will be able to do really well against Valky in the mid lane where he is able to secure a lot of last hits and get a lot of denies. He has 4 denies already coming up in the lane. That might seem to be a problem for
Denied.
Valky because he's not able to get the last hits onto these range creeps, especially with Mad Maid has been getting denies on. It's going to be really problematic for him. And if you look at the matchups in the other lane, as I said, RDP is going to be causing problems to Fortune Soul, but it comes down to how he plays the lane, which determines how Fortune Soul's farm is going to be at the end game. So let's keep an eye out on both the mid and the top lane for potential kills. But again, I think Valky has a good survivability with Blink on her side. So let's see how this goes.
Yeah. Yeah, Valky is going to get the bottle in time though, and Maid is starting to drop a little bit low. Doing really, really well in terms of CS because Mars does have more base damage compared to the Queen of Pain. It is something that the Queen of Pain tends to struggle with, but yeah, this early bottle is going to help out tremendously in securing some of these creeps with the Scream of Pain, and Valky should be able to find at least one bottle rune to make it worthwhile. Uh, as time goes on, this matchup gets better for the Queen of Pain, but the Mars is definitely favored a bit earlier into
Yeah.
into this matchup. For the time being, bottom lane seems to be going rather well for the side of Reaper hashtag. They've seemed to have fully zoned out Endrio on the Spirit Breaker as he's unable to really approach the creep wave being threatened. Uh, without being threatened to be pummeled in the face by this disruptor. And that's sort of the issue, right? When you've got a Lion position 4, he's not really a hero who's good at trading. He's not a hero who's good at setting up kills in the lane. But as time goes on, the Lion gets more powerful, and you sort of just need to pull back and try to get as many pulls off as possible if you're Tsukimoto. And because Gondry has done a very good job of blocking the strong camp, it seems that Tsukimoto is stuck here in this lane with Endryu, forced to make sure that he doesn't die when he's low on HP, and in turn, taking away some of the experience that the Spirit Breaker is going to need to be effective. Top lane as
Yeah.
well, going rather well for the side of Neon Esports. Fortune Soul on the Bloodseeker having a rather good time against RDP. Nice blood right to follow up with the Crystal Low, and it looks like Hong Kong will be going down over here as he gets right clicked down by Fortune Soul. It was a little bit slow on the last hit. Telekinesis throwback is going to be there, but Fortune Soul will still be there to get the HP back with the help of the Thirst. And Hated gets the credit for the first blood on the Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, I think he did try to survive as long as possible. He did use his fairy fire and the magic stick, but then again, the damage output
Dire's
was
middle
there.
tower is
He was
under
not able to
attack.
sustain for long enough for them to turn around even so. But then again, he comes back into lane with full HP, full mana, and having a salve and a mango as well. So see if they're able to make anything happen in the top lane. Fortune Soul doing quite well for himself actually. If we look at the total last hits, he is keeping up with the Naga. Although Naga has 6 denies over the Bara, who seems to be struggling, gets a run onto the disruptor here in the bot lane, but not really converting into any kill potential because again, these heroes don't fall that easily. And as you said, the Lion does not have the kill potential yet, coming in just 5 minutes into the lane. We'll have to keep an eye out on the mid lane though, because both of them are really, really close on hitting that level 6. And Valky with the blink has a lot of potential to get these early rotations in really quickly without the Reaper hashtag realizing that the Queen of Pain has been missing already. So again, the 6 minute rune I think will be contested for,
Mhm.
and whoever gets it will have the potential to maybe make a play happen in another lane. And going forward into this almost 6 minute mark, let's see what happens.
Yeah, both supports on the bottom lane dropping low, Lion and Disruptor sitting at a sliver of HP. But this enables the Bloodseeker to be a bit more active, and because the Disruptor isn't going back to base, it's actually making the lane a bit harder for the side of Reaper hashtag and the Broodmother up top. The Bloodseeker is still able to get a firm grasp on the wave, and while the Broodmother is getting a CS or two here and there, it's still very, very painful. And like I said earlier, I mean, this is just what happens when you sit on low HP in the side lanes. Your teammates are going to end up dropping. The Mars is sitting at half HP. The Broodmother is the one paying the price as a result. And the Disruptor gets a salve, but it might just be too little too late because even though he's able to heal back up, I mean, the Broodmother's dead. And that's another kill going the way of Neon Esports.
Yeah. And Broodmother struggling more than he thought he would. The Bloodseeker from Fortune Soul is able to keep him under wraps. And again, both mid laners have hit level 6, but the Queen of Pain is having the slight advantage here because she was able to get that bottle in, and she goes in on to
What?
Mad Maid
Valky?
with the ultimate, only able
Yeah,
to
that's a
secure the
bit of
kill.
a.
Dire's bottom tower is
Yeah, I
under
mean,
attack.
Maid is completely fine. A weird play coming out from the Queen of Pain. He blinks on these Sonic Waves, but there's still a Magic Wand available on the Mars, and looks like now the Spirit Breaker will end up dropping as he gets taken down here. But in the top lane,
Yeah.
RDP, I mean, he is taking full advantage of the fact that the Mars is low and walking back to base, making the most out of that move speed, and finally the Frostbite will get the kill, but Reaper, well, they're gonna have Maid come in and secure 2 kills as the Crystal Maiden and the Bloodseeker go down, and Maid is gonna get a lot of gold out of that simple rotation, pops the arena, finds 2 kills, makes his way back towards the mid lane. A very,
Yeah.
very effective rotations coming through from the
Dire's
Mars.
top tower is under attack.
Yeah, and I think even though the Broodmother was not able to survive, the Reaper hashtag are able to secure another kill in the bot lane on the line. Charge coming in towards the Disruptor, but he is far gone already, and Bara does not want to commit on to a full HP Disruptor right now. Meanwhile, Toy being on top of the last hit chart, I think he's having a pretty happy lane there and getting some kills off as well. He's doing really good for himself. So again, all lanes are pretty even at the moment. Then again, as we enter into the 10-minute mark, we'll see who actually comes on top in the laning phase. As the as Valky will be able to secure another Arcane rune, which has the potential
Yep.
for her to maybe go to the bot lane, trying to secure a kill onto Toy. She will have Sonic Wave in the next 9 seconds, or maybe even try to get a kill in the mid lane. Hated coming in.
Uh-oh, looks like it's gonna be the end of Maid over here as Valky goes in with the blink, has a Sonic Wave at the ready, but the Spirit of Mars pushes him back, and now with Hong Kong here, is he gonna be able to find the kill? Yes, he is. The dagger will take him out, and the Rubik soon to be next is gonna get cleaned up. Sukimoto gets the credit for that kill. And
Yeah.
Hated, yeah, he's gonna be around as well. So they find the Arcane Rune, they pop it immediately and are able to get some effectiveness or some value out of it as they manage to take down Hong Kong. It's gonna put the co-op closer to the Witchblade, and once the co-op has Witchblade, the Mars's life is gonna get a
Radiant's middle
lot
tower
harder
is
because
under attack.
he's just gonna be slow to a crawl with between the dagger as well as the Crystal Loa coming through from the Crystal Maiden and the Shadow Strike. And RDP, man, he's just getting bullied here by the Crystal Maiden. The Ruff just gonna come through from Fortune Sober. He's gonna get glimpsed back, but he still might end up dropping. The Blood Right ends up securing the kill. Valky is gonna join the party, take down Gondry, and even though the Crystal Maiden ends up falling, it's gonna be 3 heroes lost for the side of Reaper hashtag. Made forced to pop the arena, is gonna get the spear onto Fortune Soul as 3 people blink next to him. Trade God's Rebuke, and that's actually gonna keep him alive.
Yeah,
Made
I think
lives to fight another day, but had to pop the arena, and this means that Reaper hashtag, there's not a lot of room for them to make any aggressive plays on the Bloodseeker up in the top lane.
Yeah, and again, Valky miscalculated the blink quite a bit and ended up in the middle of the arena of blood. So that did not let him finish off the Mars. Now again, Valky is securing another rune. Will be looking to rotate to the bottom lane where Reaper Toy
Dire's
is
bottom
gonna
tower is under
might
attack.
probably get caught here by the Queen of Pain. She has the invisibility rune, and they will be able to find Toy. Will they secure a kill
Yeah,
here? All depends.
Toy has to be careful. He doesn't have the Song of the Siren just yet. Gonna be forced to TP out. Valky, more than happy with the outcome, is not gonna spend a Scream and a Sonic Wave trying to see if he can get the kill. Instead, he's gonna secure the farm, move closer and closer towards that Witchblade, because once he has that, his potential to kill any out of position hero on the Reaper hashtag lineup just escalates quite dramatically. He's gonna be a big problem for the Mars, he's gonna be a big problem for the Broodmother, for the Disruptor, for the Rubik, anyone who's there
Yeah.
to just face the wrath of this Queen
Radiant's
of
bottom
Pain.
tower is
And
under
Neon
attack.
Esports, I have to be honest, I had my doubts about their lineup when they picked up that Spirit Breaker second phase, but it seems like despite the slightly rough laning phase that NTU had to go through, their draft is starting to
Dire's
come
top
together
tower
now.
is under attack.
Uh, Well,
Yeah.
gonna take some time off to talk about Fanclash for a moment. Fanclash is a fantasy gaming app where you can download, you can pick, you can create a fantasy team of your favorite players, accumulate points, and win a lot of cool prizes. So do make sure that you download Fanclash and are able to earn some rewards while you
Dire's top
continue
tower
to
is under
enjoy
attack.
the match here at the Sky Esports Championship
Dire's top
4.0.
tower has
Back to the
fallen.
game though. RDP up in the top lane is gonna get caught out by the line.
Dire's
Tsukimoto
middle
pops the
tower
finger of
is
death,
under
and there's the
attack.
freezing field as well to secure the kill on the Broodmother.
Yeah.
And guess what? They even find the disruptor. So it's a buy one get one free at the zoo. You kill a spider, you get a dinosaur as well. Not quite sure how that's possible, but that's the logic in Dota
Dire's
here.
middle tower
Made
is under attack.
trying to pressure and force some rotations out from the side of Neon Esports, and he's going to succeed at doing just that. I mean,
Yeah.
he's going to draw his own teammates towards the mid lane as Fortune Soul and Valky both ended up TPing down there, and now Fortune Soul is going to go back to the jungle and start farming away. Valky, think he's finished up the Witchblade now, but with the smoke coming through from the side of Reaper hashtag, he could be in a world of trouble. He's going to push
Yeah.
out the
Dire's
wave.
bottom tower is under attack.
Then again, looking at itemization. Oh.
Oh yeah, they're gonna be able to find the Queen of Pain. I'm a little surprised that the Blink did not come through. But yeah, Mate is gonna be able to secure the kill as a result. And that's the first static storm of the game that enables
Radiant's
Mate to
top
find a
tower
kill.
is under attack.
Neon Esports, they're
Dire's
gonna end up
middle
losing
tower
the
is
tier
under
1 tower
attack.
mid as a result, as no one is here from the side of Neon Esports protected. But Reaper aren't too keen on taking it down. That's interesting.
Yeah. And also, I think we'll have to wait on Madmaid's timing for the Blink Dagger for him to be really effective to catching up with Valky. Valky gets sent back
Uh-oh.
all the way back to base. Man, this disruptor is always annoying. Neon,
Radiant's bottom
Ender, you're
tower is
coming
Uh-oh.
under
on with
attack.
the
Yeah, back towards the mid lane. It looks like even though Valky got sent all the way back to the base, Mate might still end up dropping. He's got complete vision of the Mars. Fortune Soul doesn't want to take any risks. He's gonna pop the Rupture and they're gonna find the Mars. Down for the count for
Yeah.
29 seconds as Andrew decides to follow some Spiderlings on that Spirit Breaker here. The mid tier 1 tower should be falling shortly enough. And Reaper hashtag, all they can do is wait for the Mars to respawn. Rubik, with the stolen charge, is gonna go forward. They're gonna pick up the Queen of Pain, deal a fair amount of damage. Valky pops Sonic Wave, looking to find a turn kill. Hong Kong dropping rather low, but the Static Storm has come back off cooldown. Valky just gonna walk out of it though, because there is no kinetic field available, and the Crystal Maiden could end up falling next.
Dire's bottom tower
Well,
is under
Aiden,
attack.
he's gonna get arena'd over here. He will eventually drop. Laundry survives through it all, and at the end of the day, it's a durable exchange for the side of Reaper hashtag. They
Yeah.
lose their Rubik, but they managed to take down the Spirit Breaker as well as the
Dire's
Crystal
middle
Maiden, and
tower
now
is
they're
under
gonna be the
attack.
ones taking the tier 1 tower of Neon Esports. And that's
Dire's
it, Neon
middle
Esports.
tower has fallen.
That's all they got to do around this mid
Are
lane.
scanning.
And this is what I'm afraid of, like the just the pushing potential that RDP has with all the spiderlings. Even though he has had a pretty
Radiant's
bad lane,
bottom
he's able
tower
to
is
secure these
under
towers.
attack.
He's pretty low on the farm as well, but I think he's able to catch up really, really fast in farm as well. Because farming as a broodmother is quite simple. Just throw down some webs in the jungle, rotate from one camp to the other, and you'll have really amazing farm in a very short period of time. So we'll have to wait and watch how Neon Esports will be combating this early push coming out from RDP, if they will counter push on their own or if they'll be looking to get more kills. RDP is being gone on here, but he's too deep on the side
He's
of Reaper hashtag.
Yeah, he's gonna be a-okay. There's no one who can really punish him in that position there. And something interesting has happened in the bottom lane. Nagasiren
Dire's
left the
middle
area
tower is
considering
under
that the
attack.
Queen of Pain was gonna rotate, and now the issue for Reaper hashtag is that the Broodmother and Nagasiren are at the same part of the map trying to farm away the same camp. So a lot of
Mhm.
farming efficiency being lost here for the side of Reaper hashtag, while Fortune Soul has got complete access to the triangle as well as the bottom lane. He's farming away. He's a little bit afraid that the side of Reaper hashtag are potentially smoked up and waiting around the corner. But yeah, now that they're gonna see the
Yukimoto.
Mars, mid. Yeah, Sukimoto is dropping low towards the mid lane. Even Gondry is dropping low. It's like a fight is breaking out. The freezing field has been popped. The Broodmother gonna get chased. Another strike is gonna come through onto the Rubik. He might get taken down by the Spirit Breaker as he falls. So it's gonna be a 1-for-1 exchange. Sukimoto falls, but so does the Rubik on Hong Kong. And yeah, looks like that's gonna be an even exchange for the side of Neon Esports so far. Bloodseeker continues to get some really good farm. Is almost done with the BKB around 18 to 19 minutes into the game. So Fortune Zone having a very good time on this Bloodseeker. He's about to get
And I
his second
think
big item of the game.
they'll be looking to smoke here to reveal Madmaid's Blink Dagger that just arrived on the courier. So they do get a smoke in. They're looking for the top jungle where if they are able to catch out the Queen of Pain and surprise her, I think will be really good. But she is on the side of the staircase, so breaking the smoke is going to be really important. And they get vision, get in onto him, throw the spear on, get the static storm.
Yeah.
And that's an easy kill. So a really good reveal coming out for the Blink Dagger on the side of Reaper hashtag. And I think from here on out, Mars is going to be a pretty scary hero to deal with because he has the Blink Dagger and he'll be looking to get the Deso in the next as his next item. Taking towers down from that point onward is going to be really easy. So let's see how they are going to deal with the problem that they'll be facing sometime soon.
Doi actually expends a song on the side and doesn't find anyone on the side of Neon Esports. So that's gonna be a big wasted ultimate. Sukimoto with the plays, making sure that they're not able to find anything. And Enryu goes in with a charge, clears out the entire Spider army from RDP. Fair amount of gold going into his pockets, into the coffers as the Spirit Breaker. Now, RDP. Gonna be forced to start from square one. It looks like, again, I mean, this has sort of been the issue, right? Like, the Broodmother wants to stay in the top lane and hijack this part of the map, pretty much make it unplayable for the side of the Dire, but they're still somehow finding a way to kill off this Broodmother and punish her for being at the top, oh my god, of the map, as they expend a Finger of Death and a Sonic Wave just to secure that kill. I mean, would have been hilarious if there was also a freezing field popped after looking at that Sonic Wave and a rupture on a random creep. But yeah, slight overcommitment there from the side of Neon Esports, but nonetheless they secure the kill on the Broodmother. And Reaper hashtag again, the map being limited really hurts their ability to play the Zoo lineup, but I'm gonna have to hold on to that thought because it looks like the Lion is gonna get gone out, getting caught out by Maid, who's going to instantly TP out after eating the rupture. Fortune Soul pops the BKB, is looking to find some kills on Naga side and dropping rather low and trying to TP out. Is he going to succeed? No, he's not. The final Maelstrom proc will take down the Naga. And now Hated chasing forward, trying to find Gondry. He's got Crystal Nova at the ready, but it's not needed as Fortune Soul will secure the kill with the Blood Right. And 3 quick kills going the way of Neon Esports as Reaper hashtag overextend, try to take a fight without their Broodmother and pay the price. Made.
Yeah.
Sure, he was able to get a kill, but at what cost? You lose your Naga side, and the Broodmother died, much before that. And this play doesn't result in any extra space for the side of Reaper hashtag on the map. If any play they make doesn't get them space at this point, it doesn't give them control around Drosh, I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah. And if we look at the damage output coming out from the Bloodseeker, it's pretty huge. And having the BKB this early on enables him to get into these fights, not being stopped by the Song of the Siren as well. And again, man, I think these Reaper hashtags lineup right now is facing similar problems that Team Ragnarok faced in their first game, where their cores required a lot of farm, and securing the farm for them was not that easy. Same thing we see with the Broodmother and the Naga Siren on the same team, not being able to get enough farm for both of them in on the side of Reaper hashtag. Mars jumping onto the Queen of Pain gets the stun on, will be controlled by the Rubik, and the Static Storm to secure the kill onto Valky. I don't know why.
Yeah, that didn't make much sense to me either, but looks like Hated is gonna join the fray as well. Gonna be forced to pop the freezing field, will take down the Spider Legs, but doesn't live for much longer as Maid is able to go in and get the kill with the Spear of the Mars. And now Enryu is trying to join the party. He's gonna be forced to pop the BKB just to dispel the ensnare and back off, and this could potentially be Roche for the side of Reaper.
That's really interesting. Like two unnecessary deaths coming out from the side of Neon. Not two. Sorry, two unnecessary engagements coming out from Neon. I don't really know why Crystal Maiden had to go in there. I mean, the Queen of Pain was already dead by the time she arrived, and the Bara charging in as well was not really ideal. He had to use his BKB to even survive. So I don't know what they were thinking right there. But again, coming in, the Roshan
Andrew.
Executor.
Oh no, 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 no. This has all gone horribly wrong for the side of Reaper. Hashtag. Sure, they get themselves Roshan, but they're gonna lose the Rubik. Meat has been ruptured. His team being cancelled by the Frostbite coming in from Hated, and all because of one miscoordinated play from the Disruptor and the Mars. The glimpse came through on Andrew, but it doesn't look like Made was aware. He went in for the arena and the spear, and now they're even gonna find RDP in turn. Brood Mother gonna get taken down. The Bloodseeker chasing forward with the Blood Ride. Andrew might end up falling, but it's still gonna be worth it as Neon Esports. They give up Roshan, but they find so much more.
Yeah.
Dire's top
Definitely
tower is
not
under attack.
what Reaper hashtag wanted right there, because they were trying to take control of the game, but unfortunately, they were not. The misplay coming in over there cost them that
Dire's
entire
top
fight.
tower
Not
is
just
under
that,
attack.
now the Naga is gonna have problems getting some farm as well. Because I think right now Neon's main focus is gonna be. Oh no, the BKB has been popped on Valky. He has to back off. That Ensnare
Uh,
alone had.
Yeah, that's. I mean, that's sort of the problem for the side of Neon. I mean, Neon Esports, right? They're trying to move around the map, making all of these different plays, but there's so much, miscoordination when it comes to both of these teams. Be it Reaper hashtag or Neon Esports. First, it was Andrew popping the BKB to remove the ends there. Then it's the Queen of Pain on Valky, forced to pop that to try and get out of that situation, and yeah, this is the unfortunate misplay, and it's the
Yeah.
power of having Fortune Soul on your side. I mean, that was quite unlucky for the side of Reaper hashtag. It's just a simple communication between the Disruptor and the Mars. And had that been
Yeah.
communicated, I think it could have gone a lot cleaner. But even though Reaper hashtag have found the Aegis here, they might not be able to convert it into a pick. In fact, Toy just gonna end up dropping. The Aegis is gonna be wasted. Made is gonna get ruptured. TP's out instantly, and Toy has been left to fend for himself. He's got the Song of the Siren though, so that is gonna keep him alive. And he's got the BKB, and then the strike will cancel the TP out, and Toy is gonna get caught out. He pops the mirror image, but to no avail as the Queen of Pain jumps in, cleans him up. Neon Esports finally finding the stride over here. And Gondry, well, he's gonna just make Andrew really, really upset that he couldn't get that charge of Suki Moto. What the hell is that Earth Spike? Mars blinks in,
Wow.
instantly gets stunned up, and now Gondry soon to follow. Andrew goes in on the Spirit Breaker, leads him up, Hayden pops the Freezing Field as well, and now the Brood Mother's gonna get caught out. Neon Esports, give us a masterclass in how to take down the Aegis and still fight from a disadvantage.
Radiant
Great plays
structures are
coming in from the
fortified.
side of Neon
Radiant's
as they
middle
catch
tower
out
is under
multiple
attack.
cores on the side of Reaper and slay them all.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is beautifully executed from Neon Esports. A lot of damage coming in from that entire team, and I think this is what they were supposed. Oh, the jump in coming from
Uh-oh.
Rubik.
Yeah, that is, well, that's good because they do manage to find the Bloodseeker, but yeah, I mean, at the end they do lose the Rubik and the tier 2 still falls. So while that looked cool, it was flashy, and you did get the Queen of Pain to pop the BKB, it doesn't really do all that much except get Rubik a little bit closer to his next big item. And
Yeah.
yeah, I'm not too sure if that's what the side of Reaper really need. I'm not sure if a Blink Dagger or an Aether Lens on the Rubik are gonna solve the issues that Reaper hashtag are having.
Worthy tribute.
Yeah, that's true, but it looks like Rubik is going for a Dagon.
Uh-huh. That might just be the troller. So, I've seen a lot of people do this. They put the most random items in their inventory, and sometimes it's just to confuse the spectators watching. And then they go up and build a normal item, and yeah, you just got there thinking that, oh, maybe like there is some benefit to going for the Dagon or the Rubik. Haha, you sip your tea like a gentleman. You try to theory craft 10,000 reasons why the Dagon is good, and then you just go for the standard items on the Rubik. Gonna have to hold on
Oh,
to that though,
meanwhile, on the top
because
lane.
yeah, RDP scurrying around the trees trying to find Enryu, but doesn't really find all that much, and both Valky and Enryu are gonna make it out of there.
Yeah,
Well,
and again, it comes down to these team fights. I think both teams are now at a point where, oh, a BKB gets popped
Radiant's
somewhere.
bottom tower is
I
under attack.
that uh, yeah, well, Hayden is just trying to
Okay.
check, just making sure that his BKB works. It does work. Can
Mm-hmm.
confirm. It's not a fake item. It's just gonna have to wait another 70 seconds until he gets to use it again. However, the Mars, I saw him linking in somewhere. I think it was towards Tsukimoto,
Yeah,
but he was very, very quick on the line to just fall back. And now you can start to see Neon's draft bearing fruit, right? You've got the shard on the line who's
yeah.
completely cleaning up the Naga illusions. You've got the Queen of Pain who's got a lot of items and a fair amount of damage, so the Naga Siren and the Mars aren't just able to walk around the team fight and do whatever the hell they want. So, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Neon Esports, I mean, this is their timing. This is when they're the strongest. Let's see what they decide to do with this lead. They ideally just want to wait for the
Yeah.
coming Roche fight, win that, and then maybe try to go high ground. But they could smoke up and look to make a play towards the bottom side. Unfortunately for them, all the cores from Reaper hashtag are towards the top lane.
Yeah. And again, if we take a look at the timings, I think this is the most ideal time for Neon Esports to assert their dominance, because as the time goes on and Broodmother and Naga are able to get their farm up, it's going to be really, really hard for them to even try and fight
Radiant's
into a team
bottom
fight.
tower
So
is under attack.
they are doing really, really well. They already have a 7K net worth lead, but again, at 27 minutes, they probably could have had more.
Dire's
They
middle
did
tower
play
is under
perfectly
attack.
until now. And if they're able to
Radiant's bottom
focus
tower
mainly
is
on the
under attack.
objectives, getting this T2 in the bottom and getting the T1
Radiant's
and T2 in
bottom
the top
tower is
lane
falling.
before going for the Roshan, it would be ideal. But I think all they look for is to get some pickoffs now and wait on the timing for the Roshan.
Yeah,
Dire's
they're
top
gonna
tower is under
just wait for
attack.
the Roshan. They're just gonna wait for Roshan to spawn again before Neon, before they make any significant commitments around the map. They've already gotten all the objectives that they wanted, with the bottom tier 2 and the mid tier 2 being taken down. So they've severely limited the amount of space Reaper hashtag have on the map. But at the same time, Neon Esports, they can posture around this Roche all they want, but if Reaper hashtag were to go on a bit of a fact-finding mission with a smoke, they would realize that Neon Esports are actually also just waiting for that Roshan, and could potentially catch someone off guard if Neon Esports are caught napping. However, Hong Kong looks like he is gonna bite the dust, but he managed to steal the bulldoze from the Spirit Breaker, which is gonna keep him alive, and that is a finger of death commitment. The same cannot be said about RDP though, who's gonna get cleaned up by Fortune Soul with the Rupture, and as well as Valky with the Sonic Wave. And yeah,
Yeah.
Neon Esports are able to make something out of that engagement.
Mm-hmm. But again, I don't think this affects a lot on the overall outcome of that entire fight, because again, RDP already being so low in net worth, he's just sitting at 11K. It puts him further behind, but other than that, I don't think it's going to cause a lot of problems for them. However, if Neon are not able to capitalize on his death, that is not getting a tower down at least,
Mhm.
I think it would have that death would not be counted for anything much. So even the Roshan is not back up yet. There's still 2 minutes for Roshan to come back. So
Yeah.
I think it's pretty stagnant on both sides for now. And if you look at the XP chart as well, I think it's sitting pretty even on the side of Neon. Neither team's getting a lot done, even with the Brood Mother's death. So I think we'll have to wait for some progression to take place, especially getting this T1 down and going into the
Yeah.
Roshan pit maybe after. Yeah.
I Yeah, I mean, they are just pretty much gonna wait for Roshan before we see the next major fight, like you mentioned. But the side of Reaper hashtag were able to find a pick off on the Crystal Maiden, and these small kills might seem insignificant when you're behind, but they really do add up. It could result in Mars hitting a key item timing a little bit earlier and turning the course of the fight. in the near future, he could potentially pick up an item like the
Dire's
Aghanim
middle tower
Scepter if that's
is
what he
under
decides to
attack.
go for, or maybe even the shot and get a two-man arena, courtesy of that single CM kill. So Reaper hashtag still showing signs of life. It's a little bit difficult for them at the moment to really take full-on 5v5 engagements. But the moment they win a fight, they're going to be back in this game. And Neon Esports, what they're really afraid of is the five-man death ball coming through from Reaper hashtag, because they've got some very, very strong team fight ultimates. Oh, Fortune told he's going to find the Naga side right away. The Rupture's going to go through straight on towards Toy. Toy trying his best to survive, but the BKB is going to be there. So is the Sonic Wave from Valky. They slaughter the Naga Siren, and the rest four heroes from the side of Reaper hashtag are on full retreat. Valky is going to go down, or is he? Wait, there's a static storm coming
Oh.
down to two heroes. Looks like the line as well as the Queen of Pain are going to end up dropping, but Fortune Soul is there for the cleanup. He is gonna make sure the side of Neon Esports are the ones who are victorious at the end of it all, and the insurance policy
As
comes
this
in
Radiant's
handy.
top tower is under
Fortune
attack.
Soul just
Yeah.
making sure that they don't lose too much out of that fight. Valky goes down, Tsukimoto goes down, but in
Radiant's
the
top
end,
tower
Neon
has
Esports
fallen.
win the fight, and Roshan is gonna belong to them.
Yeah, and I think that is the perfect timing for them to take a fight as well. That as soon as the fight ended, they were able to get right into the Roshan pit, and the Roshan just respawned as well. So for now, it looks like Neon Esports have the upper hand with a 10k net worth lead, winning most of the team fights up till now. Fortune Soul seeming to be a big problem that Reaper hashtag do not know how to deal with, because even with the Naga song, just the
Roshan
damage
has
output coming
fallen
out
to the
from
dire.
him having the BKB to not be slept for the entire Naga Siren song is enabling him to get quite a bit of kills. And yeah, I think Toy being ruptured is not the best, because even with the Heart of Tarask, it doesn't matter, man. It's a rupture. It's causing damage
Yeah.
percentage wise. It doesn't matter how much you regen. You are gonna die pretty quickly. So uh, let's see how if they are even able to answer to this Bloodseeker or not in this entire series in this entire game.
A gift from the tempest of
Oh
battle.
yeah, I mean Neon Esports, with this Aegis, they can try and push high ground. And oh, okay, Henry is gonna get caught out. The Bulldogs keeping alive for the time being. He's gonna get to pop the BKB thanks to the status resistance, but he
Yeah.
did not force out any major ultimate or any major cooldown from the side of Reaper hashtag. So the question remains: was that even worth it?
Huh?
Well, regardless of whether that was worth it or not, Andrew, he can still go around the map clearing out creep waves and making sure that all the waves are shoved in from the side of
Radiant's
Neon.
courier
So they can
has
still
been
take
killed.
about 70 seconds off, wait for the BKB to come back off cooldown, and then force some sort of reaction out of Reaper hashtag. Maybe, an unfavorable fight for Reaper, or some sort of reaction that's going to cause them to snowball and win the fight and potentially claim a set or two of racks.
Yeah, and I think with the age is still in the hands of the Bloodseeker, we will be unpausing right now, going back right into the game. I think the tier 2 is going to be pretty easy to take down, and with the age is still in his hand, they might be able to try pushing the high ground. But again, the BKB is out on the Bara for the next 42 minutes. Oh, whoa, okay. Lion
Okay.
comes crumbling down to the Mars, who has. Oh, it's an immediate buyback as well. Looks like they're going for another fight. The song does come out.
It looks like Fortune Soul is going to be caught out. That first Aegis is going to be lost. The Crystal Maiden taken down as well. Tsukimoto is here though with the buyback. The Bloodseeker dropping low, but there's an army of Spiderlings to heal up from. And the Queen of Pain not going to get caught out. Mid completely misses, whiffs that spear. Nice long range spike coming through from Tsukimoto, but it doesn't really connect onto anyone. In fact, it's going to get stolen by Rubik, and now Valky jumps forward, pops the Sonic Wave, doesn't find anyone, and is going to get cleaned up from the side of Reaper hashtag. As Neon Esports, they've technically lost 3 heroes. Lion is going to die for a second time. It's going to be a dieback on Tsukimoto, and despite the Aegis on the Bloodseeker, it's Neon Esports who end up losing the fight. A bit of miscommunication
Yeah.
there, as Enryu didn't even join that fight. Fortune Soul tried to back off, but Valky jumps in on the Queen of Pain. Sonic Waves a bunch of people, but doesn't really find any kill to work with.
Yeah, and Fortune Soul still has his Aegis of Immortal. He did not, in fact, fall there. But then again, he popped his BKB for no reason. Like, think there was no spell thrown on him, or he was not even near the fight, but he did pop the BKB, so it's going to be inactive for the next 37 seconds, which enables RDP to secure this mid, or maybe not.
Yeah, looks like the Bloodseeker again is gonna get gone upon. The Aegis will be lost, but guess what? The Crystal Maiden ultimate with the BKB is enough to take down RDP. Gondry could follow up next, but the Song of the Siren is gonna keep the side of Reaper hashtag alive. And with that, they are gonna be able to TP back out to safety, but it does cost them some very big ultimates in the form of the Static Storm as well as the Song of the Siren. And now Neon Esports, a window. They can go to the high ground of Reaper hashtag and start to apply some pressure on that tier 3, force out a buyback, maybe some reaction from Reaper hashtag, take a fight on their own terms, and then potentially try to claim a set of racks and close out the game. Although it doesn't seem like they're too eager to do that at the moment, because the waves are being split super hard from the side of Reaper hashtag. The Snaga and Broodmother doing a very good job of keeping Andrew in check and making sure that he's always going around, making sure that the waves are in a good spot for Neon Esports.
Yeah, and also what I'm scared about is the duration of the game, as it's leading into this 40-minute mark. If it carries on, Madmaid is going to get gone on by Andrew.
Yeah, the Finger of Death is going to be there as well, and this is the reaction that they were hoping to find, but this is not even at the tier 3. This is in their own triangle. The Observer Ward planted there by Neon Esports reveals the fact that there are 2 heroes in that vicinity, and the instant punish comes through. And with that, Neon Esports have another window of opportunity to try and make something happen in the mid lane. Unfortunately, once again, the issue seems to be the creep wave, always being pushed out by the Broodmother and the Naga Siren.
If we look at the timing, what I was talking about is as it hits this 40-minute, 45, 50-minute, as the time goes further and further beyond, it's going to be favoring Reaper hashtag quite a bit, because again, if we look at the farm, Broodmother and the Naga will be able to catch up on the farm, and how much ever Fortune Soul farms on the side of Bloodseeker. Meanwhile, in the bot lane,
this is not what they were hoping for. The Naga Siren silence ruptured, stunned, everything on the kitchen sink thrown straight to the Naga's head as she gets taken down. And oh boy, looks like Reaper hashtag could soon be in a world of trouble, as at least now Neon Esports have to try to make something happen around this map, right? I mean, the top lane is being pushed in by the Broodmother, so Andrew's gonna go and try to deal with that. But the rest of the squad from the side of Neon Esports can definitely make something happen towards the mid lane. Crystal Maiden trying to find a cheeky Observer Ward will succeed, but I think that was spotted, so an instant Sentry Ward would enable them to get the D Ward off.
Again, 16k net worth lead on the side of Neon, and the entire team of Reaper hashtag put back into their high ground. They're not able to leave the tier 3 area, because it's going to be problematic when Neon Esports decide to push onto the high ground again. As I said, as the time goes further and further, it's going to lead towards the Reaper hashtag side. But if we look at the net worth and how Neon has been playing, they still have control of the match, even going into this 40-minute mark. So in the end, it all comes down to how fast they can end the game. If it goes really late, I think Broodmother and Naga are going to be really problematic, especially cutting waves out. And I think they have a really solid high ground defense as well. They decide to go for an entire 5-man smoke on the side of Reaper hashtag, whereas a 4-man smoke on the side of Neon. Check the Rosh pit, but they might fall into a bit of trouble if they are caught off guard here in the high ground.
Yeah, Valky, he's gonna get spotted out, getting stunned by the telekinesis, and there's a Static Storm straight onto Valky's head. No way to pop the BKB mate. He's gonna pop the arena as well just to secure that kill, but look at the freezing field coming through from Hated with the BKB. They've cleaned up the Naga Siren, they've taken down the Rubik, the Mast to follow soon as well. RDP is gonna bite the dust, and I'm not too sure if the Disruptor is gonna be caught out as well, and I think this might be it. Like you mentioned, this could be the game. The double G's could be dropped as Fortune Soul farmed as all heck. He's got those 2 Rupture charges, he's got the Swift Blink and the Butterfly. There's no way on earth he's stopping this Bloodseeker from pounding into your buildings and demolishing your structures.
Radiant's
So
top
Yeah,
Radiant.
tower
they
is under
still
attack.
do have a chance to fight. They still have buybacks on the Mars, the Broodmother, and the Disruptor. But then
Radiant's
again,
top tower
is it
has
going to be
fallen.
enough to stop this
Radiant's top
dominant play
barracks are
coming
under
out from
attack.
Neon Esports right now? They are
Radiant's
shutting
top
down
barracks has
everything that
fallen.
Reaper hashtag has thrown at them. They will be able to
Radiant's
secure
middle
one set
tower
of
is
racks,
under
and
attack.
Fortune Souls going for another
Radiant
set of racks. But the
structures are
Glyph coming in.
fortified.
Uh, Makes him go back. Maybe they might decide not to take this tower down, but again, the entire
Radiant's
team
middle
being dead
tower
for
is
another
under
15
attack.
seconds, they are going to go right back in,
Radiant's
secure
top
another set of
barracks has fallen.
racks over here. It's going to be a bit problematic going ahead into the game for Reaper hashtag. But then again, there's still, Dota is a game of comeback. Even from 26k net worth deficit, I've seen a few teams come back. So let's see if Reaper hashtag are able to pull something out of the bag here in this game.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a hard ask for Reaper to come back in this game, but not an impossible one. So they're just going to have to keep their nose to the grindstone and make sure that they're able to shove out these waves with the Broodmother and Nagasan and Illusions and find some opportunities to make plays on the map. Reaper has been very afraid of making moves on the map in terms of finding some kills or finding some pickoffs. They have sort of just been relegated to their own part of the map, and there's never been a smoke out in order to catch some core off guard. Only now have Reaper actually moved out of their base, and it's not going to be long before Roshan respawns. So Neon Esports, I mean, they're going to be surprised seeing the Naga illusions in the mid lane.
Dire are
The
Oh,
scanning.
the
Lion's there
rush.
to instantly cancel it out, and
Radiant's bottom
Roshan will
tower is under
spawn.
attack.
Neon Esports, quick with the scan to figure out where the members of Reaper hashtag are, and they can definitely make an educated guess. In fact, they know exactly where the members of Reaper hashtag are. Great Sonic Wave coming in from Valkyrie right off the bat. They delete the Dinosaur Man, the Disruptors out. So is the Rubik. Fortune Soul has found himself a double kill to work with. Easy peel coming through from Hayden. And look at that, the Mars tries to be cheeky, tries to spear up Valky and then TP out himself, but he's not going to be alive to tell the tale. Fortune Soul's going to find a triple kill, and the only ones alive at the end of it all are going to be RDP as well as Toy, but RDP is not going to be alive for too long because he's been caught out and he's been taken down. And it's all thanks to the Spirit Breaker, providing them with the charge as they saw the Disruptor and the Rubik trying to deward their observer wards that were planted on the high ground in the dire
Yeah.
triangle. And that is what matters. Neon Esports making sure that they commit onto that ward and are able to clean up the members from Reaper hashtag.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I think that comes down to the last minutes of the game. There is no chance for Reaper hashtag to even throw up a fight here. There's no buyback on the Mars,
Radiant's
and
bottom
even though
barracks
Broodmother
has
has the
fallen.
buyback, I
Dire
don't think
now
she's going to
have
be
mega
really
base.
effective coming into the team, coming into an entire five-man squad from Neon Esports. They do decide to go back, just secure the Roche for the sake of it, I guess, because pretty sure they could have ended it right there, then and there, but they always obviously want to be on the safer side, secure this Roshan, get the Aegis, and then go back probably to finish the entire Ancient of Reaper hashtag. They will be looking to
Heavy
get the
tribute.
refresher
Yep.
shard, and I think it's a good idea to throw it on anyone, Valky or the Crystal Maiden, because we've seen a really
Your song has
amazing
fallen to the ground.
freezing fields coming from.
Oh no!
Ooh!
Oh no, the refresher shot and the cheese is still on the ground. Toy is gonna pick it up. The Static Storm is gonna be there perfectly onto two heroes. If they manage to take down Valky, this could be big. The Bloodseeker gonna be taken down first, but that was just the Aegis. Hated trading space with the freezing field and the BKB not being cancelled out. Sonic Wave is gonna be there along with the refresher drop from Valky as they clean up the Naga side and send up backing straight to the fountain. RDP got on the high ground,
GG.
and that's it. GG score.
GG.
Reaper hashtag are done with this game as Neon Esports will even out the best of five to make it a 1-1.
Yeah, I think if the entire team of Reaper hashtag was there, they could have uh, tried to turn that around. But again, if they were able to make a flashy play, able to steal that the refresher and the cheese, but then again, Neon Esports showed a dominant performance in this game, being able to. Although the game did carry out to 44 minutes, I don't think Neon Esports ever dropped the advantage that they had with the Bloodseeker in the early game. He was able to secure the lane for himself, dealing with RDP quite well actually, and having two main cores, that is the Broodmother and the Naga side on the side of hashtag Reaper. They were not able to secure enough farm for both of them. So I think that's the main reason that hashtag Reaper were not able to keep up with Neon Esports on this game. And Yeah, well played. I think we might see the Bloodseeker being the MVP of this game because his itemization, his timings, the way he had control in lane overall, very well played by the Bloodseeker. If you look at his items, he has a Basher, he has a Swift Blink, the Mjolnir Refresher. He had a refresher by the end so that he gets four ultimate charges, which is insane. And he had the BKB with the butterfly as well. So yeah, he was dealing quite a bit of damage. Even a tanky hero like Mars and the Naga with the Heart of Tarask were not able to survive the damage output coming from this Bloodseeker.
Yeah, the Bloodseeker scales very well into the late game, and you do need a nullify to try and deal with this hero if the game is going even, but the game just went completely in the favor of Neon Esports, so there was never the chance of RDP trying to pivot into a better utility build, playing less for the Spiderlings and more to just shut down the Creed of Pain as well as the Bloodseeker, so that nullify never came through, unfortunately. But regardless, 1-1 over here in this best of 5 series. From this point on, either of these teams, they can treat this like a best of 3. They can be like, all right guys, you know what, let's just reset mentally. Nothing happened in the last game, let's treat it as a new series altogether. It's a best of 3. Whoever takes the next 2 games ends up winning, and that's what's going to happen between Reaper hashtag and Neon Esports. So yeah, it's gonna be an interesting game 3 coming out soon enough. I wonder who the MVP is gonna be, but we are waiting a little bit longer on that until we have confirmation from production that the MVP screen is ready. But if I had to guess, I would say that it is SDG. So yeah, it looks like we are gonna have the MVP screen coming up after the break is over. So I hope you guys make your predictions as well, and hopefully you also download Fanclash and make some predictions there to win some cool
Yeah.
prizes. But yeah, very dominant affair from the side of Neon Esports. They made
Mhm.
sure that they addressed the heroes properly. They drafted in a slightly weird manner. They picked up the Spirit Breaker. They picked up, the Crystal Maiden in the first phase. It didn't really make sense much as a duo, and then they went for a Lion. It just made me feel like maybe maybe Neon had completely lost their minds. But the last 2 picks, they made up for it. They pick up the Queen of Pain as an answer to the Mars, and they also get themselves a Bloodseeker, so they're able to keep the pace of the game. But that's going to
Yeah.
be it for the second game in this best of 5, Lama. We're going to be cutting to a short break, and when we're back, we'll be back with game number 3 between Reaper hashtag and Neon Esports. Until then, you're watching the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0 with a gaming partner Logitech, your official fantasy partner Fanclash. See you around the corner. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0 with our gaming partner Logitech and our official fantasy partner Fanclash. No, that is not a different flow key. It is still the same flow key, but only with a different mic. So that you hear less background noise from my end. Apologies for that. But yeah, we've got the third game underway between Reaper Hashtag as well as Neon Esports. A very interesting first two games between these teams. It seemed like the side of Neon Esports finally developed some answers for what Reaper Hashtag like to do. But before we get into that, let's get into the MVP and see if your predictions were right and see if what I was thinking was also right. I predicted that the MVP would be Fortune Soul, and the MVP is Fortune Soul. Well, I don't really get a prize for making this correct prediction, Lama, but you know who can get a prize? Our audience. If they download the Fanclash app and they start to play on it, they stand a chance to win some money, some goodies, and even the chance to meet some of these professional players over here. So, yeah, do
Yeah.
make sure you download the app. But man, what a game by Neon Esports. Just dominant from the start to the end.
Yeah, definitely. And Bloodseeker played really well. He was able to keep the RDP in control on the Brood Mother, dealing 46,000 hero damage. That Swift Fling, the Butterfly, the Mjolnir, all giving him attack speed along with his ability as well. So yeah, I mean the early BKB pickup coming from him as well was really effective, dealing with all the magic damage coming out from the side of Reaper Hashtag. And now in this series, we head into game three. Both teams have one game each, so it's really nice to see when both teams are playing really competitive. Nobody wants to give up this match. Both of them want to secure a placement in
Mhm.
the grand finals. So we had our match one between Whoops and Ragnarok, where Whoops showed a dominant performance, winning over Ragnarok, throwing them out of this tournament. Whereas in match two, we are still only in game number three. Both teams have won one game. Both have the opportunity to take this series. So let's see how the matches go on from here and who will be able to secure that placement in the grand finals against whoever ends up coming from the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean they're gonna face up Whoops in the lower bracket, and whoever loses this match is gonna have to meet well their old nemesis or their old friends, whatever they'd like to consider Whoops to be. But we still got two games to go, at least over here, possibly three if you're really lucky before that happens. And I do want to take some time to talk about the way Neon dealt with what Reaper Hashtag were throwing at them. So Neon, they picked up the Crystal Maiden and the Spirit Breaker early on. That might not have been the best start. They followed it up with a Lion pick specifically to address the Naga Siren. And at that point, I mean, Reaper Hashtag were like, okay, this is a little bit weird. But yeah, they were able to make the most out of it, and then they had some really good picks coming in towards the end to sort of stabilize. But enough theory crafting about what happened in the last game. Let's talk about what could happen in this game as we jump straight into the draft between Hashtag Reaper and Neon Esports. Well, should be
Yeah.
interesting to see what Neon Esports pick up this time around as
Radiant's
Hashtag.
turn to
They've decided to
battle.
ban the Lina. Well, Neon Esports, they are going to ban out the Beastmaster in turn as Hashtag Reaper.
10
Looking to pick up a
seconds
second ban
remain.
for themselves. Could just ban out the Ember Spirit and target Valky once
5,
Five
more. But Valky
seconds
has shown
remaining.
time and again that he's got a big enough hero pool that he can make a lot of things happen in the game, even if his heroes do
Dire
get
team
banned
ban.
out. So,
Radiant team picked.
Hashtag Reaper, okay, they're instead gonna ban the Broodmother
Dire
out
team
themselves.
picked.
They're afraid that
Ember
Neon Esports could
Spirit.
have picked it up, and Hashtag Reaper will pick up the Ember Spirit for their own mid laner. All right, so it seems like Madmade is gonna be the one playing that Ember Spirit, while Neon
Yeah.
Esports, they have to be a little bit
10
confused
seconds
by this
remaining.
because they were expecting Hashtag Reaper to go for
5
something
seconds
akin to the
remaining.
Zoo, but
Hmm.
instead it's just an Ember Spirit pickup for Goldmate.
Yeah, I mean, they still do have the Lycan open out there. They might look that for a second pick, but I highly doubt they might show up for position 4 or 5 along with the Ember Spirit. Hashtag Reaper pretty confident on that Ember pickup. Ember has been really effective in most of the games that he has played in. He has that ability to reach the back lines. He has the ability to do a lot of damage in team fights. And on the side of Neon Esports, they're banning out the Pango and the Beastmaster. Beastmaster always has been and will be a dominant lane dominator, because he
Hmm.
along with his wild boar, and when he gets the helm of the dominator, helm of the overlord, it's going to be quite a problem to deal with unless you pick heroes specifically to deal with him. So to answer the Ember Spirit coming out from #Reaper, Neon Esports go ahead and first pick a Shadow Fiend. What do you think about that?
I mean, hey, if you know me, I love my Shadow Fiend, so I'm not mad at all that
10
this hero is
seconds
coming out and
remaining.
getting some love in this patch, because it's been quite a while since this hero has been in the meta.
5
Shadow
seconds.
Yeah.
Fiend is a very interesting hero because he is most often run as a
Begin to
carry in the
choose.
safe lane, but in certain cases he can even be played in the mid lane because he's actually rather good against the Ember Spirit, just zoning him out with the Shadow Razors level 1 and then transitioning to the Arcane Blink BKB build where you get a very, very long duration disable
It
on
is
some very
Radiant's
important
turn.
heroes. And yeah, that can pretty much enable you to set up fights all by yourself while still pumping out loads and loads of damage and
It is
taking out
Dire's
any
bottom
crucial
1.
targets that you might have on the #Reaper lineup. #Reaper,
Yeah.
though, they're going to pick up the Mirana. They've got a good combo with the Searing Chains and the Sacred Arrow, some cheap setup for some easy arrow kills. So we'll see how Neon Esports decide to respond.
Yeah,
10
and again, I
seconds
think we have
remain
seen
to
the
go.
Ember Mirana combo coming out pretty often in this tournament, where the gets the roots off into Mirana's arrow, almost guaranteeing a kill onto whoever the combo is put on. So especially heroes like Shadow Fiend and Shaman, who are pretty squishy in the early games, they will go down quite
10
easily to that
seconds.
combo. So the Shadow Shaman coming out from Neon Esports, definitely a
5
really good pick, able
seconds
to keep
remain.
control of the Ember for long durations of time. The stun on the Shadow Shaman is a very, very long duration. So Ember Spirit might be looking to be shut down by the Shadow Shaman again if he does not go down really quickly to the heroes of #Reaper. Then again, the bans coming out, Lycan does finally get banned out in the second phase, and #Reaper will not be having that
Dire's
hero
turn
in
to
their
ban.
drafting phase.
Hmm.
Bloodseeker being banned out from the side of #Reaper, I
Radiant's
think
ban.
Okay.
we saw what Neon Esports was able to do against them. So they do not want to face off against a Bloodseeker again. So it gets banned off. And the Drow being banned from the side of Neon Esports, I think again comes down to what we have seen previously, where the Drow is pretty effective
10
in the early
seconds
game to mid
remain.
game as well. And Neon Esports are probably looking for a
5
carry if
seconds.
the Shadow Fiend himself is
Aggression
not one who will
interrupted.
be effective in the later stages of the game, and will be focused on farming in the earlier stage. So let's see how the drafting
Yep.
goes ahead from here. That now that the second phase of banning has almost come to an end, and the next phase of the picks will be starting quite soon.
Yeah, I mean, Neon Esports this time around have switched things up with the Shadow Shaman pickup. Shadow Shaman and Shadow Fiend represent some very strong pushing power. It's actually deceptively strong how quickly this
Dire's
duo can
turn
take
to
down
ban.
towers if
Dire's
if
turn to pick.
left to their own devices. And Neon Esports, they could potentially pick up an Abaddon here. Usually, I'm not the fan of a position 5 Abaddon, but this is one of the few games that actually
Radiant's
justifies that
turn to
pickup.
pick.
If oh, I
Oh,
yes, I'm just gonna flex my call a little bit. I called it, just a more pushing potential for the side of Neon Esports. Good save against the Sacred Arrow. Addresses the Ember Spirit as well. Some very cheap and easy
yeah.
dispels and some heals to keep the Shadow Fiend going. So
10
yep,
seconds.
great pickup by Neon Esports. This just solidifies their idea even
5
further. And
seconds
#Reaper,
remain.
Mhm.
they're gonna have to address this pick. The apparition is in the pool, but that's not really a counter to what Neon
A true
Esports are going to try
warrior
to do.
never rage
They
quits.
need to find some hero that's going to be able to just run into the Shadow Fiend and sort of pummel his face into the ground. Something like the Primal Beast could be decent here. The Abaddon is pretty
Radiant's
Yeah.
good
turn
at
to pick.
preventing that with the Aphotic Shield, but #Reaper pick up the Sniper instead.
Dire's turn to pick.
Hmm. Oh, pretty. quick picks coming out from Hashtag.Reaper, going with the Snapfire and Sniper. I think again, really good picks overall, but I really don't see them addressing the
Radiant's
problem of the
turn to
Abaddon
ban.
and the pushing potential that comes through from the side of Neon. On the other side, Neon pick up a Dawnbreaker. Definitely a good pick. Has the a possibility to jump into team fights from anywhere in the map and also provide sustainability to the rest of the
10
cores with his ultimate.
seconds.
So again, I think Sniper is a good pick.
5
Like just
seconds.
solely going for the sniper, he probably will be playing on as the carry if the Ember is not going for that. So he's going to be pretty scary if he's able to get the
Each
farm that he
diamond's
needs. If
ban.
he gets the items on time, I think it's going to be pretty hard to deal with Sniper. And I think Hashtag.Reaper, looking at the heroes
It
coming
is
out from Neon
Radiant's
Esports, not a
ban.
lot of them have that potential to jump onto the backlines, onto the Sniper. Realize it's a good idea to snag the Sniper there in the second phase of picks. But in reply, Neon Esports do pick up the Dawnbreaker, who has that gap clearing ability. And I think the only thing remaining
10
for the side
seconds
of Neon
remain.
Esports is to pick up another core who has the
5
possibility
seconds
to
remain.
jump onto the sniper and get him down as well. I think Slark has been open here, so Slark might be a really good option for Neon Esports to go with. And on the side of Hashtag.Reaper, I think they are looking for another hero, probably their offlaner, who will be a really good tank for the sniper, who can take the focus off of the sniper and will be absorbing most of the
Hmm.
damage. So as we lead
Yeah.
into the
Each
final
diamond's
bans coming out
ban.
from both the teams, they decide to ban out the Monkey King again, another hero who has the potential to jump onto the sniper. Has been taken away, but the Slark still slides through the banning phase. So we'll have to go ahead and see if he gets picked or if Neon Esports decides to go with someone like maybe the Void. The
10
Faceless Void also a
seconds.
good option against Hashtag.Reaper, but the Arrow and the Snapfire
5
might not make
seconds
that a
remain.
possibility. But let's see how it goes from here.
I think it's unlikely that they pick up
Radiant
hard
must
carry over here
choose.
if you're Neon Esports. Neon Esports really want to put the Shadowfiend and the Abaddon together in one lane because that duo is very, very strong. Abaddon just allows Shadowfiend to sustain and also enables him to be super aggressive on the map where he can, I mean, not on the map, but rather in the lane where he
10
can just keep
seconds
pushing
remain.
forward with the Shadow Razors and doesn't really have to worry about being,
5
turned around upon.
seconds.
Hashtag.Reaper, they need some
Mhm.
sort of tank like you mentioned, but all traditional tanks like the Tide Hunter and the Underlord aren't the best against Shadowfiend. Shadowfiend is a hero, does a lot of magic damage in lane alongside physical damage too. So picking up the Tide Hunter or Underlord might not accomplish the best. They need some sort of hero that can absorb magic damage and potentially, get on top of the Shadowfiend. Centaur Warrunner comes to mind as a hero, but again, not the best. But I'm sure there is a
Dire's
brewmaster
turn to
pick here and there that
kill.
they could think
Axe.
about. But oh, okay. Hashtag
Hmm.
Reaper, they go for the axe. Good option
Yeah.
against the Abaddon actually, because you cannot dispel Berserker's Call. And yeah, pretty decent at skipping the wave against Shadowfiend and just not even dealing with the
10
hero
seconds
at all.
remain.
You just let the Shadowfiend have his game, but in turn the axe gets a
5
free lane
seconds.
himself. And once axe hits that timing
Mhm.
with the Blink Blade Mail, then the Shadowfiend is going to be in a world of trouble because they've got some pretty sick combos with the Mortimer's Kisses into the with the Berserker's Call into the Mortimer's Kisses. They've also
Enforce your
got
will
damage
upon the
coming through from the
battlefield
Sniper as well as the
today.
Sacred Arrow and some damage from the Ember Spirit. But Neon
Mhm.
Esports, never mind. They are going to go for another ranged carry in the bottom lane. It is going to be Fortune Soul on the Morphling. And it looks like Neon Esports, they are going to try to be a little bit greedy here with the Shadowfiend pick and the Morphling pick. Valky on the Shadowfiend, very, very strong against the Ember Spirit. And at the
Yeah.
same time, Fortune Soul doesn't have too bad of a time against the Axe either.
Yeah, definitely. And also, I think RDP on that axe is going to draw a lot of attention away from Toy because he will be able to jump onto the main front lines or even the back lines of Neon Esports and will be able to let Toy get the damage out from behind the lines. So, definitely a good last pick coming in from Reaper hashtag going with the axe. And on the side of Neon Esports, they go with the Morphling as their last pick again. Someone who can close the gap between the sniper. So it's definitely a good pick, but let's see how the game goes. Because looking at the lineup right now, I feel like I might have to go with the side of hashtag Reaper. Although Neon Esports have a lot of tower pushing potential, and that might come into play into the game. But solely looking at team fight potential and the laning stages, I might have to stick with hashtag Reaper on this one.
Oh yeah, I mean, #Reaper, they've definitely got a lot of cool synergies going on between the heroes, be it the Axe and the Mirana or the Ember Spirit and the Mirana. But on the other hand, what Neon Esports have is one very, very strong five-man team fighting based lineup. You've got
Yeah.
the Shadow Fiend who's got the big AoE fear. You've got Shadow Shaman to find any targets in particular that you want to lock
Prepare
down.
for battle.
Morphling can always follow
Mhm.
up on the Dawnbreaker, and the Dawnbreaker also serves as a save for the Morphling and Shadow Fiend if they do get caught out of position. So Neon Esports have the ability to take any fight anywhere. But on the other hand, what Reaper hashtag get is the ability to just to sort of try and pull and push from the Neon Esports lineup, maybe force them to group up, bait out the Dawnbreaker ulti, and then try and get some very easy pickoffs around the map with these cheap and easy combos between the Snapfire and the Axe. Speaking of which, they might have found their first blood in Tsukimoto here, who's going to get caught out on the Shadow Shaman. Battle hunger upon him, he's still trying his best to run back towards safety, and I think he might
30
just be able to
seconds to
make it
battle.
back out alive as he's got himself the boots of speed available. They do have vision on him though, and he is going to get caught out in the trees. He's actually sidestepped a bit, but he's not going to be able to stay alive for too long. The slow from the Snapfire will catch him, and there is the battle hunger. Mate is going to be there to secure first blood, and he could very well use the extra goal like up against the
First
Shadow Fiend.
blood.
So
In
Tsukimoto drops, pops
flames.
two tangos, not the best start for him, but Neon Esports might be able to get three runes as a result because the Shadow Shaman did lead the other heroes on the side of Reaper hashtag on a wild goose chase. So in the end,
Yeah.
I don't think Neon Esports are mad about that at all. In fact, they might even be happy that the Shadow Fiend starts off with three bounty runes.
Yeah, not just that, not just the Shadow Fiend who gets the three bounty runes, is the rest of the team as well. Whereas on the side of Reaper hashtag, only Madmaid is able to secure that first blood. So he's the only one who gets most of the gold advantage in this mid lane. Whereas all the three runes going towards the side of Neon Esports gives them an entire team lead going into this early stage. The laning stages are going to be interesting to watch, especially in the bottom lane where the
Hmm.
Dawnbreaker and the
Radiant's turret
Shaman will be
has been
looking to get
killed.
the kill onto the sniper as much as possible, and it's the Snapfire's duty to keep him safe and to put enough pressure onto the off lane as well. So let's see how the laning
Yep.
phase goes.
Yeah, I mean, so far, Valky having a decent time in the mid lane against the Ember Spirit, the side lanes as well not doing all that bad for the members of Reaper hashtag. It seems like they have the advantage in the bottom lane for the time being. The sniper doing rather well against, well, the weird lane of Dawnbreaker as well as Shadow Shaman. They are going to be able to get a fair amount of damage off on Gondry, but what they really want to accomplish here is stop Toy from farming. And with the Snapfire in
Yeah.
between the Dawnbreaker and Shadow Shaman as well as the sniper, that's unlikely to happen. Country might die a couple of times in this lane, but Toy is still going to be able to free
Hmm.
farm. It is only once
Yeah.
Dawnbreaker has got enough levels of the Celestial Hammer that they can actually start making an attempt onto Toy. But I think Toy is going to be smart enough to figure that out and move out of the lane when that happens.
Yeah. And we see a rotation coming in from Tsukimoto onto the 2 minute rune timings where
Hmm.
uh, the Ember Spirit will be missing out on the water rune in the bot lane. Definitely helps out Valky a lot because he will be missing out on the regen for the bottle and also that water rune bonus heal as well. So I think Valky will be pretty happy with that. He will have all his shadow races to deal quite a bit of damage onto Mad Maid, who has gone for the extra level into the Flame Guard trying to mitigate as much damage coming out from Valky through those raises. But then again, one raise,
Yeah.
I think one raise is enough to get rid of the early Flame Guard. So yeah, we have to
No,
see
no, no.
how
One
the
raise is
lane
not.
progresses.
It's two races. It's two races.
Two.
It
Yeah.
used to be one raise back when Shadow Fiend did have the stacking damage, but now it's two races. And with the
Yeah.
additional points in Flame Guard, and with the way the Flame Guard works now, where it only absorbs 70% of the magic damage that is dealt, yeah, the Flame
Mm-hmm.
Guard does tend to last slightly longer when you max it out.
Yeah.
But oh, Valky misses that mid raise, and even though he was able to get that melee raise in touch, Bait is just going to be able to take down Valky. He's got the boots with him. Valky's got another bottle
Mhm.
charge and a mango to work with over here. If he lands another raise onto Maid, Maid could be in a world of trouble, but no, the stacks run out, and Maid will be a-okay in the mid lane. A very
Yeah, and
close
also
matchup here. I mean, this. Yeah.
picking up the early infused raindrops also will help him mitigate more damage along with the flame guard. So the mid lane is going to be quite in favor of Valky here. Shadow Shaman again rotating to the mid lane to secure the 4-minute rune, the 4-minute water rune. Madmaid, if he does not get this water rune, will have quite a bit of problems actually, because he's not doing really well on the side of his region capacity. And yeah, the damage output coming out from the Shadow Fiend is going to be quite a lot for him to handle. He might have to go back to base before he even hits
Mm-hmm.
level 6. Meanwhile, on the top
Top
lane,
lane, hated, getting ticked down from the battle hunger. The last right click from Hong Kong will secure that kill as Reaper hashtag off to a decent start in the top lane, able to pick up the Abaddon, but yeah, they still can't stop Fortune Soul from farming, and the Axe not doing all that good in terms of last hits. He's only got 17 compared to 24 on Fortune Soul, so Fortune Soul having a fairly decent time, but the mid lane is a different story. In the mid lane,
yeah,
Valky just dominating the matchup against the Ember Spirit, 26 to 12. While in the bottom lane as well, Gondry is actually hit level 3 before Tsukimoto, and Tsukimoto might just end up falling over here with the help of the shrapnel coming out from Toy. They'll secure the Shadow Shaman as well, as Reaper hashtag
yeah, and
just really winning out these side lanes. In the mid lane, Valky diving forward, looking for the kill with the melee raise. Will be able to find it. Sure, he might die, but he gets a bunch of swag points as a result. He forces out two
yeah,
heroes to come towards the mid lane and help them out. And yeah, this is all right if you're Neon Esports. As long as you kill the mid laner and you die, it's fine. Maybe it's a little unfortunate that the enemy supports get the XP, but even then, eventually this
yeah.
mid-tier 1 tower is going to fall a lot faster as a result of what Valky is doing. Down in the bottom lane, this is what they were waiting for. They're able to get on top of the sniper. Endview with the Celestial Hammer and the Starbreaker breaks open that sniper's head. There's no shrapnel
Yeah.
charges remaining or toy in this bottom lane anymore.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, looking at the mid lane where two of the supports had to rotate in to get the kill onto the Shadow Fiend, they realize that Gondry is no longer around to keep the sniper alive, so they just go directly for the dive in, get the kill, and get the hell out of there. I mean, we see a rotation coming into the mid lane where Tsukimoto has smoked himself off. They'll be looking to get a kill onto the Valky, but again, Hated is right there to dispel anything coming out from the Shadow Fiend. So, I mean, from the Shadow Shaman. Let's see how it goes.
Uh-oh, that arrow is going to connect onto the Shadow Shaman, but is it too little too late? 3 raises on the Ember Spirit's head. Great 2-man stun coming through from Gondry along with the Scatter Blast, but Gondry is still going to end up dropping as the Shadow Fiend is there for the cleanup, looking for the long-range raise, but it does not connect. Made. He's got a decent amount of HP and mana, and Valky just continuing to pepper the Ember Spirit down with those Shadow Raises. And
Yeah,
Made
and
just having a
having
very tough
Hated.
time approaching this lane.
Having Hated in the lane as well, he's pretty confident that he's not going to die anytime soon, even if the stun comes out from the Mirana's arrow. He is there with the Aphatic Shield to get him out of the sticky situation. So Valky is quite confident. Meanwhile, in the bot lane,
Yeah, Toy is actually been able to sidestep the Dawnbreaker ultimate, and Envy is also probably going to end up dropping before he gets the kill on Toy. Toy with the outplays as Maid walks into the bottom lane, or rather TPs in towards the bottom lane, punishes the Dawnbreaker and the Shadow Shaman. gets 2
Radiant's middle
kills.
tower is under attack.
Toy off to a great start, but it is coming at a cost, and the cost is this mid-tier 1 tower. As Valky continues to pummel it down, and yeah, the Shadow Fiend just causing all the heroes from Reaper hashtag to rotate towards this mid lane this early on. 8 minutes in, and both the supports are already mid. Valky, Shadow raises the Snapfire down, now trying to fight the Ember Spirit. The rune will not spawn in this bottom part, and Valky, all alone in this world, is actually gonna lose Gondry to his name, but Ember Spirit quick with the Sleight of Fist as well as the Remnant. He's gonna be able to pick up Valky, and that's gonna be a kill going the way of the Ember Spirit. Some pressure relieved off of that tower. And yeah, finally
Yeah.
Made gonna have a slightly better time in this mid lane. Looking for the Sleight of Fist chains, but yeah, the Shadow Shaman is aware that Made has the rune.
Again, going looking at the last hits and the net worth of heroes, Morphling sitting pretty comfortably on top, followed by the Sniper. Again, I think these heroes are expected to be farming quite well, especially having really good supports on their lane. So, Axe has moved towards the jungle. He's going to be stacking the Ancient Creep, where he'll be able to get quite a bit of farm later on into the game. Or maybe even right now he might be able to secure it with level 3 counter helix, but he decides to come back for it later, going back into the lane. He will be able to push this
Prize is
out, but
mine.
Morphling not being contested here is seeming to be really happy getting all the farm that he wants in the world. Already done with the Falcon Blade and the boots, which really help him out in the lane and outside it. Keeps his sustainability up. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, the timing on the route with the follow up coming from the arrow is not right, and they do not get the stun onto Tsukimoto.
Yeah, and Tsukimoto is actually going to hold the Ember Spirit under the tower, buying time for his team to come in. But where is his team? The Shadow Fiend is nowhere to be found. The Dawnbreaker ult is going to be popped now. Valky joins the party, but it's a bit too late,
Radiant's courier
as
has
they've
been
already
killed.
lost Tsukimoto, and now there's 3 heroes mid with no purpose to serve. As Valky walks towards the rune, pump fakes the Shadow Rays, doesn't connect onto Maid, but still has been able to do a fair bit. Top lane, Fortune Soul should be claiming up RDP as RDP falls. Fortune Soul on the Morphling, able to pick up a solo kill, as
Dire's
Yeah.
top tower
doesn't seem
is
like
under
the
attack.
Axe's Vanguard was enough to save him there. Maxed out waveform, all magical damage, and Vanguard can't really help you block that. So Axe ends up falling, but Valky, yeah, he's continuing to apply pressure in the mid lane. Level 9 now on the Shadow Fiend, and once he has the blink, life is going to get a little bit difficult for the side of Reaper. In fact, he's actually not even going for the magic damage build. He's instead opted to go for the Dragon Lance, realizing that, yeah, they've got some very good pushing potential between the
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is
Abaddon
under
as
attack.
well as the Shadow Fiend. So, yeah, Presence of the Dark Lord, Curse of Furnace, Shadow Shaman Wards. Oh, wait, never mind. Looks like Valky is gonna get gone on the Mortimer's Kisses come through, but there's gonna be the Requiem of Souls straight onto Maid. Maid trying to Remnant away, will be able to secure the kill and run away. Hong Kong is there with the right clicks too. So they managed to take down the Shadow Fiend, but can they find some revenge? Serpent Wards being dropped. Gondry is gonna get taken down. Hong Kong might just end up being next. He's actually standing around trying to take down the wards. Well, the Sacred Arrow is going to connect on the Shadow Shaman, and the Shadow Shaman will fall. Endu is there. He's going to come and try to secure a kill, but RDP is just a bit too tanky with the Vanguard, and that's going to be 2 quick kills going the way of Reaper hashtag, all for Gondry's life.
Yeah, and again, Fortune Soul had to TP to that fight, and which lets Toy catch up on the farm compared to the
Dire's
Morphling.
bottom
So,
tower is under
Morphling
attack.
still sitting on top of the net worth with almost 1,000 gold difference between him and the Sniper. I think Sniper, if he is led to farm like this, it's going to be really, really hard. Enryu has to start focusing onto him. But Sniper, on the other hand, will turn around with the help of Snapfire on securing the kill onto the Dawnbreaker, which isn't
Yep.
ideal. So this helps the Sniper catch up and farm with the Morphling, who is going on to RDP at the moment.
Yeah,
Dire's
RDP
top
gonna keep
tower is
himself
under
alive there
attack.
with the call, but no longer has any business being in the top lane, as the Morphling just deals a bit too much damage for him to be able to sustain through it. And Neon
Yeah.
Esports, yeah, they just continue to farm away on the heroes, very, very content to just to sit on their part of the map and hit creeps. Uh,
Mhm.
Nearly 1k net worth difference between the Ember Spirit and the Shadow Fiend. Mate trying to hit the razors will connect with the long range race, so the Ember Spirit is slowed. Tsukimoto trying to go forward, trying to find the Hex, but another Remnant being forced out from mid as he's all out of Remnants now. This mid tier 1 tower is up for the taking. As Made
Yeah.
will just get a remnant actually. He did manage to find one. Hong Hong though has to be a bit careful. Mortimer's kisses coming through. Valky popping the Requiem of Souls. Might be able to find the Snapfire. Is actually just gonna TP out. Big miscommunication there from the squad of Neon Esports. They're gonna lose Tsukimoto. They're gonna lose the Abaddon, and the Dawnbreaker is also gonna fall as misplays galore from the side of Neon Esports ends up costing them
Yeah.
the life of both of their supports as well as their offlaner.
Not the ideal outcome that Neon Esports were looking for. On the other hand, now Reaper hashtag will turn around and look to take the middle tower of Neon Esports, which opens up a lot of map space for them. RDP coming in with the seeds of Serenity to keep him alive as he takes the tower down, and he will be successful in doing so. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Madmade has rotated to the top, knowing that the mid lane will be confirmed, but he does get back to the mid lane. I think now is when the sniper will be most effective. Like, he's gonna get his farm really, really quickly with the shrapnel and all the stacks that have been made for him, while the rest of his team, who have already secured the mid tower, will be looking for smoke rotation like they are right now, and secure some kills maybe onto the Dawnbreaker or the Shadow Shaman, who are both looking to go onto the sniper.
Mhm.
Sniper will be a really good bait here. The rest of the team not really knowing the presence of the entire team.
Yeah, and now it seems like Toy, he has managed to bait them out successfully, but he's trapped under the Serpent Wards, and Toy might just end up going down. No! He
Oh,
survives through it all. His entire team cleans up the
Radiant's top
Serpent
tower
Wards.
is
Toy
under
lives with a
attack.
sliver of HP, and they find 2
Radiant's
kills
top
on
tower
top of that.
has fallen.
Take down the Dawnbreaker, take down
Dire's
the Shadow
bottom tower
Shaman,
is under
and
attack.
Toy will be able to regen back up with the help of the Mask of Madness, but it
Radiant's
didn't
middle
come
yeah.
for
tower is
free,
under
because
attack.
Fortune Soul did manage to take down the tier 1 up top. uh,
Mhm.
Valky on the Shadow Fiend wasn't really able to make a play towards mid and
Radiant's
take
top
down that
tower
tier
is
1
under
tower.
attack.
So a little unfortunate for Neon Esports that they only get 1 tower out of it, but still, it's better than nothing. Reaper, on the other hand, finally showing some signs of life after that fight down towards bottom. They're able to pick up a
Yeah.
kill, they're able to even up the net worth difference and even pull ahead by a small amount. Although Neon Esports, if they're just given the time and space to farm away like they are being given now, they do scale a little bit better into the late game compared to the side of Reaper.
Mhm. Again, looking at the net worth chart, we have pretty similar net worth as the starting of the game. Like, there's been no huge differences in both the teams, or not a lot of ups and downs. Although Reaper have a slight advantage with the gold and the XP that they have gained from the last fight. I don't think they have any massive advantages right now, but if they keep the momentum flowing, if they are able to get this Shadow Fiend down right now, which might be a huge
Shadow Fiend gonna
possibility.
get caught out with the Searing Chains as well as the Mortimer's Kiss is falling rather low, but the Aphotic Shield saves him for a little while longer. Mid goes and eats the Requiem of Souls, gets speared up, is gonna get bursted down, and Reaper hashtag. Well, they tried to take a
Wow.
fight, they couldn't really find the Shadow Fiend, they have to cut their losses short and run back as Neon Esports respond with all of their heroes and manage to find Madmaid. No tier 1
Mhm.
tower out of this just yet, but when Valky comes back, maybe there's the potential for them to go forward and claim it and get some more space on the map. In the meantime, though,
Yeah.
Toy has been farming away
Radiant's
on that
bottom tower
sniper.
is under attack.
Yeah. And again, if we saw that the Dawnbreaker proving her worth, being very efficient
Dire's
with the
top
Solar
tower
Guardian,
is
able to
under
save
attack.
out
Dire's top
along
tower
with the
has fallen.
Abaddon, who provided the HP
Dire's
necessary
courier has been
for
killed.
the Shadow Fiend to stay alive throughout that
Dire's
entire
middle tower
um,
is under attack.
mess that was happening there. Because again, they initiated onto Valky, but they were not able to confirm the kill. Meanwhile, in the bot jungle,
Uh-oh, it looks like Abaddon's ult is gonna be popped. RDP gonna get a freebie over here with the Abaddon falling down
That
as,
beat you like a
yeah,
drum.
they make an incursion into the triangle. Don't find a lot of value, only pick up the Abaddon. But at the very least, they got something on the back of that. So Yeah, Neon Esports not going to be too displeased. They're just happy that it wasn't the Shadow Fiend or the Morphling that ended up falling. And now they might even find some kills of their own. Hong Kong gets caught out, but gets immediately blasted in the face by the Snapfire. And that's going to be the Shadow Shaman
Dire's
going down
bottom
as
tower
well as
is under
Fortune Soul.
attack.
Didn't really have enough
Yeah.
burst damage to take down the Shackle target in Hong Kong. Well,
Uh,
looks. Yep.
they might be able to make plays happen now, because again, we have seen this come out from multiple teams in this tournament where they let the sniper or
The
whoever their
jungle
main
has
core is
everything
focus
else
on getting
designed.
as much farm as possible, and the rest of the team, like we see here, the four of them, other than the axe who has gone to finish up his next item, that is the blade mail. The rest of the teams seem to be sticking together, trying to make plays, get some pickoffs, make as much space as they can for the sniper. And again, having an axe on the team who can be the center of attention, who can tank most of the damage, who can take the attention off of the sniper, especially from
Radiant's
Fortune
bottom
Soul's
tower is
Morphling,
under attack.
having that ability to
Dire's middle
pierce
tower is under
spell
attack.
immunity with the Berserker's Call, and getting all the attention off of the sniper
Radiant's
is
bottom
a
tower
really
has
good thing for
fallen.
the side of Reaper hashtag. And I think they have the
Dire's
advantage
middle
right
tower
now,
is
and
under
if they are able
attack.
to keep it going into the mid late game, I think Reaper hashtag have this game in the bag for now.
Oh yeah, I mean, Reaper hashtag, they've definitely got a lot of things going for
Are
themselves.
scanning.
They're gonna move into the Rosh pit and try and take this down, but it's not gonna be all that fast. Neon
Radiant's
Esports,
bottom tower
they
is
are
under
able to
attack.
connect with the scan, but it's on the other part of the map. I believe they
Sudden
scan the
death.
Ember Spirit and they don't really know that Rosh is going on at the moment. So Reaper hashtag might just get away with murder, but no. Neon Esports, they're coming. They know that something is up. They're trying to move into the pit. Oh, wait, Requiem being channeled out. What the hell is going on? They're just confused. Valky has no idea where they are. He's just channeling his Requiem just for the heck of it. And now he's gonna get caught. Great call coming through from the axe. The arrow flying in as well. Hated, he's got the aphotic shield. He's trying to look towards the Shadow Fiend, but the Shadow Fiend gets taken down. And now it looks like there's gonna be more heroes to die from the side of Neon
Oh,
Esports, as Neon Esports, I mean, they're just running around like headless chickens, get caught out. Shadow Fiend just could not get the Requiem off as the aphotic shield never came.
yeah, and yeah, like you were saying, right? They got the scan. They actually did scan the Rosh pit, and they did know the Rosh was happening,
Oh,
but
okay.
they were not there on time. And I don't know what happened there. Why Valky still stuck around? And again, this is what I was talking about, where the axe is able to jump onto someone like the Valky, get the call off, taking attention from Toy, and Toy was just able to right
Dire's
click
middle
the
tower
entire
is under
time
attack.
without
Dire's
being,
middle tower
uh,
has
you know.
fallen.
There's no damage coming onto him. There is no stuns coming onto him. He was just able to sit, right click the entire time. He was able to get two kills over there, two big kills actually on the Valkyrie and the Dawnbreakers. So definitely looking really, really good for Reaper hashtag now. And with that fight, they get an advantage of over 6k in net worth, and they get the ages to make more plays as well. If they're able to get this top tier 2, and then they can engage into another fight as well. So for now, it's looking really, really good for the side of Reaper hashtag.
Yeah, Reaper, I mean, with one swift stroke, they're able to get themselves ages. They win a fight real quickly, and they also manage to take down the mid tier 2 tower. So, Neon Esports now sitting on the back pedal are going to be careful about the map movements,
Oh
because
no.
otherwise this happens. An arrow comes flying through out of nowhere to follow up with the Searing Chains, and the Abaddon is also going to get taken down. There's the dunk coming through from RDP, and Neon Esports
Yeah.
lose to again. Reaper hashtag applying the pressure across the map, making the most out of the Sages, and they might even go knocking on the
Dire's
tier 3
middle
towers
tower
of Neon
is under
Esports.
attack.
Mhm. Again, if on the Abaddon he's not able to use the borrowed
Dire's
time
structures are
in,
fortified.
like, before he falls
Dire's
down
middle
to a
tower
certain
is under
health
attack.
threshold, this axe is just gonna cull him down. So like right now,
Radiant's bottom
at
tower
350
is
damage,
under
he's gonna
attack.
be culling him down pretty
Radiant's bottom
easily,
tower has
and
fallen.
that's not really ideal for the Abaddon to be dying like that. So he should be popping his
Radiant
ultimate before he
structures are
falls below
fortified.
that threshold. Then again, the
Dire's
sniper
middle
on the
tower
back
has
line's just
fallen.
gonna get everyone down. The TP coming in from Fortune Soul, but I really doubt they'll be able to stop this tower push coming in
Mhm.
from the sniper, they do decide to back off. A four-man smoke coming in from the side of Neon. But again, sniper is a hero who does not need to be up close and personal with the a barrack, so he is able to get it down
Radiant's
from pretty
bottom
far
tower
away.
is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, already you can see that the Rax has lost around 20% HP. Toy, he's eating a little bit of a rust, but that's okay. He's got Mask of Madness to heal up at the side.
Dire's
Requiem
middle
is going to get
barracks are
popped,
under
and
attack.
looks like Neon Esports are willing to take this fight. RDP still very tanky, though, with the Berserker's Call. Is going to be able to survive. Valky still pummeling him down, though. Is he going to be able to find the kill? Yes, he is. Valky picks up the kill onto the Axe,
Radiant's
and now
top
Toy
tower
trying
is
his
under
best to survive.
attack.
Axe is going to buy back. Gondry eating a few Shadow Razors. Morphling going to go away on Fortune Soul. And looks like he's not going to be able to finish off Gondry. Meanwhile, the sniper just standing his ground and pummeling heroes onto Neon Esports. He's taken down the Shadow Shaman, took down the Abaddon. He's finally going to get surrounded by the members of Neon Esports, but he's
Oh my
still
god.
standing strong. An ultra kill for Toy as he takes down the Morphling, looking for the Rampage. Going into Valky inside his own base. The call is going to be
Rampage.
there. RDP tried to be the spoil sport with the Culling Blade, but does not get to do so.
Dire's
Toy
middle
gets
barracks
the
are under
Rampage.
attack.
That is a GG. Well played gets called.
Radiant
Leon Esports
victory.
are done.
Wow.
Wow.
I
And
was
look at
not
Batman, he's
expecting.
already moved on in life. I mean, he is pulling stuff out of his bag and trying to eat and make sure he's well and sustained and ready for his full best of five.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I really did not expect a sniper game to end in 23 minutes, because usually when I play in my game sniper, it goes on to 50, 60 minutes. But these players are really experienced. They know what they're doing, focusing on objectives, getting those team kills, getting that team fight on. And man, that was a brilliant show, brilliant performance coming in from the side of Reaper Hashtag. They were able to play that really, really well, getting that much farm onto the sniper. He already had a dateless, so he is going to be just standing his ground. Axe taking away all the damage. He's going to take away all the importance of a team fight away from the sniper towards himself. So yeah, I think from the drafting phase, I really liked how Hashtag Reaper drafted. But looking at their gameplay, looking how they played, I think it was one of their best games so far. And they are putting up a really, really strong fight against Neon Esports. They want to have this series go into their name. They want to secure that spot in the finals. And again, last time Neon Esports showed really dominant performance against Hashtag Reaper and won 2-0 against them. But this time, Hashtag Reaper is nowhere close to that. They already have two games in their bag, whereas Neon has been able to secure only one game in this best of five series, just one game closer to securing that space in the finals. And Neon Esports still having those two games to go. And if you look at the stats, if you look at the XP, the net worth, it's mostly been on the side of Reaper Hashtag, except the early game where Neon Esports showed a bit of an advantage. But coming down to the latest stages of the game, as soon as it hit that 15-minute mark around the Roshan pit, where they lost quite a few heroes and they lost a team fight, I think from there on, just Reaper Hashtag had a clear advantage with the sniper getting all that farm, securing an ultra kill. He gets a rampage in the end, and Neon Esports had nothing to do. Call GG and hope the best in their next two games coming out.
Yeah, I mean, that was rough for Neon Esports. I believe that they had the better draft, but they made some very crucial mistakes leading up to that 10 to 12 minute mark. They were trying to force that mid tier one, were a little bit unsuccessful. Then there is a bit of a weird engagement where I believe it was one of the supports. I think it was Tsukimoto who got caught out. The Shadow Fiend tried to respond to it and get some return kills, but they weren't really successful, and he ended up baiting his entire team, and his entire team
Yeah.
ended up getting killed. He TP'd out after that, and yeah, I'm not too sure what happened in that game. Neon Esports, there definitely seemed to be some communication issues because even in the bottom lane, when they were going or making a play for Toy's life, Toy was just able to sidestep and just live through it all. And
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, these sorts of tiny, tiny errors, they start to add up. And if you're not careful, in the long run, this could really hurt you. I mean, this is not just about, this particular best of five, but it's also about the mental aspect. You make small misplays like these, you start to lose faith in your teammates, and then things can take a turn for the worst. But that's not how Neon Esports got to this point. Neon Esports got to this point because they're a very, very strong team, and I think they're going to find their balance in Game 4. But before we move on to that, we are going to be coming to a short break. Until then, you're watching the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0 with our gaming partner Logitech, as well as our official fantasy partner Fanclash. My name is Floki, with me is Lama, and we'll be back in just a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0 along with our gaming partner Logitech and our official fantasy partner Fanclash. My name is Fluky. Joining me for this one is going to be Lama. We are at the fourth match between in the BO5, not the BO3, between Reaper hashtag as well as Neon Esports. But before we jump into a discussion about that, let's have a look at the MVP for the last game and see who it is. Drumroll, it is going to be the carry from #Reaper Toy.
Yeah.
There it is. Yeah, I was just guessing. I don't even know if it was going to be Toy. It would have looked incredibly stupid if it turned out to be someone else. But fortunately for me, it works out. So yeah, it is going to be Toy getting the MVP. But man, what a dominant display coming out from #Reaper in a BO5. They're up one
Mhm.
game now, and they only need one more to close out the series and secure their slot in the grand final. So, I mean, I don't know what to say, but it seems like things are starting to get a little bit difficult for the side of Neon.
Yeah, definitely. If they are able to win this next game, it's going to be a huge upset because I think Neons were the favorite going into this matchup, and now they are already one game behind Reaper hashtag. They have come out with two wins already in the three games that they have played, and again today's match, if Whoops just rolled down. Winning over Ragnarok, and in match two, Neon Esports winning one game, and Reaper already have secured two wins. So only one more win for them to secure a spot in the grand finals. Again, this is really unexpected because I think majority of the fans in our Twitch channel as well have been rooting for Neon Esports, and if Reaper
Yep.
hashtag are able to throw them down to the lower bracket. Right now, it's going to be a huge upset coming in. So, I think we already have our drafting stage started for the game four in this best of five series, and let's head right into it. The first phase of bans have already come through with Marcy and the Broodmother Neon Esports banning out the Pango and the Beastmaster. Reaper immediately going in for that Ember Spirit first pick. It worked out really well for them last game. And as I said, if it's not broken, don't fix it. And they go with the Ember Spirit, whereas Mirana has been taken away from them by Neon Esports. Mirana Tiny is a really, really good combo with that Avalanche Toss combo into the arrow. Will probably secure a kill on any of the supports. So a really solid draft
Mhm.
coming in from both the teams. Hoodwink being picked up by Reaper has worked out well for them in the past, and does take care of a lot of problems that Tiny and Mirana cause through their combos. So yeah, I think both teams now having played a lot of games to against each other are pretty familiar with the how their opponents think and are pretty quick in this drafting phase. Now as we
Yeah.
head into the second phase of the bans, I think we'll see more of the cores being banned out from the side of Reaper and Neon Esports. And what do you think about the Tiny? Do you think he's going to be is position four, or do you think we're going to see him in a different lane this time?
I think from the side of Neon Esports, Tsukimoto is usually the Mirana player, so it is going to be a position 5 tiny, which means again that there's going to be a ranged carry coming through from Neon Esports, most likely in their lane, unless the situation asks for a specific counter. Maybe you play up against an Underlord and you want to pick up something like the Monkey King. Because Neon Esports have
Okay.
last pick, they do have those options available. But yeah, Neon Esports very clear in what they want to ban out. They just do not want to play against the #Reaper Zoo, and they don't even want to pick the line again. So they'll just ban out the Naga Siren instead. And now Neon Esports they have to respond to Hoodwink and Ember Spirit, two heroes who are very agile and mobile around the map in catching and setting up pickoffs. And the best way to deal with that, according to Neon Esports, is going to be the disruptor pickup coming through. So it is going to be a core Mirana or a core Tiny, like you mentioned earlier. And it seems
Yeah.
that Neon Esports, yeah, they're going to try to do something a little bit different here in this game four.
Yeah, and Disruptor coming in from the side of Neon Esports, I think it has worked out well for them. Does provide a lot of potential in catching out the Ember Spirit, where the Static Storm will probably disable him for quite a while if he is locked down inside it. And on the side of Neon Esports, they also come out with the Naga ban. They do not want to see another Naga being picked up from the side of Reaper hashtag, and they show an early Sand King here. Again, the carry from Neon Esports has not been revealed, so we don't know who's going to be there. And the sniper again from #Reaper. They are pretty confident with this hero, looks like. And in the last game, we cannot argue anything. The sniper was very effective. He was able to
Hmm.
deal the damage necessary for #Reaper. But on the other hand, in this game, they do not have an axe to take all the attention off of the sniper. Instead, they have a Sand King who is more of an invisible hero. He likes to stay hidden and will not be taking most of the attention off of the sniper. So we'll see how this game goes ahead, and if Neon Esports will be picking heroes that are able to close gap onto the sniper, especially coming in to their off lane, or probably their mid pick is going to be last. I'm
Hmm.
not sure which one. Yeah, think if they are able to get one solid hero who can take care of the sniper, Neon Esports will be pretty comfortable in this. And as we head on to the last phase of bans, what do you expect coming out from #Reaper side?
Yeah, I mean, Neon Esports pick up the life stealer, no, hesitation whatsoever. They are very well aware of what they need to deal with the Neon Esports lineup, and a way to completely ignore the Hoodwink and the Ember Spirit with the Rage is a pretty solid option for Neon
Hmm.
Esports. I mean, the life stealer enables them to just pick one target, burst them down, be it the Sand King, be it the Ember, be it the Sniper, and there's not much that #Reaper can do about it unless they pick some sort of defensive support like the Omni Knight or maybe the Baron. But that's actually an option that #Reaper do have. They could
Yeah.
potentially do something like that. It wouldn't be too bad against their draft, but then again, you have to remember that if you pick up something like the Abaddon, you are going to be playing into a Mirana and a Tiny potentially. I mean, one of those heroes is going to be a core, and you could pretty much be fodder for heroes like those. You don't really want to play Abaddon into lineups that can close the gap real quickly and force
Hmm.
and pop out to your borrowed time. You kind of want to have the ability to stay back and really force the enemy team to commit and get the kills and do get pop the borrowed time. And yeah, #Reaper, they just pick some very easy to apply damage in the Snapfire on the Searing Chains, the Sand King stun, as well as the Hoodwink Bushwhack. So yeah, some very easy ways to burst down cores on the side of Neon Esports. Not like the Lifestealer is going to be too affected by it, but the Mars is going to have to be a little bit more careful, and it is going to be a Valky Tiny in the mid lane. So
Hmm.
yeah, it turns out that the mid tiny is something that Neon Esports were thinking about. Lava,
Yeah.
kudos to you.
Yeah, I think it's a good draft from both the teams. Then again, the sniper play from Toy is going to be quite a pain in the ass. And Mad Made hitting that level 6 timing is going to be very crucial, where he's able to make rotations onto the side of Neon Esports and secure some farm and maybe even some kills towards the side of Toy. Again, also, this one more thing. Even last game, I saw this Gondry's Snapfire, is that a grandma, or is it a younger version of the granny? Because it does not look like a granny at all.
I think the best way to put it is that it is a grandma. It's a youngster in the body of a grandma. You know, she's still got a very youthful soul. You know, still
Yeah.
very sprite. I mean, and full of joy. Like there's going to be a lot of energy in that grandma. So yeah, let's see what the side
Yeah.
of #Reaper can accomplish here. I mean, very
Yeah.
straightforward draft. They've picked up the sniper again, but I am not too sold on it this time around because there are quite a few decent answers for that hero. I mean, you've
Yeah.
got hated with the glimpse if the side of Neon Esports do force #Reaper to retreat and the sniper gets spotted, ties some vision. You've got Valky on the Tiny as well, just jumping in. You've got some vision from the Sacred Arrow. You've got the Mars as well. So lots of options for them to reach the sniper. But the question that remains for the side of Neon Esports is, are the lanes going to go their way? Because their draft is really reliant on those blink dagger timings, and if their lanes don't go the
Yeah.
way they're supposed to, then they could just pretty much never hit that timing.
Yeah.
Prepare for
Again,
battle.
a standard 5-man smoke coming out from both the sides. They will be looking to get these early wards down. And again, try to get a pick off, get the first blood onto their cores if possible. I think both teams solid, especially this time on the side of Neon Esports. They do have an answer for sniper. GLs and HFs coming in from both the teams, so there is a friendly, a lot of friendliness from both these teams. They do not like hate each other or anything. And again,
Mhm.
a real upset might be coming through if the sniper is left unchecked throughout this game, again as it happened in the last game, where a Reaper hashtag with the rest of the four heroes will be more focused on ganking, getting kills, trying to initiate team fights, and letting the sniper farm. So but this time around, Neon Esports having the Mars, the Tiny, and the Mirana will be able to jump onto the sniper and
Mhm.
not let him,
Wow.
free hit like the last game. Whoa, Hoodwink
Yeah,
has got some
menacing.
real skill over there.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I'm not even sure what a hoodwink is. I know it's the same species from the rat, but I forgot the scientific term for it. Uh,
Squirrel?
yeah, I mean, no, that's the common name for it. There is a proper. It's a rodent, I
30
think. A
seconds to
hoodwink.
battle.
They're considered to be from the family of rodents. I mean, squirrels,
Okay.
moles, rats. They all have that similar appearance, right? Where they've
Hmm.
got that long snout and whatnot. But yeah,
Yeah.
this is not the time to discuss biology, as we've got a very cool game on our hands between Neon Esports as well as Hashtag.Reaper. A game that could very much go the way of Reaper Hashtag if Neon Esports aren't careful.
The battle
Strapped and leveled up
begins.
by Toy, just trying to prevent them from walking up the high ground. They will spot out the
Whoa,
observer, and Tsukimoto is waiting, and he's going to be able to
3
secure the
runes.
deny.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 runes for the side of Hashtag.Reaper. 4 runes! Oh
4
my goodness.
runes?
Yeah, it is going to be 4 runes. I mean, the side of Neon Esports, they get absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I
Wow.
mean, I think it's
Wow.
really good for them. Obviously, having 4 runes, it's gonna enable Madmaid with the
Mhm.
early game, and yeah,
And there
going
it is,
against
the
a
1K
Tiny.
net worth lead already. It's not even 1 minute into the game. Oh
Hmm.
boy. Yeah, I mean, this. I don't want to say that they just lost the game, but yeah, they're gonna hit earlier timings all across the lanes from the side of Reaper. This means that the sniper is gonna have an easier time. The Mirana is gonna be, I'm sorry, the Mirana is not gonna be able to be as effective as she wants to, because sniper will be able to pick up that Wraith Band early on and trade more efficiently. In the top lane, the Lifestealer is gonna get zoned out even further. But speaking of which, Snapfire dropping low down in the bottom lane as he takes some trades with Tsukimoto. In the top lane too, the Lifestealer just not gonna have a very good time against RDP Sand King. So
Yeah.
yeah, a little bit scary for the side of Neon Esports. But as time goes on, they should have a fairly decent game. I
Hmm.
mean, their lineup does scale okay into the late game. Reaper hashtag does lose some potency as they near the mid to late game, because Sand King and Ember Spirit are primarily mid game heroes where they pick up their axe, BKB, +1 item, and then they like to go ham. Bottom lane, Toy getting caught out with the spear is gonna end
First
up
blood.
dropping, and Tsukimoto
It was
gets the credit for the
Alexander
first
Young.
blood as Neon Esports get the
Yeah.
start that they were looking for down in this bottom lane.
I
Top lane as
forecast
well.
your
Hong Kong
demise.
actually gets caught out. I believe it was glimpsed back by the Disruptor, and he ends up dropping.
Yeah. And again, this is what Neon Esports needs. They need to be taking care of the sniper in the early game where he is the squishiest, and this time around, Snapfire was not able to keep him alive. Then again, he is back with full HP and full mana, so he will be causing quite a bit of problems to the Mars before he gets a few more levels into Bulwark, where he will be negating some of the damage coming straight ahead from the sniper. So we'll have to see how the lane goes ahead. Again, right now both teams don't have huge advantages. They do get the first blood on the side of Neon Esports, but then again doesn't convert into a lot.
Uh,
They are going on to the
yeah,
Snapfire.
and yeah, Gondry is probably gonna end up falling, but Toy is gonna get the return kill. So yeah, it is worth
Worth
it for
it.
the side of Reaper hashtag as the sniper able to get that kill and be more relevant in the lane. gonna be able to finish up that second Wraith Band, and yeah, I mean, 2 Wraith Bands on Sniper with the headshot max build, it can be very hard to stand in lane, even if you're the Mars who's got this damage reduction ability in the third spell. It's not
Yeah,
enough to keep the Sniper at bay.
yeah. Then again, we
Oh,
see another kill coming out to the disruptor in the top lane, something that RDP really needed. But Hong Hong gets the last hit, securing himself the kill. But I think RDP with the double braces is going to be pretty strong in the lane. Fortune Soul will not be able to get him down easily. Then again, he will be getting braces for himself probably, so keeping himself alive for longer. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Valky doing quite fine against the Ember, but somehow, even with the extra damage coming out from the Tiny in the early game, having immense amounts of right click damage, Ember is still able to maintain a higher last hit than Valky. I think it comes down to the speed at which the Tiny hits in the top lane. Hong Hong falling really low,
Dire's
but
top tower
he
is
is
under
able
attack.
to
yep.
get away, and the Thunderstrike does not get used on him.
And again, I mean, both of these heroes dropping low in the top lane, such is the nature of Lifestealer as a hero. He's just very hard to deal with in these sorts of matchups where you're a melee strength hero whose entire stick is zoning out other, enemy carry heroes. But when you're up against a Lifestealer, he just flips that entire thing on its head because he can just keep right clicking you and sustain himself. He doesn't really have to worry about taking a bad trade ever because if you walk into range of him, he'll always find a good trade courtesy of Feast. Uh, Down in the bottom lane, though, it seems that Andrew has gotten some decent last hits and denies for himself despite being against Sniper. Valky dropping low, but is not gonna fall. The tree throw coming through from Valky might end up securing them the kill. Onto Mate. Is there an avalanche at the ready? No, there's not. Tsukimoto, it did leap in and is gonna drop fairly low, but will survive. And
Yeah.
yeah, Valky not really gonna be able to get much done here. He's gonna go for well, he doesn't even actually go for the tree grab. He just went and he tangoed up. So seems like the Ember Spirit's having a very good time in the mid lane. 30-3, while
In the
up in the
top
top
lane,
lane, the Sand King is not doing all that well. 17 creeps to his name versus the Lifestealer's 28, and 15 denies to boot too. So yeah, RDP having a bit of a rough one here. I mean, as time goes on, RDP is going to recover with the Sandstorm. He's going to be able to just go into the jungle, take some stacks, and get that early Blink Dagger going. And after that, his game
mm-hmm.
does get easier, and it's the Lifestealer has to worry a bit. But up until then, it's
Dire's middle tower
going to
is
be...
under attack.
I am unsure why Gondry did that. I mean, the Ember Spirit had that rune, although I could be wrong. But
Yeah.
yeah, it does get better for Sand King as time goes on because his job is just to catch an Ix out when he doesn't have rage. Tsukimoto, a stray arrow, doesn't connect on to Troy. Troy walks it off, and yeah, just get Troy is just gonna continue to get some farm down here up in this bottom lane.
Dire's middle tower is
Yeah.
under attack.
And on the other hand, I think Mars is doing quite well for himself compared to the Sand King. He has 32 last hits with 5 denies, whereas the Sniper still only has 32 last hits, so 7 denies. Again, the early game Sniper is quite weak until he gets maybe his boots and starts ramping up his damage, and maybe with the Mask of Madness gets more attack speed. He's going to be pretty squishy, won't be dealing a lot of damage. Only the headshots coming in that will be causing quite a bit of problem for the Mars. But then again, he has the Bulwark, so not really a problem anywhere for the off lane coming in from the side of Neon Esports. On the other hand, Tsukimoto is the one who has been causing problems with the Sacred Arrow. He tried to make rotation to the mid lane, but was not able to secure a kill there. But again, I think Madmade is doing really well for himself in the lane against Tiny, not letting Tiny get a lot of farm. Meanwhile, not dying himself to the Avalanche toss combo. He also has, 2 levels onto the Flame Guard, so he does not instantly fall. Top lane, a lot of pings coming through.
It seems like Fortune Soul's gone straight on to Hong Kong, who's got no way of dealing with this Lifestealer himself. Mate is gonna come in though, and they will be able to find the Disruptor in turn, but Fortune Soul He's not going to be going down. He's got the raid, so he's going to be
Radiant's
just
middle
fine.
tower is
Even
under
saving the
attack.
skill point if he needs it to pop the infest. And Mate will secure the arcane rune with his TP, the arrow. I mean, it was never going to connect in the first place because that's not where the Ember Spirit went. But regardless, it seems like right now, Reaper hashtag, even though they lost all 4 bounty runes early on, it still is them who are dictating the tempo of this game. I mean, the top lane might not have gone as well as they would have liked, but this mid lane is making all the difference. And Valky, well, he's going to try to put an end to that. Mate, going to get tossed back, but Mate is actually going to say, thank you very much. Thank you for tossing me into the disruptor. I will take that kill. Hong Kong secures it with the Akon shot. Enryu,
Oh,
uh-oh, he tried to make a play with the spear as well as the arena, but it
Radiant's top
did
tower
not
is
work.
under attack.
And that
yeah.
is 100, I mean, sorry, not 100, but at least 90 seconds without the Mars arena. And yeah, I mean, Toy can just continue to free farm.
Yeah, not looking very ideal for Team Neon right now because this Ember, if you have noticed, he just put a point in the Searing Chains. All this while, he never put a single point in there because he knows his skill potential when it comes to killing a Tiny is not very high. So he decided rather to just focus on his damage outputting, getting all the 4 points onto the sleight of fist. So he deals a lot of damage, 150 damage, bonus damage on heroes coming in from the slide. So I think these players, being as experienced as they are, really know what they're doing.
For the
And
hunt.
Madmaid is actually performing exceptionally well against Valky in the mid lane. And if you look down towards in the mid lane, he does get the Avalanche Toss combo onto the Ember, but again, he just came back from the base. He has all the charges for his bottle and does pop a salve as well. He has a lot of sustainability. And Valky, on the other hand, is not.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, interesting infest coming up from Fortune Soul. It doesn't work the way it used to, where it used to give you HP. I believe it was to try and see if you could take down RDP, but RDP was a bit too far off, away from the damage range of the infest, so he's going to be able to survive. Has had a bit of a hard time on the Sand King, but once he gets the Blink Dagger, the game does
Radiant's
get a
bottom
little bit
tower
easier
is under
for him.
attack.
And in the bottom lane,
Yeah.
Toy just continues to farm away as the Mars is unable to find an opportunity to close the gap between him and the sniper and maybe find a kill. Now with the spear on cooldown though, Andrew has to be careful. He steps a bit too far out of position. A TP from the Snapfire or the Hoodwink could mean his death. And Toy,
Yeah.
I think soon enough he's gonna want nothing to do with this lane as he's finished up his Mask of Madness. He's gonna leave this lane, move towards the jungle, and just look to get farmed up over there. While in the mid lane, Valky tried to control him for the arrow, but yeah, he's not able to find the arrow. Skimoto barely misses, and the Ember Spirit will be just fine. But again, the fact that Valky is not getting that much farm in this lane, but is forced to stay here, is problematic because this could have been a task going around the map and making plays. This could have potentially been something else, but instead, Neon Esports first picked this Tiny. And now this sort of paying the price with not having all that much farm. Andrew is going to get the arena along with the spear as well. Valky has rotated in. That's going to be the sniper
no.
falling. As I'm a little bit surprised that he decided to stay here. I think he might have been waiting for Mate to come through, but Mad Mate just had no intentions of coming there. The Hoodwink will secure the kill with the help of the Bushwhack, but it's a core, a carry for the support, and I don't think that's a trade that Reaper hashtag would have liked to take. Regardless,
Yeah.
Valky is going to be quite happy with that. He's going to get closer towards his Blink Dagger, and once he has the Blink, he can start creating some really cool plays for Neon Esports around the map. The Mortimer's Kiss is being popped, and Hated will even be forced to pop the Static Storm just to stop Snapfire from getting off those Mortimer's Kisses, but he will still end up falling to the Searing Chains. The Tiny is gonna end up dropping. Hong Kong also goes down to it. Now Fortune Soul has joined the party. He's got the Outlet at the ready and made juking left, right, and center, trying to find the kill on Tsukimoto. Will not succeed. He's got the Remnant out though at the moment. He's still trying to drag them back and see if he can find any sort of revenge kills, but that doesn't seem to be happening. He's just gonna have to back off, pick up the
Dire's
bounty
top
rune, and
tower
call
is
it a day.
under attack.
As Reaper hashtag, they lose 2 of their heroes for Valky as well as a disruptor on the side of Neon.
Yeah, but again, I don't think it was worth it for the sniper, especially because he had to TP to the mid lane. He does get one kill onto the Tiny, but at what cost? He has to walk back to the lane right now, which will cost him time to get his farm back up. Whereas on the other hand, Lifestealer came in, got the kill onto the sniper, and now he goes back to farming, and they try to engage onto RDP, but he just burrow strikes right out of there, going back to get his farm now.
Wait. Am I seeing RDP with the Fairy Trinket? Is he not handing that over to the Ember Spirit?
Dire's
That's a
middle
little
tower
surprising,
is
not
under
gonna lie.
attack.
Usually that is
Yeah.
an item reserved for your mid laner, a piece of magic damage score, but I'm gonna have to hold on to that thought because the Bushwhack is gonna come through.
Oh
Great
my
cookie coming
God.
through as well from Gondry, and that's gonna be the death of Fortune Soul, who's caught napping for just a little bit and ends up paying the price. Neon Esports, they
Yeah, and
lose their carry, and finally
Dire's
some
top
response
tower
from
is
Reaper
under
hashtag.
attack. Radiant's
if you
bottom
see
tower is
the
under attack.
ability of these supports to use their skills right off one after the other, keeping that consistent stun onto him. And I don't know if you saw the bushwhack coming in from Hong Kong. It was beautifully set up because he was almost out of the range of the tree, like barely in the range of the tree. He was able to get that stun down and follow it up by the cookie and the sharpshooter. They were able to secure the kill onto the life
Radiant's
stealer,
bottom
which
tower
does
is under
enable the
attack.
sniper to catch back up on farm. And RDP taking this
Dire's
stack
top
of
tower is
ancients
under attack.
secures himself some farm as well. And if we look at the net worth now, shifting over to the side of Reaper hashtag, with all the rotations and all the fights that we've seen through coming, from both the teams, Reaper hashtag seem to be slightly on top at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Reaper hashtag, they are ahead in terms of net worth. The sniper, just 100 gold ahead of, well, not even 100 gold, actually, a little bit less than that, ahead of Fortune Soul. But the game is gonna get um, better for the side of
Radiant's
Reaper as
bottom
they
tower is
transition
under
into the mid
attack.
game with the Blink Daggers on the Sand King. Sorry, with the Blink Dagger on the Sand King, they're gonna be able to burst down the Fortune Soul Lifestealer any chance they get. And Valky, he's
Dire's
actually
middle
succeeded in
tower is
catching
under
out
attack.
the Ember Spirit. There's a Static Storm to follow up as well, and that's gonna be the death of the Ember.
Nicely done.
As Tsukimoto
Yeah.
gets the credit for that kill. Mid lane, the toy again gonna get caught up, but nice bonus strike coming in from RDB, preventing the spear from going through. And there's the bushwhack, along with the sharpshooter to take down the mask. Cookie coming through, but Tsukimoto there with the arrow captures out the sniper. And despite RDB's best efforts, the sniper will still end up falling. Nice bushwhack catching out the two, but Valky comes in from the side, secures the kill on the Sand King, and it's a 3-for-2 exchange. All three cores falling on the side of Reaper hashtag, and soon enough, Gondry could also fall. He got a little bit greedy, wanted the kill on the Disruptor, but Fortune Soul is there to get the punish. And now mid, he's gonna find Fortune Soul, who himself has overextended a little bit, and it's gonna be the death of the Lifestealer.
Yeah. Again, I think Lifestealer overextended slightly over there. But in the end, Reaper hashtag do maintain their slight lead. Although there was quite a bit of an experience drop towards the side of Neon Esports, I think both teams are still at quite an equal level. Again, it comes down to how much they are able to let the sniper
Dire's
farm
top
on the
tower
side of
is
Reaper
under
hashtag.
attack.
Both the teams have one duty, that is to either stop sniper from getting the farm or to enable the sniper to get the farm. Meanwhile, in the mid lane,
Dire's top tower is under
Yeah, it
attack.
looks like the Ember Spirit is gonna be caught out. The chainstones are there, but the damage is not. Valky, despite his best efforts, is not gonna be able to take down mid. The sharpshooter goes a bit too wide, and
Radiant's
that
middle
should
tower
be
is under
the
attack.
opportunity for Neon Esports to disengage. The failed attempt on to. Oh no! What the hell am I watching time and time again? And he tries to go for the spear into the arena, but he keeps on missing. The spear does not connect, and now the disruptor is gonna be next as 2 free kills going the way of Reaper hashtag. While Valky,
You're
oh,
not
that
such a
single-handedly
fine
takes out the sniper by himself. Alright, not
yeah,
something that I was expecting. I mean, Neon Esports, sure they lose too, but Valky's efforts, they end up getting Toy in the top lane.
yeah, I think it's fine for Neon
Dire's
Esports.
middle tower
Although they
is
are
under
at a
attack.
3k net worth deficit, getting that sniper down plays to their favor a lot, letting the life stealer stay alive. He's able to get all the farm, whereas sniper goes down and won't be able to get the farm. Whereas on the side of Neon, the Mars falling is not like ideal for them, but again, it does not impact as much as getting the sniper down. So I think both teams are doing pretty fine. Meanwhile, in the top lane, they try to engage onto Fortune Soul, but the Moonlight Shadow coming in and missing the burrow strike lets him get out of there pretty easily.
Valky though, he's managed to catch out the Ember Spirit, and that should be the death of the Ember, but still surviving for a little while. The Static Storm will finish him off. RDP is able to come in with the counter initiation though, and is able to take significant amount of HP off of Valky, but the Infest still keeps him healthy, and the Tiny is going to be A-okay. Toy trying to join the party. Shrapnel's out. Could be a little bit out of position, but no, is waiting inside the Rosh
Radiant's
pit.
bottom tower
And now
is
they're going to make the play. In fact, it's going to be a two-man stun somehow coming in from the Snapfire. Sorry, so coming in from the Hoodwink. Looks like Fortune Soul is going to be able to get on top of the Sniper, trying to take him down. There is the two-man avalanche into the toss. The Sniper ends up falling. Fortune Soul finally gets the engagement that he was looking for. Gondry Soul to be next. No, the
Radiant's bottom
arrow
tower is
does
under
not
attack.
connect. And in the end, it's still going to be 3 cores down for the side of Reaper Hashtag as they take an awkward fight in the river. Not too sure
Yeah.
what that was all about. That was weird, to say the least.
Yeah, and again, if we look into the charts, we see a big swing coming towards the side of Neon Esports. And as I said before, like, no, not really any team is asserting dominance right now or in the clear lead. In the mid lane, however,
Yeah, that's
oh,
going to be the death
wow.
of the Ember Spirit as he gets caught out with the cookie. And now Gondry going to be next. I mean, all that net worth advantage that Reaper worked so hard for in the early game just getting thrown away over here. Finally, RDP will come in, get a revenge kill, but that's all they get on the side of Reaper Hashtag. They lose their mid laner,
Yeah.
but they find the Mars, and again, the Ember Spirit dying so many times, it has taken a toll on his net
Radiant's
worth.
top tower is under
Only
attack.
8.1k gold now, where he was top 2 previously. Oh, looks like Valky has managed to find another kill as he picks up Hong Kong. RDP also going to
Wow.
get caught in the Static Storm as he ends up falling. That's going to be 2 quick kills going the way of Neon Esports as Reaper Hashtag caught sleeping at the wheel get punished.
Radiant's bottom tower
And
has
Fortune Soul
fallen.
will also find the bottom tier 1 tower. So Neon Esports
Never refuse gold
now
given.
finally get some sort of net worth advantage going for them in their favor, but yeah, they need to keep this going. They cannot let Reaper just sit back and farm on their heroes, because if they get to, then the Ember Spirit is going to cause huge issues for the side of Neon Esports come mid game. And
Yeah.
yeah, Reaper Hashtag, they're also going to try to do their best to see
Radiant's
if
bottom tower is under attack.
they can maybe
Oh.
maintain a steady pace, but Neon Esports smell blood in the water. They're gonna smoke up together, infest inside the Tiny. God Valky at the ready, and the Disruptor is happily gonna give up his life to get the D-Ward. Valky looking to find a key target over here, is only gonna go in on the Sand King, take him down all by himself. Fortune Soul still sitting inside him, but gonna get instantly bushwhacked by the Hoodwink, but he's managed to find Toy and the backlines. Finally, Andrew is gonna succeed in catching out the Sniper as the Sniper ends up falling, and now Made trying to chase, trying to find revenge, trying to get a kill, will get a good 2-man chase into the bushwhack as well as the fire stab cookie. There's the scatter blast, and finally Reaper Hashtag will answer, and how, as they take down 3 cores plus the Disruptor on the side of Neon Esports. While they do end up losing the Sand King and the Sniper, this is the fight that the Ember Spirit needed to make a comeback
Yeah.
into this game as Madmade finds a double kill.
Yeah, I think again after that last fight, both teams come back to an
Radiant's
even
bottom
level now.
tower is under attack.
I think Neon Esports played really well getting the pick off onto the sniper earlier on, but then again they were just able to come back. Disruptor falling really low. The sharpshooter hits, but
middle
he does have the
tower is
magic
under
wand to
attack.
get back into safety. Yeah, they did get the sniper in the pretty early on, but again the Ember coming in along with Hoodwink and the Snapfire were able to secure the kills on the rest of the players from the side of Neon Esports. Glimpse coming back, but again there's
Yeah, the Remnant out.
yeah.
Yeah, it looked a little bit weird because he Remnant out as he was getting glimpsed back, so he still goes to the location of the Remnant. It's weird, I mean, when you throw a Remnant and it's still mid-air, there's a different travel time for it versus a Remnant having reached its location, and the travel time is much quicker, so you can actually exploit that to have a pretty safe timing on escaping the glimpse. But less about that. Reaper Hashtag, they've smoked up for now. They're waiting around this mid tier 2, waiting to see if anyone from the side of Neon Esports fights this mid creep wave, but no one's gonna be there. Valky not even in the vicinity.
Radiant's
He's just
bottom tower is under
all the way
attack.
back, in fact, looking to cut the falling creep wave. And guess what? His read is right. RDP tried to go in with the Battle Strike but misses, and Hong Kong doesn't land the
But in the
pushback.
bot lane,
And that's,
Radiant
yeah, in the
structures are
bottom lane,
fortified.
it seems like Fortune Soul was pummeling away the tier 2 tower, so they will force a rotation.
yeah.
But regardless, there was a dire observer ward in the mid lane scouting out that smoke, which is why Neon Esports didn't really feel too worried that side of Reaper hashtag had smoke. They saw it coming, and Fortune Soul's like,
Radiant's
yeah,
bottom
you know what,
tower
I'm
is
just gonna
under
go down
attack.
bottom and whack away at this tier 2 tower, and they're
Radiant's
gonna be able
bottom
to claim
tower
it up for
has
free.
fallen.
No resistance whatsoever from Reaper hashtag. That's a little bit weird. As
Yeah,
not too
and
sure what they're trying to do. Fortune Soul is gonna be forced to get the hell out of the bottom lane as the Lifestealer makes his presence known, instantly pops the rage and starts chasing the Ember. It's gone back towards the mid lane, while the rest of Neon try to alleviate some pressure from the middle lane. It doesn't seem like
yeah.
Reaper are getting anything on the map at the moment.
Radiant's bottom
They're
tower is
trying
under
their
attack.
best to maybe
Dire's
you know,
middle
find a
tower
pickoff,
is
but
under
it's
attack.
not really working out. Made misses the sleight of his chains, and now looks like Reaper, they probably gonna cut their losses short and just try to force a fight around this Rosh area. Because if they get a good engagement, they can
are
come back in
scanning.
this game with the Aegis of the Immortal. So yeah, it should be a little bit easier once that happens. But Neon
Dire's
Esports, they
top
just see no
tower
reason to
is under
engage.
attack.
They know that they're in the driver's seat. The Lifestealer is super farmed. All they need to do
Mm-hmm.
is wait for the next set of items to come through on Neon, and then they can go make a play. And well, looks like that time is now. Valky is actually going to end up finding Toy. Toy gets cleaned up right away. RDP also swapped out on the Stand King. The static storm goes through, putting an end to the epicenter. Endu goes in with the spear, secures the kill. There's going to be 2 dead on the side of Reaper hashtag. Andrew thinking about the arena, but is not going to pop it. Valky jumps forward with the avalanche, doesn't find anyone.
Oh, the arrow
pushback
connects.
catches them, but no! What? The arrow connects! Tsukimoto, he's managed to find the Ember Spirit. The cookie will keep the Ember alive as he gets thrown out of the arena. The slide of fist is there. The Remnant Round does not get enough distance as the Ember Spirit ends up dropping. And now the bushwhack coming through. It doesn't do all that much. All it does is look pretty. And Reaper hashtag, looks like they're gonna lose
Yeah.
3 heroes in this little
4
skirmish
maybe?
back at mid. Valky jumps in. It's gonna be a 4th one. They managed to
Yeah.
find Hong Hong.
Yeah, and
Radiant's
now
middle
it
tower
starts
has
to look
fallen.
scary for the side of Reaper hashtag. Their entire focus now shifts onto Toy, who will be the most important hero on the side of Reaper hashtag, coming in with the damage. And as long as Neon Esports are doing what they're doing and are able to jump onto Toy, getting him down as soon as possible, I think they're going to be doing all right. Meanwhile, they try to go onto the disruptor. I think it's going to be a pretty easy kill for RDP and Gondry in the top jungle. Meanwhile, Sniper has been left alone in the top jungle of the Reaper side. And if there's
I
just a
heard a BKB being popped. It's actually Andrew baiting them out. He gets a stun off with the spear.
we
And that's a very interesting mechanic, that if you cancel the movement animation with the God's Rebuke and your spear does connect to a cliff, then yeah, the enemy hero is going to be stunned in position. It's rather weird, but that's how it works. And Neon, they aren't done yet. They're gonna pop the Moonlight Shadow. They're gonna find Gondry as Valky blinks like 1 unit forward to get that kill. They're even gonna pick up Hong Kong with the help of the arena as 3 heroes end up dropping and straight into the Rosh pit for Neon.
Yeah, and with the Desolator, it's gonna be falling quite fast. And Reaper hashtag seem to have thrown their advantage in the early game away at this point. Neon Esports not letting them, breathe even for a second, going kill after kill. And with 18 seconds and 23 seconds left on their supports, they will be able to secure this Roshan pretty easily, and will be able to focus on the objectives right afterwards. Get some HP back up on the Lifestealer. Hitting these creeps is gonna ensure that for him, and then try to focus onto the mid lane and get some kills as well. I think the game's going pretty much in the favor of Neon Esports till now. Let's see if they
A
are
gift
able
from
to
the
maintain
tempest
this
of battle.
momentum, or if Reaper hashtag will be able to bring them down to their knees.
Yeah, I mean, Reaper hashtag, they've got their work cut out for them if they want to come back in this game. They need to wait out the ages first and maybe even bait the side of Neon Esports into taking some bad engagements away from the lifestealer. That is what the Ember Spirit seems to be trying to do, but he's got no allies to help him, so he's just gonna Remnant out at the first sign of trouble, while Toy continues to farm away in the triangle. And continues to amass net worth. I mean, that's the only hope at this point, the sniper high ground defense. I mean, if this game goes on long enough, that sniper will be effective. And all the items that the Lifestealer has built help him take control towards the mid game. Gondry is going to end up dropping as he gets caught out. BKB popped by Endio, and the 4-star from Hong Kong keeps him alive as the arena gets baited out. And Neon Esports, they lose one big ultimate to help them with this mid tier to push. But they're not done yet. They still have got the blink on the Tiny. They could potentially find the sniper as a sniper. Where that there could be a play being made for his life. Is going to slide back to safety with the Hurricane Pike. But Valky not done yet. He's going to jump straight in. BKB being popped out by Tor. He needs someone to help him out desperately. The Lifestealer continues to chase. And finally the Butter Strike is going to come through as Fortune Soul gets caught out under the tier 3 tower. Does not have the Infest to work with, but the Armlet Toggles actually keep him alive. The Static Storm elsewhere is going to control the sniper and take him down as Valky is going to get the credit for that kill, while Maid as well is going to get, he doesn't really get cleaned up. He's able to make it back out towards safety, and now the Mortimer's is coming through as Enryu. He takes a fair bit of damage, and RDP gets that Battle Strike off, but looks like that's going to be it. Neon Esports, they lose 2 for the price of 1. And I'm not too sure if they're going to be happy with that trade, as take down the sniper, but the Tiny and the Disruptor end up dropping.
Yeah, but I still think they are pretty happy with that outcome, because as long as the sniper is not farming, the Lifestealer is going to be most stronger than him. And now with the 3 of them still alive, they want to look at an engagement. But is it the right call? Is it the right idea? The sniper is going to be back in 5 seconds.
Oh man, again the arena misses as the Ember Spirit is able to slide a fist and Remnant out, but RDP will not be so lucky. He's gonna get cleaned up despite the spear not connected and made. Is he out of Remnants? No, it seems like he's gonna be okay. Does get 4-star back to safety, so it doesn't really matter if he did or did not have Remnants there at the end. But yeah, Toy, I mean, he's farmed up. He's farmed up the BKB, but doesn't really have the damage to take down this Lifestealer. This Lifestealer just a bit too tanky at this point with the armlet, the SNY, as well as the Elven Tunic. Getting that extra bit of evasion against the sniper really does help. And they're going to be able to clear up the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, and now they'll focus towards getting map control, waiting for the Roshan, securing that. I mean, they still do have Aegis with a 1.2 minute timer remaining, so they are looking for an engagement again. They immediately get that smoke down, try to go top, realizing that the Ember is somewhere around there. They see him push the lane, trying to get some heroes right in the jungle, but seems to be that Reaper hashtag has gone back to their high ground and will decide to stay there for the rest of the game if they do not get the win in the next team fight. Ember Spirit has decided to TP back, and now with the Lifestealer inside Mars, they really do want an engagement, because that Aegis is not going to last forever, the next 40 seconds, and it's going to go. So will they be able to make use of it, or is it just going to go right here and they'll shift their focus?
Well, okay, they're gonna make their go onto the Mars, and inside Mars is Fortune Soul on the Lifestealer. He's gonna keep Enryu alive for the time being, but guess what? In the backline, the Disruptor has been pummeled because he's found himself the BKB and he's taken down one support already. The Mirana could be next. The arena didn't catch out anyone, and the Ember Spirit ends up dropping. Not too sure what happened there. I think Valky came in with the Avalanche and Toss, and that's gonna be the Ember Spirit taken down here. Madmate getting cleaned up by the side of Neon Esports. Enryu throws out a wild spear that doesn't connect onto anyone, as if just trying to intimidate Reaper. But yeah, the Aegis is gonna get reclaimed. And the end, Neon Esports, they end up with a 9k net worth advantage, having pushed the side of Reaper all the way back into their base.
Yeah. And I think overall they are really happy. And what happened there with the Ember Spirit was he did run out of his BKB, and
Uplift
with
from the
Tiny right on
tempest
his
of
back,
battle.
was able to get the avalanche toss combo. And Mirana, who was at like 100 HP, turned around, getting a
Radiant's
few
top
right
tower
clicks
is
off,
under
and with
attack.
the sacred arrow was able to secure the kill onto the Ember. So
Radiant's top
a really
tower
good
has
outcome coming
fallen.
on to the side of Neon Esports. Only Sniper was able to get away because he used the BKB inside the arena and was just able to walk out, whereas the Mars and the Lifestealers shifted their focus out onto a different hero. So yeah, again, Sniper quite behind the Lifestealer on the net worth, but then again, the high ground defense is where he shines, where the Sniper shines. And if he's able to get a damage item like maybe the Crystallis leading into the Silver Edge, he will beat really scary force to deal with when entering into the high ground. So they will have to wait for the Roshan
The
to even
hard
try and move towards the high ground. But now they will be looking to get some
Uh,
map control back into their hands, looking for an engagement right here.
Yeah, I think they scouted out Toy under an observer board, and that's why they make this play. They're only going to be able to catch Hong Kong inside the Mars arena, and they bring him down with a tree volley. But Mate, looking to get some revenge, turns attention towards the disruptor. The Mortimer's kisses are going to enable them to
Oh,
find the kill. No, they are not. They're unable to find the disruptor. Now Toy is going to get caught out, courtesy of Valky with the avalanche and toss. Toy doesn't have post staff remaining anymore. They really need someone to help the sniper, but they're not going to be able to give him the help he needs. And that's going to be the death of Toy alongside Hong Kong as Neon Esports, all healthy and hearty, trying to go forward, trying to find the rest of these kills. RDP is going to sacrifice his life as he Burrow strikes forward. Mate is going to go down regardless though, so that sacrifice was all for naught. Goes in by himself. Buybacks galore from the side of Reaper to try and make something of this as they managed to take down Henry, and now Valky might have been caught out as well. The headshot procs keeping him in place, but the 4-star is going to be there, and the glimpse back from the Disruptor is going to save the life of Valky as Neon Esports. Great disengage coming through from them. Hong Kong getting cookied forward is going to fall back with the help of the Scurry. And
yeah.
yeah, it's going to be okay, but Reaper hashtag, they committed
The
3
prize is
buybacks.
mine.
And
Mhm.
yeah, they do not get anything out of that. Little unfortunate for the
And
side of Reaper,
invisibility.
as this
next
could
team fight.
potentially be the game. Yeah.
Yeah, next team fight is gonna be the deciding fight. If Reaper hashtag are able to maintain, maintain themselves in the next team fight, if they're able to get the kills off, if the sniper survives, they do still have a chance to come back in this game. But then again, Neon Esports do not look like they are going to be giving any space for the sniper. Even if you look at the last
Dire
fight,
are
they just
scanning.
shift their focus so well onto the sniper. They get the life stealer, they get the Mars right on his face, get him down as quickly as possible. So, although they did lose their Mars, I still think
Dire's
it
top
was an
tower is
overall
under
a really
attack.
good exchange.
Radiant's
Meanwhile,
bottom tower is
Reaper
under
hashtag trying
attack.
to sneak in this Roshan, but will they be able to?
I think they might be able to get this with the scan connect on the side of
Radiant's
Neon
courier
Esports.
has
And,
been killed.
well, not the scan, but actually they saw them go there under an observer board.
Radiant's
So
bottom
yeah, this
tower
Roshan
is under
attempt
Ah,
is going to
attack.
be stopped right in its tracks, and that was the only play that Reaper hashtag had to try and come back into this game. Maybe sneak an Aegis, and that could potentially get you the win. But look at that, Valky has gone in straight on to Gondry.
the
Gondry gets
bash.
taken down 75 seconds. The bash is going to be there. RDP also is going to get cleaned up. Hong Kong tries to get out of the arena with the ulti, the sharpshooter, but it's not going to be enough.
GG.
First hit bash from Fortune Soul, and GG is going to
Radiant's
get
top
called.
tower is under
Reaper
attack.
hashtag are
Yeah.
done. We are going to a game 5 between Neon Esports and Reaper hashtag
Dire
as the series
victory.
is evened out at 2-2.
Wow. I'm actually like super impressed on how both the teams are playing. They both the teams do not want to give up on this game because again, Neon Esports coming into the series as a favorite have now equaled out 2-2 in this best of 5 series. And if you look at the faces from the side of Neon Esports, I think they expected this outcome because they don't seem to be really happy, or they're not showing their excitement at the moment. Then again, they being the favorites, a lot of people expecting them to run down Reaper hashtag have led themselves into game 5, winning the last game. So yeah, I think this game is what they wanted to they should have played in the previous game as well, where they lost against the sniper. But this time, even sacrificing the Mars a couple of times, sacrificing the Tiny a couple of times, they were still able to secure the kill onto the sniper. And I think that's the main thing the Neon Esports did this game around that let them get the victory over #Reaper. And if you look at the itemizations coming in from the Lifestealer, I think he had really good timings on his Deso, on his Armlet, and in the early game was able to run down a lot of heroes from the #Reaper all by himself. And in the later stages, when the blinks came in from Valky and Enryo on the Tiny and the Mars, he was able to infest them, jump onto the sniper or jump onto the backlines, get the kills off. And even though Sniper had the BKB, all he was able to use it was to run away from the Mars and run away from the uh, disruptor as well. But other than that, you cannot use a BKB to run away from a life sealer who's chasing you with rage enabled on him. So yeah, I think both teams played really, really well. But I think Neon Esports
Yeah.
came out on top here, especially with the amazing plays they made onto the sniper. I think really well played from Neon Esports.
Yeah, I mean, Neon Esports at the end of it all did manage to take the win, and even though the game started off rather well for #Reaper, they made some very cool plays. The Ember Spirit was winning the mid lane super hard. It didn't really translate into them winning the game. So yeah, again, #Reaper just showing that. I mean, sorry, Neon Esports just showing that you could win the mid lane as hard as you want, but if both your side lanes aren't doing all that well, then winning the mid lane really doesn't make that much of a difference. So Neon Esports, they're gonna keep themselves in this best of five, and they have a chance of making a comeback and going all the way to the grand finals. And if that does happen, I think #Reaper are gonna be very, very disappointed with themselves, as there's only one game remaining between them and the grand finals. So a lot at stake here for both of these teams, as the other team will again have to play a best of five in the lower bracket against Whoops, and I don't think any team wants to go and play. Either of these teams want to go and play another best of five again. So yeah, it's going to be a crucial match, regardless.
Yeah,
Having the upper bracket slot and a direct entry into the grand finals is going to be very, very useful if you are the side. I mean, if you are any one of these teams. So yeah, I'm curious to see what happens in this next game. But so far,
yeah,
Neon Esports, they're not done yet. And before we come and uh, you know what? Actually, we're just gonna cut to a break for now because it seems like these players do need a bit of a break. So we're gonna be taking some time off and coming back with game number 5. Until then, you're watching the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0 along with their gaming partner Logitech as well as their official fantasy partner Fanclash. I'll see you just around the
yeah.
corner. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0 along with our gaming partner Logitech as well as our official fantasy partner Fanclash. My name is Fluky. Joining me for this one is going to be Llama as we are at the final match of the BO5 today between Hashtag.Reaper and Neon Esports. Been a very close and interesting series so far with 2-2 being the score line. But before we move on to the draft, let's have a look at the MVP of the last game. Let's see who the
Yep.
MVP title goes to. Believe it might be Fortune Soul, but no, it's actually going to be Valky playing the Tiny.
Yeah. I think he had really good initiations coming in from his side, especially with the once he was able to get that blink dagger on his side, he was able to jump onto the sniper quite a bit of times, with life sealer obviously being infested inside him, and again having a really good XPM 903 is really good. He was able to hit level 24 pretty early on into the game, and he died only 3 times, which enabled him to get more farm as well. Whereas on the other side, Sniper was dying quite a bit. Compared to the rest of the heroes on the side of Reaper hashtag. So uh, the main thing comes down to Sniper not having that farm that he requires when it comes down to these early game, mid game fights where he was just constantly dying and not able to get that farm. So a well deserved MVP for the Tiny. And if you look at today's matches, we have already finished seeing Whoops rolling over Ragnarok with a 2-0 victory. And but in the match two, again, Neon Esports against Hashtag.Reaper, it has come down to the final game. That is the
Yeah.
final game of the BO5. I don't think we have seen that in quite a while. And as I said, always coming down to the last game is where we see the potential of both the teams as we look at how they go up against each other in one final clash, which will enable them to have a spot in the grand finals. And I think we have our final game in the works as we head right into the drafting phase.
Five
Similar
seconds
bans coming out
remaining.
from both teams with the Marcy and the Brood Mother, whereas Neon Esports have banned out the Beastmaster but are taking quite some time going for their second ban.
Yeah, Neon Esports are looking to ban. I mean, I think they're considering if they want to ban out something like the Ember Spirit because previously they have shown willingness to pick that up for themselves on Hashtag.Reaper if the hero does go through. It's not as strong as people, I mean, as both the teams would like to believe because it has dropped 2 games now, I think, in the series so far. I think every game there has been an Ember Spirit, if I'm not wrong. But
Yeah.
yeah, there is definitely room for some other heroes to be picked up. I think they could also choose to ban out the Marcy like they did earlier in the series because, oh, wait, never mind. Marcy's actually been banned
It's
out by
already
the
banned.
side of
Yeah.
Hashtag.Reaper themselves. Yeah, they could consider the silencer ban, a pretty potent. I mean, a very strong and a very potent hero
Radiant
when
must
just left
choose.
alone. But they're instead gonna choose to ban out the Mirana, Neon Esports. I mean, they just want to prevent Hashtag.Reaper from setting up very very easy kills that doesn't take a lot in terms of execution, where you just get a simple searing chains into an arrow, or be it something like an
10
astral into an
seconds.
arrow, or the many other
Dire's turn to
combinations you do
kill.
have with the
Ember
Mirana.
Spirit.
And Hashtag.Reaper,
Dire's
well,
turn
they
to
see the
kill.
Ember has been led through and they're gonna pick it up. Neon Esports instantly respond with the Pangolier.
Yeah. And I think if Hashtag.Reaper are confident, they might go for the Bloodseeker pickup. But again, showing off a Bloodseeker this early
10
on is
seconds
not
remaining.
ideal for them. But if it goes to the next banning phase, I'm pretty sure Neon Esports
5 seconds
will be
remaining.
banning out the Bloodseeker. I'm pretty sure
Radiant
they will be
team
banning out the
pick.
Bloodseeker in the second
Disruptor.
banning phase. Whereas Neon Esports have decided to go with a Disruptor. Again, it has proven effective before. We have seen Disruptor being able to catch the Ember Spirit inside the Static Storm, holding him down, locking him down. So Neon Esports coming out of the Pango
10
Disruptor, a
seconds
very
remaining.
good first phase of picks. Now it comes down to Hashtag.Reaper if they
5
decide to go with
seconds
that
remaining.
Bloodseeker and show their carry early
Radiant
on,
team ban.
or will they let it pass through
Bloodseeker.
and they decide to pick it up? They do not want to let go of this opportunity. They have won one game with the Bloodseeker, so they are pretty confident with it. And Pango being a really dominant team fight oriented hero will mostly be shut down by the Bloodseeker. So they don't
Dire
really want to
team
let
banning.
it get banned in the second
Radiant
banning
team
phase.
ban.
But then again, it's not really ideal for them to show two cores as their first phase picks coming out from the Reaper hashtag. So Neon Esports will have an advantage to get the rest of the draft as a counter for these cores coming out from hashtag Reaper. And what do you think
10
that's going to
seconds
do? And how do you
remaining.
think that's going to continue with the rest of the drafting phase?
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, they've got some pretty standard bans out here. Picking the Bloodseeker up this early means that you open it up to counter. So now you gotta spend some bans trying to make sure that the Lifestealer, sorry, not the Lifestealer, but the Bloodseeker doesn't go completely countered. In lane, there are some pretty decent answers to this hero. I mean, the one that comes to mind, like I slipped my tongue earlier, is the Lifestealer because you infest inside someone and the rupture pretty much doesn't affect you. So you've got that
Yeah.
going for yourself. Uh, Another hero that is fairly decent at healing with the Bloodseeker is the Leshrac because you could simply pick up a Ghost Scepter as well as an Aghanim Scepter. Just farm up towards the late game, wait for the Bloodseeker's BKB to expire, and then there's not much the Bloodseeker can actually do. You can't really close the
Mhm.
gap and out damage you when you've got a stun, when you've got the Edict as well as the Pulse Nova. So Leshrac is also a fairly strong hero. Not to mention, he's also fairly decent against the Ember Spirit, just because of the amount of magic damage you have. And
Dire
Ember
team
Spirit,
ban.
being a hero that likes to go in, does
Radiant
not want to
team
fight into a
ban.
Leshrac, a hero that wants heroes to run at him when he's got that Bloodstone. So,
Dire
yeah.
Yeah.
team ban.
Hashtag Reaper, instead, gonna choose to ban out the Faceless Void, another good
Dire
answer for the
team
Bloodseeker
pick.
where you can just chrono and take
Radiant
him out
team pick.
rather easily. But Neon Esports, they're gonna pick up the Tiny for themselves.
Yeah, and I think it's definitely a good pick, especially against the Bloodseeker and Ember. Again, Ember likes to run at heroes, and Tiny is one of those heroes that likes people to run at them. So, again,
10
coming in with
seconds
that,
remaining.
uh, Tiny is going to be a really good pick. Again, he can be flexed in different roles,
5
but then
seconds
I don't
remaining.
think Pango is going to be a really good option to play in any other role than position two.
Radiant
So,
team pick.
now the rest of
Yep.
Reaper hashtags. Picks
Dire
have to be
team pick.
around these two cores they've already revealed, and it's going to be the Undying and the Rubik. I think both these picks are pretty good. Rubik has the ability to steal a lot of abilities coming out from the side of Neon Esports, and if he gets his hands on the Disruptors Static Storm, it can be quite devastating for the side
10
of Neon
seconds
Esports.
remaining.
And Undying, a hero who is able to zone out
5
the opponents
seconds
quite
remaining.
well, will be doing a pretty good job on the lane with the Bloodseeker, as he will be able to provide
Yep.
the farm necessary for the Bloodseeker, as he's going to be distracting the entire opponent, both the opponents, whereas Bloodseeker will just be hitting the creeps and trying to get farm as much as possible, because we do know that the next picks coming from Neon Esports are going to be targeted towards the Bloodseeker and the Ember Spirit picks. So they have left out their offlaner as their last pick. So I think that's a good idea. Looking at what Neon Esports will be going ahead in this fourth
Hmm.
pick coming out from their side, seems to be like they're pretty confused on what they actually want to do, and taking quite a bit of take a bit of time on their side. They're taking like almost draining into their entire reserve time here, trying to get the
Radiant
fourth
team
pick,
ban.
and they decide to go with the Enigma.
Yep.
Okay, I'm actually
That's
quite confused.
no, I mean makes uh, that makes some sense if you think about it. Undying is a hero that is very, very good at zoning out melee offlaners because he
10
can just steal
seconds
their strength
remaining.
and go whack them in the face. Pangolier could have been played in the
5
offlane.
seconds
Neon
remaining.
Esports aren't too afraid to put
Dire
that hero on
team
entry as well. I
ban.
think he's played Pangolier in the past, so that's the logic behind picking up the Undying. Now there is some concern due to the fact that they have
Radiant
picked up
team ban.
the Rubik. So the black hole
Yeah.
can be stolen if the Rubik is just a little bit patient. But
Mhm.
the issue remains that Neon Esports not going to be able to shut down this Enigma early on in lane, where he's just going to get to create as many Eidolons as he wants, and those Eidolons are
Dire
going to live
team
because
ban.
there's not really a lot of damage to kill them. So yeah, this hero, he's going to pressure towers, he's going to be able to scale into the late game, get that BKB, buy an early Wraith Pact if need be. Maybe even just go straight into the BKB Blink
Radiant
Dagger
team
and
pick.
be a black hole if that's what the team needs. But yeah, he's probably not going to do that this game because there is a Rubik in the enemy team. So
Yeah.
he does serve a purpose apart from the black hole, and he's actually
Hmm.
quite good at that. He's like a zoo hero, almost
10
like
seconds
a zoo hero
remaining.
that actually scales well into the late game. Doesn't really build a
Yeah.
Helm
5
Dome
seconds
or
remaining.
the Helm of the Overlord like traditional offlaners, like your Beastmasters and your Lycans, but still
Hmm.
has a lot of potential with the Eidolons themselves. So
Dire team
yeah,
pick.
this pick
Yeah.
makes sense.
And if you really look at it, like in the previous, a couple of previous patches ago,
You
oh,
may
they
now
get the
select
Naga
your
on their
heroes.
side as well. So Neon Esports are looking pretty solid with the draft, and so do Reaper again. Naga Siren really good against the Bloodseeker. The Bloodseeker can't just run down towards the Naga Siren and right click her because she's going to be having those illusions on her side. But then again, what are you saying about the Enigma? I think a few patches ago there was a patch where Enigma was a helm builder, where he used to get the
Mhm.
helm and then get the books and be really dominant in the lane. I think that is still a possibility coming out from Neon Esports, where they don't give any importance to the black hole at all, since there is a Rubik on the opponent team, and just focus mainly on being this zoo hero for the side of Neon Esports, where he might get the helm of the Dominator into the helm of the Overlord and just push down towers with his Eldion. Absolutely a good idea. That is a possibility. Just because the Rubik has the potential to steal a free black hole, because Enigma is not able to do anything for the channeling time of the black hole. I think it's a
Mhm.
possibility that we might look into a really pushy kind of Enigma build coming out from the side of Neon Esports. And on the side of Reaper, they picked up a Viper, which has proven good for them in the past and will be pretty effective in dealing against the Naga. I think he does come out with enough AoE to keep the Naga in control and not let him deal a lot of damage, especially in the early game. And I think both teams have solid drafts, but I think with the Rubik, Reaper might have a little edge on their side in this game.
Oh yeah, I mean Rubik, he's got a lot of good spells to steal this game. He can steal the glimpse. He could potentially steal the rolling thunder, the static storm. Even an avalanche from Tiny could have a lot of impact if used correctly. And there's always the black hole in the Song of the Siren. But the thing about this Rubik pickup is that more than being a counter for Enigma, it really sets up for a lot of things that the side of Reaper are trying to do, right? I mean, you need some sort of setup hero to enable you to go in. Sure, you've got the Ember Spirit, but the Ember Spirit doesn't necessarily want to commit for, say, something like, a Disruptor or a Tiny. You would much rather have a Rubik Stun, pull them up,
Yeah.
push them back, and allow
Prepare
your
for
teammates to
battle.
just beat onto them. So Gondry is also going to have the important job of setting up some of these team fights here for the side of Reaper hashtag by being the one who gets that initiation by lifting someone up into the air and throwing them into the waiting arms of the Viper.
Yeah. Definitely, and it's gonna all come back down to the early stage, the laning phases of both the teams. We do see a five-man smoke where Reaper have decided to get the high ground here onto the side of Neon Esports. They get their wards down as well. The
Hmm.
scouting coming from the Naga illusions, but totally on the wrong side. They are not able to get any vision onto these heroes on the side of Reaper hashtag, and they might just be able to secure the first blood if Reaper hashtag
30
decide to
seconds to
come
battle.
towards them. And it seems to be happening right as I speak about it.
Yeah, it seems like Neon Esports, they're well aware of the possibility that the side of Reaper could be grouped up on a higher ground somewhere, so they're not really going away from the vicinity of the Tier 1 tower. Instead, using the Naga illusions to scout things out, it's going to spot the Undying as well as the Viper and see the Ember Spirit moving towards that top rune. So,
The battle
yeah, Neon, they know
begins.
exactly what's going up, but it looks like the side of Reaper hashtag might still be able to get 3 runes, and that is exactly what
Yeah.
happens. Fortune Soul, the only person who's going to be able to pick up the bounty rune up towards top. So, yeah, again, starting off with a bit of a net worth advantage, but if last game is any indication of what's to come, I don't think that having more bounty runes necessarily means you're gonna win the game. Because yeah,
Yeah.
Reaper hashtag found 4 last game.
Mhm. And again, looking at like this is the final game of the series, so both these teams do not want to lose, and both these teams will be clawing at each other going head to head in every fight, trying to come out on top because they obviously don't want to go through an extra round in the lower brackets. Just to get to the finals, they want to secure their final spot right now, right at this moment, and not risk losing in the lower brackets. So we are going to see the best performances coming out from both the teams, I think. And let's go right into the laning phase. In the bot lane, we have the Bloodseeker and the Rubik, who are laning against the Enigma and Sukimoto on the Tiny. And I think this lane favors
Not
the
so
Enigma quite a bit,
fast.
just because he has the range advantage, and getting those continuous denies on the range creep is going to be quite a bit of a problem for the
Yeah.
Bloodseeker, as he's not going to get as much XP as he would like in the lane. And I think it has been nerfed quite a bit. There was a time when demonic conversion could be used on almost every creep wave. Use it on the range creep on almost every creep wave, but now that is not a possibility. So there is a chance where he can get the XP that he wants. But again, it depends on how fast they are able to clear out these demonic conversions.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard to clear out those Eidolons because you've only really got a Fate Bolt from the Rubik and a Bloodrite, and even if both of those two were to connect, which is sort of unlikely, it wouldn't really kill all of the Eidolons. It would kill some because the
Yeah.
Fate Bolt does do a fair amount of damage initially, but as the damage reduces, most of your Eidolons would survive. Mates picked up the
Yeah.
bottle rather early in this lane, sitting 12 to 5 in terms of last hits. Valky not doing all that good on the Pangolier, sitting at only 8 creeps to his name and no denies whatsoever. So
Mhm.
yeah, the mid lane favoring the Ember Spirit slightly, as Reaper hashtag
Yeah.
are going to be pleased about that. But Neon Esports, they're having a better time in this bottom lane, but the Enigma is up 10 and 4 in comparison to the Bloodseeker, who's sitting at 8 and 2.
Yeah. And again, this demonic conversions are going to be a constant problem. Again, they're trying to get some pulls off here. If they're able to get some good denies onto the range creeps, think Toy will have a pretty decent lane. But then again, Enigma is a force not to be reckoned with. As Tiny gets lifted,
Mhm.
he throws back Toy back into the tower's range, so he'll have to back off. He's falling very
Laundry?
low, and the Fate
First
Bolt
blood.
secures the kill
What
onto the
is
Tiny.
this?
Very well played
I
by
came
Rubik
here
in
to
the
be
bot lane.
tested.
Yeah, I mean, Sukimoto just a bit too out of position, was eager to find a play on the Bloodseeker, trying to toss him back into the tower, but that costs him his life. He's going to come back with full HP and full mana though, so he's going to start to create problems again. And in the mid lane, Valky, starting to drop low, is going to be getting a bottle refill from Sukimoto, but Maid has picked up the water rune himself, has actually got 2 points in the Sleight of Fist. Valky has to be careful.
Radiant's
He
middle
does have a
tower
Fairy
is
Fire
under
at the
attack.
ready, so he's not going to be dropping anytime soon, but Maid is going to try to tuck his
Dire
tail between his legs and
structures are
run.
fortified.
And okay, a glyph coming through. Great dodge of the Swashbuckle though, with the help of the Sleight of Fist. Sukimoto still continuing
Oh.
to go forward as Gondry has now managed to make his way towards the mid lane. And that rotation from Tsukimoto, sure, it takes the Ember Spirit low, it gets Valky a little bit more farm, but I'm not sure if that's worth the rotation there, because that entire time the Ember Spirit was getting solo XP while the dying creeps of the dying creeps on the side of the Radiant, they were split
Mhm.
between the Pangolier as well as the Tiny. So the level advantage going to continue to be in Maid's favor, as he's already picked up the Orb of Corrosion.
Radiant's middle
And
tower is under
Yeah.
Valky
attack.
is going to get some alone time to hit these creeps, but that's not going to make up for the lack of XP on this Pangolier.
Yeah, and again, if we look at it, the time spent and the
Mhm.
rotations as
Bottom
well has
lane, the Rubik. Yeah, dropped a little bit low there, but he's going to make his way back towards safety. Thankfully, he's had the boots to his name, so the Tiny unable to really find a kill. He's going to toss back Toy onto the Rubik, and yeah,
Radiant
Rubik has
structures
to be a
are
little bit careful
fortified.
because the Tiny does have a fair bit of move speed with the boots and the windlace.
yeah. And the mid lane, Mad Maid did try to engage onto Valky, but under the tower's protection, I think Valky will do fine. And as we head into the 6 minutes mark, let's see if rotations do come through from the side of the supports on both the sides. And
Dire are
yeah, I
scanning.
think overall both the teams are doing fine for now. But again, Toy having a really good game along with the Ember Spirit have them at a 2K net worth
Precious
lead.
bounty.
And meanwhile, we haven't spoken a lot about the top lane because I don't think there's a lot of action happening there. Both these heroes are really sustainable. Fortune Soul with the Disruptor is a pretty good lane when it comes down to handling Undying and a Viper. I think Undying and Viper have a slight advantage in the lane. But then again, it's Naga. She is going to get the farm one way or another. So if not herself being in the lane, she's going to send her illusions, get the farm there, and she'll be in the jungle where she can safely farm. So yeah, I think all lanes are pretty are doing pretty well on both the sides. And as we head into the 10-minute
Yep.
mark pretty soon, let's see how the game changes from there.
I mean, Valky has lost the mid lane quite heavily over here. The Ember Spirit sitting at 40 to 10 in terms of last hits and denies. Valky has pretty much taken to the jungle to try and recover because he knows that if he stays in lane too long, he's gonna end up dropping to the Ember. Madmaid very, very strong, but towards the mid lane, the Disruptor is starting to drop as Madmaid makes an attempt for his life, will secure the kill with the Arcane Rune, and is going to get some nice tower damage off onto that tier 1 tower mid thanks to the Orb of Corrosion as well as the Siege Creep. Just hanging on it. Okay, nice Light of Fist along with the Remnant coming through from mid. He's actually managed to catch out Valky.
Wow.
Valky's going to end up dropping. Big misplay coming from the Pangolier as he's a bit too eager to save his tier 1 tower at the cost of his own life. And well, the tower lives, but Valky does not.
Yeah, and I don't think that's the best choice. Meanwhile, Disruptor is sitting here inside the trees. If Ember does, use the Remnant back, he could have glimpsed him back, but again, he's not in the range. And Pango is coming back to this lane where he's suffering quite a lot, not being able to get the last hits or protect his mid tower. He does try to engage onto Madmaid, but I don't think it's the brightest idea. Even with the roll, I don't think he'll be able to secure a kill onto Madmaid. So let's see what he wants to do here.
Yeah, 2-level difference now between Madmaid and Valky over here, playing the Pangolier. A little unfortunate that he's in this spot, and Valky just getting pummeled by the Sleight of Fist. Gondry, though, gonna get caught out with the Malefice. The tree throw is gonna be there for slow, and that should be his death on the Rubik, and that's the Enigma problem. Neon Esports, even though they're losing the mid lane so hard, Andrew has been having great impact in the bottom lane, just zoning out Bloodseeker as well as the Rubik. Valky forced to pop the Rolling Thunder, had to retreat there as Madmaid made an attempt towards his life, and again missing out on a ton of XP in the mid lane as the wave proceeds to die to the tower. This game going from bad to worse to Valky, and Hated is gonna end up finding the Bloodseeker. That is interesting. Toy ends up dropping as Hated is able to make a play for his life. Black Hole gonna get committed by Andrew, but do they have enough to burst him down? Sleight of Fist coming through. Does he have a remnant? Yes, he does, but he's gonna get glimpsed back, and that's enough to clean up the Ember. Again, unfortunately, Valky was just not in range for the XP. And alright, that makes sense. Atem was able to get the not the Rupture, but the Thunderstrike as well as the Glimpse back, and now Toy with the Rupture on the Pangolier. Oh man, Valky, he's just not having a good game. Even RDP is gonna join the party as they attempt to make an attempt for his life. The Poison Orb is gonna clean up the Pango. Sure, they get the Undying, but it's not really worth Valky's life. In fact, he got glimpsed back to the top lane, so he's going to be very, very happy that he gets to farm very, very conveniently up in the top lane after getting that kill mid. Extremely efficient for the Viper. And Neon Esports losing this mid lane a little bit too hard, and this is where winning mid actually makes a difference. Now, if both off lanes on both the teams are winning their lanes respectively, then winning the mid lane makes a big difference, because now Viper can actually rotate towards mid once the top tier 1 is dead and apply pressure and be a bit of a nuisance over here. While Maid, well, he's just gonna go and take down Tsukimoto, who is a bit out of position there under his own tier 1 tower. And yeah, this game is gonna go from bad to worse for Neon Esports unless the Enigma is able to have some more impact and draw out some rotations and attract attention towards himself down in the bottom lane. Because once this tier 1 tower falls, I mean, Maid, he's gonna make his way towards the top tier 1, take that, and then Reaper hashtag. They can just farm as aggressively as they want while the Viper continues to be a nuisance, and sort of similar to a Broodmother, just hijacks a lane and sits there and just waits for the enemy team to try and make a misplay. by going for his life. Just calls all of his friends and then beats up anyone trying to attempt for a kill there. Gondry, a little bit unfortunate that he is a position 5 Rubik in this scenario. He can't really kill off the Eidolons, nor can he get this the siege creep. So is going to be in a bit of trouble. But Tsukimoto manages to find Hong Kong on the Undying. Undying keeping himself alive for the time being. The Soul Rip keeps him healthy, and Tsukimoto unable to do much on the back of that. RDP came in, but was a bit too late. So yeah, he's not really going to be able to find any hero from the side of Neon Esports. Made chasing for Enryu, but it is not going to make that much of a difference. He's going to back off, but Tsukimoto might be a different story. He attempts to slide off his chains. He dodges the glimpse, but does not get the chains off, unfortunately. A bit of a weird interaction there, as the two Eidolons near the tier 1 tower bottom got chained instead.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, it's gonna be a battle of the Eidolons now, as Gondry has gotten himself the Eidolons. But meanwhile, in the middle jungle, will they be able to get him down? He gets the Remnant out to safety, and with the Flame Guard, he shall not fall to the hands of the Disruptor.
Yeah, Hong Kong, he's going to drop the Tombstone on the high ground, but he doesn't have the range as a melee hero to clean up that Observer ward. That's going to be a waste of a Tombstone as well as a Flesh Golem. But Mate going to make something out of that. He's actually going to end up finding the Pangolier. The Rupture is going to be there on the Tiny, and the Telekinesis ensures that he's not able to TP out for free. As 2 kills go the way of Reaper Hashtag and Neon Esports. Those 2 heroes on the map. The bottom tier 1 also starting to drop. This could get out of control if Neon Esports don't find a way to come back into this game. That's completed for the Enigma, but Lily gets that Wraith back. He's not really going to be a strong presence in these team fights.
Yeah. And again, I don't think the Tiny expected so much damage output coming out from the Ember, because he threw him right onto the face of the Pango and got his teammate killed. So I don't think they expected so much damage output coming in from Mad Maid at 12 minutes into the game. But again, with the Javelin and the Orb of Corrosion, he deals a lot of damage, and the bonus damage coming in from the Sleight of Fist again increases damage. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, we see Andre is going to get caught by that stun from Valky. He steals the roll, but I don't think he has the time to use it.
He didn't get the roll, unfortunately. He only got the shield crash. Yeah, Valky was smart enough to press that button as soon as he started the Rolling Thunder, making sure the Rubik is not able to turn that fight around. And now Hong Kong might end up being next, as there are 4 dire heroes here down in the bottom lane. But from the top side, Mate is actually going to join the party, and now Hong Kong is going to end up dropping, but it will cost Valky his life in turn. And Reaper Hashtag, finding the trades, are able to make sure that Neon Esports don't get away with murder. Although it did force 2 cores towards the bottom part of the map.
Yeah. Then again, if you look at the farm that the Pango has, he is 2,000 gold behind the closest enemy, that is the Bloodseeker, who has not had the farming game that he wanted to. But then again, I think it's fine for the Bloodseeker. He will be able to catch up with the rest of the game. They are engaging onto Fortune Soul, who does bring out the Song of the Siren, putting the Static Storm down. They will be able to secure the kill onto this Ember, as all 5 players from Neon come crashing in onto the Ember Spirit. And on the other hand, if you look at the farming, I think Naga has been left unchecked throughout the game, because I don't think we have noticed her in any of the fights or her being involved in anything. So she is on top of the net worth, but not far behind are the Viper and the Ember Spirit as well. So this game is going to be pretty close, and it all comes down to how Naga will be able to handle herself against the damage output coming out from the side of Reaper Hashtag.
Yeah, I mean, in these sorts of games, Naga is quite similar to an Alchemist, where you are playing up against a bunch of counters, but I'm going to have to hold on to that thought, because Hong Kong is going to end up dropping Mate, going in, finds a good 2-man chains on the Disruptor as well as the Enigma. Enryu is going to be forced to pop the Black Hole, and look at the return Black Hole coming through from Gondry, straight onto the Pangol. They're controlling Valky up. There's going to be a rupture onto his life, and that's going to be the death of the Pangol here, as Neon Esports, they use 2 very big ultimates, but they don't find anything, and in turn, end up giving Gondry the black hole, which he's gonna have to use for one more time before the spell
Yeah.
steal duration runs out.
This looks really grim for the side of Neon Esports as the Reaper hashtag is running at them at just 15 minutes into the game. And if they keep up the pace, I really doubt that the Naga's farm will ever come into use because she only has a Manta right now and is not ready to fight yet, at least until she gets the Orchid Malevolence. And only then she'll be able to fight. So I think until that point, Reaper hashtag have a free reign over the towers of Neon Esports, and it all depends now if the remaining 4 players from Neon Esports will be able to defend this mid tower and not give up any objectives at just 16 minutes into the game. Let's wait and find out what happens.
Dire's
Yeah.
middle tower is under
Bit of
attack.
a shout out to Fanclash. Do make
Radiant's
sure you
bottom
download the
tower
app.
is
You
under
can predict the
attack.
winner
Radiant's
of this
bottom
game and
tower
win
has
some cool
fallen.
prizes, and maybe even get to meet your favorite professional player. So yeah, do check out Fanclash, and you might be in for some prizes. In the meantime, though, Toy farming up the ancients on Reaper hashtag. He's had a very pleasant game so far. I mean,
Radiant's top
sure, the
tower
lane was a
is
little
under
bit
attack.
rough up against Enigma, but eventually was able to get, well,
Bloodseeker.
some good farm, but the caster skill strikes again, and Bloodseeker's gonna end up dropping. Fortune Soul is here with the song on the side. He's trying to make sure that his teammates are able to get back towards safety, and he will do just that. They're able to pick up the
Yeah.
Bloodseeker and get the hell up back. So, good fight from Neon Esports. I mean, they managed to shut down the carry, ensure that Naga-san is there for the XP, and Naga continues to farm away and accrue net worth as time goes on. Made also goes towards the top part of the map, but he's gonna run into Tsukimoto, who's gonna end up dropping as Tsukimoto so low on this tiny. I mean, he literally stopped moving. I think he gave up on life. He's gonna try to survive a little bit longer, but Gondry is gonna secure the kill with the right click on the Rubik. There.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'd like
yeah,
to
lunch.
I'd like to give a shout out to the debut of Wraith Pact on the Enigma, going for it as his first item. What do you think about that?
Comforting rune of regeneration.
I am not too sold on that item. I think
Yeah.
ever since it only reduces physical damage, it's not gonna be that great. And it's not even the physical damage that you need to worry about if you're Neon Esports. It's the magical damage coming through with the Maelstrom from the Ember, as well as the Maelstrom on the Bloodseeker that has been built, and the Viper with the poison attack. So, not too sure what this Wraith pack is gonna accomplish, but it does give you the feeling that you're playing the similar Zoo lineup. Fortune Soul gonna get caught out. There is a static storm to cover him. The Blood Ride's gonna come through as well, and that's gonna be the death of the Naga Siren. As Neon Esports
That was
caught
very
napping,
close.
and Reaper hashtag will punish them. Towards the mid lane, Valky has actually used his swashbuckle to get those creeps, and RDP spots him out, does apply 2 poison attacks, but is not too keen on chasing any further. Made
Yeah.
coming in from the back lines, looking to find the Pangolier. Is he going to be able to connect the chains? Because if he does, they
Oh,
could
the
find a kill.
creep!
Valky is going to get spotted out, and there's a Sheen Trash coming through, and that's going to be the death of the Pangolier with the DK and the telekinesis. And that's that. A bounty rune dug up by Hong Kong as well. So, free bottle refill for the Ember Spirit is now hated.
Radiant's bottom tower
Is
is
gonna
under
wait to
attack.
see if this mid tier 2 tower is defendable, because there's no core around on Neon Esports to keep it alive. In the meantime,
Yeah.
Enigma pressuring the bottom tier 2 tower is gonna draw out a rotation from the Ember Spirit. The Eidolon's gonna be cleared, but at least he forced him away from the mid tier 2.
Dire's
Or so
middle
I say,
tower is under
because he's
attack.
still got a remnant to go back to the mid lane if need be. He's just looking to push out one more wave, and then he's gonna connect with the rest of the team.
Yeah. And I think
Reaper hashtag.
with the Ember being there, I think they will be able to secure the mid T2 if the Enigma does not cause a problem. And again, I see Rubik has picked up the Aether Lens, keeping in mind that Enigma can use the black hole anywhere, anytime, and having that extra range is always helpful. They do enter into the Rosh pit at 20 minutes into the game with a 6k net worth lead. I don't think they'll have a problem getting rid of this Roshan pretty quickly. Meanwhile, Disruptor does fall to the hands of Madmaid. But again, I think it's going to be more objective based right now.
Yeah, I mean, with this Rosh falling, don't think the side of Neon Esports are gonna have much fuel in the tank to try and take any fight. So this age is really going to secure the net worth lead that Reaper Hashtag have accumulated so far, and the map is about to get a lot smaller for Neon Esports. If they thought they were being pinched on the map before, well, it's nothing compared to what
Dire's
Reaper
middle
Hashtag
tower
are going
is
to do to
under
them
attack.
now. The mid tier 2 is going to end up dropping soon enough, and then the top tier 2 is going to fall as well. And when that happens, you're really going to feel the pain of having two greedy cores in the Enigma and the Naga side, and as both of them are gonna want the same space on the map to farm up their items.
Yeah,
Link finished up though
and
on Enryu, so there is potential for counterplay, but it's very limited.
yeah, again, taking a look at these teams at the currently looking at the teams just straight up, I don't think Neon Esports really have an answer for the entire side of Reaper Hashtag. Uh, it all comes down to time, how well they are able to use this Aegis right now, how well they're able to capture objectives, and how the next team fight goes will all enable either Neon Esports to come back into this tournament, or I mean, come back into this game, or if they're going to let Reaper Hashtag take control of the
Yeah,
rest of the game.
yeah. I mean, Reaper Hashtag should get control of the game now. I mean, they even found haters, so that's all the more reason for them to go and tickle this tier 2 tower a little bit. Maybe force out a reaction from Neon Esports if they're able to get the Naga Siren and the Pangolier to join in. It's gonna be the perfect outcome for them as yeah, this tier 2
Radiant's top
tower is gonna
tower
end
is
up
under
dropping.
attack.
And once
Dire's
this tower goes
structures are
down, Neon
fortified.
Esports, they're gonna run out of
Dire's middle
options. I
tower
mean, they're
is
gonna be
under
forced to
attack.
fight either. They're gonna either be forced to fight into Reaper Hashtag, who kind of want that to happen,
Radiant's top
or
tower
they
is
are
under
Yeah.
gonna
attack.
end up losing a lot of farm on the
Dire's
map
middle
and a
tower
lot of
is
map
under
control
attack.
as well. As we can see, Toy continues to smack away the middle tower. And that's gonna be the mid tier 2 going down. Toy even gets the credit for that last hit, so a little bit of extra gold going into his pocket there. And
Radiant's
RDP,
top
he's
tower
finished up
is
the
under
Aghanim
attack.
Scepter on the Viper along with the Eternal Shroud, so he is fairly tanky and hard to bring down. Made in the meantime, just making
Radiant's
sure
middle
that he's
tower is
doing his
under
job of
attack.
clearing out the Naga side and illusions,
Double
leaving a
damage
remnant out towards
empowers
his
me.
team, making sure that he's able to come back and help them out. Oh, towards the top lane though, Valky forced to pop the Rolling Thunder as the Viper Strike comes through. The Eidolon's gonna be fed as well. But look at that, the Ember Spirit is actually able to catch the Disruptor, and this is what I was talking about. Ults have been forced out, and Neon Esports forced to take an engagement that they did not want. Toy getting juked a little bit left to the left and right, but Conry. Oh wait, what? Andrew, he popped the black hole to cancel that Rolling Thunder. That is huge. I mean, sure, Gondry is dead, but there's no black hole for 170 seconds. I'm not sure if
Yeah.
Reaper Hashtag caught that. I think they did, but they should be forcing more objectives on the back of this. Bloodseeker, he TP'd bottom. He's going to push that lane out, but once he's done doing that, Reaper, they can go knocking on the top tier 2 tower as well.
Yeah, definitely. And looks like Madmaid is not done yet. Going right onto the face of Valky, gets a remnant of jumping onto his face, and there's nothing Valky can actually do. Only the mana deficit coming from Ember Spirit has to push himself back right there. Bloodseeker, however, falls in the bottom lane.
Yeah, that is a little unfortunate. Toy getting caught out and losing the Aegis for no reason whatsoever. That's really gonna hurt Reaper Hashtag's chances of having a very clean game. So far, they've been having
Radiant's
a,
top
a
tower
very
is under
free
attack.
game.
Radiant's
I mean,
top
there's
tower
not a
has
lot that Neon
fallen.
Esports have been able to do to stop their moves. But now with the Aegis gone, Neon actually have a window to work towards. When the Enigma Black Hole comes back up, they can smoke up and make a play. I mean, they can even make a play before that with the Rolling Thunder, but it's a lot less reliable when there's a rupture on the enemy team and your Pangolier doesn't have the Lincoln Sphere. So, yeah, life's gonna be a little bit difficult for good old Valky to try and make something happen without the black hole.
Yeah, and it's gonna be quite hard for Neon Esports now to come back from the 7K deficit. And this Madmaid, with the Ember, he is going for that Aghanim Scepter now. And once he gets that, he's gonna be so mobile that he's gonna be causing problems on every corner of the map. So again, the objectives are not being taken care of from the side of Reaper hashtag, and slowly, if you notice, the net worth it has been dropping towards the side of Neon Esports. A smoke coming in. Finally, they might be able to make rotations, make some play happen. If they're able to get any kills on the course,
Dire
I
are
think
scanning.
they will be doing pretty well. Or if they're
Radiant's
able to maybe
courier has
secure
been
the
killed.
towers, they will also do well. So let's see what happens
Yeah,
here.
I mean, Fortune Soul has done a very good job of cutting creep waves and making sure that Reaper hashtag cannot
Dire's
stay
middle
together as
tower
five
is
for
under
too
attack.
long without losing out a bunch of farm on the map. But even then, I mean, the rest of Neon Esports need to be careful to not feed away free kills like this. Disruptor goes down, Hong Kong gets the credit for that kill, and that's just a
Radiant's
bit more
bottom
farm and
tower is
XP
under
going the
attack.
way of the Ember Spirit, who is in the end gonna end up countering the Naga Siren. So you really don't want to be bleeding out all of these kills
Radiant's
as it
middle
really
tower
causes a
is
lot of
under attack.
issues. Ember Spirit caught out by the Ensign as well as the York and Malevolence, forced to pop the BKB, will be able to live, but yeah, he's not going to be too pleased
Radiant's
about the
middle
fact that he
tower
had to
is under
consume a
attack.
BKB charge, and that to a 9-second one to try and live after what happened there. And
Yeah.
well,
Radiant's bottom
Tsukimoto
tower is under
was
attack.
looking to snipe off the Ember Spirit, but didn't really have the vision to work with, so instead, will just make his way towards mid and cut the creep wave instead.
Yeah. Oh man,
Radiant's bottom tower is
not
under
looking
attack.
really good for Neon, but again, they still do have a chance. And if they are able to win a couple of team fights coming up, I think they do have a chance to secure themselves a place in the grand finals. But again, for now, Reaper hashtag needs to be
Radiant's
focusing
bottom
more
tower is under
on,
attack.
how they are getting these towers and their objectives down. But let's see. Only time will tell whether they will win this game or lose this game.
Yeah,
Dire's top tower is under
I mean,
attack.
there's a window for Neon Esports for sure. They can make something happen.
Radiant's
They've
middle tower
got the
is under
Orchid and the
attack.
Heart on the Naga side, but they cannot really take a full blown out team fight against Reaper. They're a bit too strong. They've got too much AoE clear, and these Naga illusions are somewhat fragile. They do not have the ability to stay alive for too long. So, yeah, the side of Reaper are gonna have to be a little bit careful with how they approach this game. So,
Radiant's
yeah,
bottom
Naga
tower
Siren,
is under
I
attack.
mean, can continue to farm away until she hits a stronger peak, maybe with something like the Bloodthorn, and then you can try and make a play, even if the side of Reaper hashtag are split up. I mean, if threatening your objective, you can still call them back with a good catch onto someone like the Ember Spirit or the Viper.
Yeah.
Radiant's
Definitely,
bottom
and
tower is
I
under
think
attack.
Neon Esports are doing the right play right now. Not giving up a lot of their map, or even if they're giving up their side of the map, they have taken control of Reaper's side of the map. So this is what they're supposed to doing. This mid tower needs to get the hell out of here really quickly, and I think
Radiant's middle
Valky
tower
and
is under attack.
Tsukimoto
Radiant's
will
middle
take care of
tower
that.
has fallen.
Now having more control, not having that mid tower to TP to has given Neon Esports quite a bit of space. And
Radiant's
again,
middle tower
as I
is
tell
under
you,
Okay,
these
attack.
this
Must
network
TPs
has
towards the top lane. It looks like they've managed to find Entry. Entry is going to get taken down, but can they get a return kill onto Mate? No Remnant out available for him. He's got the Aghanim Scepter, but he needs to get the hell
Radiant's
out now.
bottom tower
Valky
is
chasing
under
forward.
attack.
He's going to be able to find Mate, but there's the
Radiant's
rupture on
bottom
the
tower
Pangolier
has
to
fallen.
stop the Rolling Thunder, and Toy comes in to save the day. He keeps the Ember Spirit alive. While elsewhere, the Naga Siren has managed to clean up the Undying, but she has been rooted herself. Fortune Soul gonna get caught out. The Ember Spirit going forward though wants to find the Naga Siren, will not succeed, does not have enough mana remaining for the Searing
Dire's
Chains,
top
but
tower
nonetheless
is
they
under
will
attack.
still be able to pick up the tiny as Tsukimoto ends up biting the dust. 3 heroes lost for Neon Esports, and all that Reaper hashtag lose is one measly Undying. They even gonna get the tier 2
yeah,
tower top to boot. So big wins for the side of
Dire's
hashtag
top
Reaper, and
tower
again,
has fallen.
remember, this is going to enable them to find their slot in the grand finals, direct ticket to the grand finals. They will not have to go and play Whoops again in a best of 5 in the lower bracket
Dire
tomorrow.
are
So Neon
scanning.
Esports, they need to do everything they can to stop Reaper hashtag from snowballing out of control.
Yeah, again, if we take a look at the net worth, it's gone back up to 9K. You know, these team fights, man, these team fights are being the real problem here. Neon Esports don't even know what to do against the Ember and the Bloodseeker when they are all grouped up, especially Enryu dying so early, like before the team fight even started, caused even more
Mhm.
problems because there was no black hole to even keep them under control. So yeah, although Naga is getting the farm of her lifetime, she has the Bloodthorn ready, she has the Heart of Taras. I don't know if she will be effective enough in this team. In the team where they're
Yep.
pushing Reaper
Speedy
hashtag
broom
are
of
getting
haste.
these pushes
Your
down. They are getting
days.
these kills.
See?
They are going on
Oh
to the
no,
disruptor.
that that is super unlucky. Mate actually got two Maelstrom procs in a row. I mean, the odds of that
Yeah.
happening have got to be less than 15 or maybe even 14%. So Disruptor ends up falling, and yeah, that's gonna be another free kill going the way of Reaper hashtag. They'd have to pop the haste on the Ember Spirit though, so that they will not have that available for the next team fight.
Radiant's middle
But I
tower
think
is
Mate is
under
just
attack.
happy
Mhm.
to find any sort of kills that he can get and just continue snowballing as the Ember Spirit, continue to amass more items and create a problem for this Naga side. And as the illusions are not going to be tanky enough to survive the damage coming from the Bloodseeker as well as the Ember Spirit, one would have been fine, but two together is a bit too much.
Yeah. Definitely, and also looking at this bot lane, there's only one tower remaining there, and they can go straight to the high ground after that, and they decide
Radiant's middle
to go
tower
into the
is
Rosh
under
pit as
attack.
soon as the Rosh is available, and they know they have an advantage, in any team fights if they want to initiate one. They go straight into the Rosh pit.
Mhm.
They will be able to secure the
Roshan
Aegis
has fallen
and
to
the
Radiant.
shard as well, going to the
Radiant's middle
Bloodseeker.
tower is
Now that
under
Blood
attack.
Rage is going to be more effective. Again, I think they will be looking to push this bottom tier 2 and head straight up into the high ground of Neon Esports. And it
Yeah.
all comes down to Naga Siren. And if all this farming, she is at 22K net worth. So let's see if all this farming, where she has not been involved in a lot of team fights and just sitting and farming, whether it comes down to be effective or not. Let's take a look.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah,
tower
well,
is under
Mate
attack.
is going to be able to find the Tiny up in the top lane as Gondry was there to set up the kill on Tsukimoto, and that's
Man.
going to be the Tiny going down from the side of Neon Esports. The Bloodseeker already has the Aegis. This could potentially be something, but the Corrosive Skin and the Hood of Defiance, just too much magic resistance as the Viper doesn't even lose 40% HP. Just turns back around onto the Naga side and starts to take it down. Nice Black Hole coming in from the entry. Where's the Rubik when you need him? No, he did not manage to steal the Black Hole as the Enigma blinks away, but Fortune's Toll will still be going down. That's Black Hole committed from the side of Neon Esports. Things are looking grim. I mean, if you
Yeah.
cannot kill heroes inside the black hole, then, I mean, what the hell can you even do?
Yeah, and they are able to get on the Naga Siren as well. So all this time, all these fights she
Dire's
was not
middle tower
involved in,
is
all
under
that
attack.
farm she has got, all gone down the drain. As now, if you look at the net worth, Thor is right back on top, and he's dealing a lot of damage. Even to the towers as well. The Ember can just go back to base, get his mana fully back up, and just remnant back into the tower push, and I don't really see any way that Neon Esports can hold up this high ground right now, because if you look at the ultimates, there are no ultimates remaining. So it's gonna be a
Yep.
tough uphill push, nevertheless, for Reaper hashtag. But again, I don't see a way that Neon will be holding this high ground for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, with the Butterfly, the Bloodseeker has got a lot of building damage, and he's picked up the Shard as well, so he can actually stand and man fight. Most of these heroes on the side of Neon Esports, they don't really want to be in this Bloodseeker's face. And
Hmm.
yeah, Toy should be taking down that tier 3 tower mid pretty soon. As
Yeah.
well, the game will be unpaused, and we'll see if
Dire structures are
Toy can
fortified.
pressure this tower. He's
Radiant's
gonna
courier
go and get
has
some
been
HP
killed.
back in the Ancients while Madmaid goes and tries to push out the creep wave down bottom.
Hmm.
While RDP, I mean, just tanky as all heck. This Viper just not dying to anything that the side of Neon are throwing at them. He's got the Hood of Defiance, he's got the Lotus Orb, the Aghanim Scepter as well. I mean, not only is he tanky and capable of dealing so much damage, he's also very, very survivable, as he can remove the Malefice, he can survive the Static Storm, and he doesn't care about the mana burn coming in from Valky, because if he just pops the Eternal Shroud and eats a bunch of damage from the Midnight Pulse, he's going to be back up to full in terms of mana. So, yeah, I mean, a very self-sustaining Viper here from the side of Reaper Hashtag, as they've got all the tools they need to go high ground. Just waiting for Madmate to make his way back towards the mid lane so they don't end up taking a fight 4v5. And with that Arcane Rune, I think Reaper Hashtag going to try to force something. I mean, Bloodseeker, just looking to get his HP back for the moment, is actually gonna walk towards the bottom lane, see if he can find a free kill. The Tiny could get spotted out over here as Toy makes his way towards the creep wave, tries to push it out. A bunch of illusions being created by Naga Siren as they go and try to skip the wave, but there is a single range creep that is going to be kept alive to break the backdoor protection on that tier 2 bottom. And Reaper Hashtag, that's how they imagine themselves using the Aegis for now. Just gonna claim the final outer tower against Neon Esports and then gonna push them inside their base. Uh-oh. Looks like Madmate, he has caught out Tsukimoto as he saw him going under a ward, but unfortunately for him, there's no follow-up around. So all that does is reveal for the side of Neon Esports that there is an observer ward being placed right outside the tier 3. A bit of a mistake, but that's okay.
Yeah,
And that's just the
I think as
Ember Spirit making his presence known and striking fear into the hearts of Neon Esports.
I definitely agree with that. Meanwhile, he dives in now.
Is under attack.
Yeah, I mean,
Dire's
that
middle
was
tower
a
has fallen.
good dive. I mean, he managed to force out a TP
Dire's middle
from
barracks
the
are
side
under
of
attack.
Reaper Hashtag, and I think that
Dire's
TP might have been from the
structures
Naga
are
side, and so in the end, if that TP gets cancelled, the Naga does not have a way of making her way back towards the base, although I could be wrong. Let me just double check that.
Dire's
See
middle
if
barracks
Naga
have
Siren
fallen.
indeed doesn't have a TP. No, the Naga Siren has a TP. That
Dire's
was the
middle
disruptor.
barracks are
Toy
under
dropping
attack.
rather low. His Aegis is going to get claimed, but the Ember Spirit
Radiant's
jumps
top
straight
tower
in.
is
And
under
he's going to be
attack.
able to pick up the disruptor. The BKB has been popped. The Static Storm has been laid down, but it doesn't amount to much. As Enryu didn't feel like committing the black hole, especially when he doesn't know where Gondry is. So he's waiting in the wings
Dire's
for the
middle
perfect
barracks
opportunity
has
to
fallen.
steal that black hole and turn it around.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Wait, an axe coming out on Tsukimoto. How effective do you think that's gonna be here? Do you think he has the damage for it?
Radiant's top
It's
tower
definitely a
is
good
under attack.
slow in an AoE. If the side of Reaper Hashtag clump up together around the tier 3, they're gonna eat a decent amount of damage, and Tiny does gain a fair amount of damage just with Grow alone, right? So,
Yeah,
I mean, it's always gonna have some decent impact in terms of damage, but really it's more of a punish for the side of Reaper Hashtag if they clump up together and they die, which the Ember Spirit does like to do, and often ends up baiting his teammates to do as well if they're not aware of how to synergize properly with that Ember.
yeah. But again, looking at the game right now, I think Reaper Hashtag are playing on the very, very safer side compared to the previous games we have seen come out from them, which in turn might actually enable Neon Esports to get back into the game. Because if they're not asserting their dominance, if they're not getting their objectives down right now, it's going to get harder over time. Naga is nobody to be messed around with, although Bloodseeker can deal with her pretty well. I don't think giving up space, giving up farm is the best idea. Uh, uh, I think going for the tower push is the better choice right now, and if they're able to secure this DD onto Toy, I think they should go looking for the tower push in the bot lane, and I think we might see that coming out as Toy walks towards the lane.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Neon Esports, they tried to make a play, smoked up outside their base, and were able to
Radiant's top tower
get the
is
Naga
under
Siren
attack.
to the triangle, and she's able to farm up a few more items, but it doesn't really
Dire's
amount to
bottom
much
tower
more than
is
that.
under
And
attack.
Reaper Hashtag, yeah, they can smell blood in the water. They've come knocking on this tier 3 tower down bottom. They've managed to get the side of Neon Esports back into their base, even the Naga Siren. So, yeah, it's gonna be a little difficult for them, but oh my god, look at the gonads on the Ember Spirit. Mate jumps straight and is gonna be able to take out the Disruptor and get the hell back towards safety. And the Rolling Thunder has also been baited out from
Dire's
Valky
bottom
as Neon
tower is under
Esports.
attack.
They lose a disruptor, they
Dire's
commit an
bottom
ultimate,
tower
and they
has
find
fallen.
absolutely nothing. And this entire time, the
Yeah.
Bloodseeker is not even hitting the racks. Hits RDP on the Viper, doing the dirty work. Well, he's gonna get tossed back now, and we'll see if he can keep that up for much long, because the Nagasan and Snare is gonna be there, and the Soul Rip
Oh
is actually
my.
gonna keep the Viper alive for the time being, and now the Naga getting pummeled as the Bloodseeker goes in with the Rupture. He's gonna be able to clean her up. Two quick buybacks coming in from the side of Neon. Enryu with a good black hole on to do, but it has been stolen from Laundry, who's gonna pop it by himself, and he's gonna catch the Enigma and the Nagasan, and then that's gonna be the death of both those scores. Toy is gonna get a triple kill. The Nagasan does make it out alive, but Valky may not be so lucky. Rolls up into a ball, tries to hide as Pangolier, but does not succeed. Ends up biting the dust. Buyback coming through from the Enigma as well, but what can they do here? Neon Esports, they need to fight into a tombstone. They still need to worry about the Viper. The Ember Spirit still has a bunch of remnants, but at least they managed to catch him out for the time being under the cover of that static storm. However, RDP comes diving in with the dive bomb. Fortune Soul is going to be able to make it back out to safety. No mana remaining on mate for the Searing Chains. But regardless,
Dire's
the
bottom
tier 3 as well as the
fallen.
bottom set of racks
Dire's
will be
bottom
falling. A
barracks has
28k net worth lead here for the side of Reaper Hashtag as Neon Esports. No fuel
Radiant
left in the tank.
structures are
Reaper
fortified.
Hashtag, they might just do it. They might just cause this upset
Dire's top tower is under
as well.
attack.
He could claim the series here against Neon Esports and send them backing towards a lower bracket where Whoops await.
Dire's middle tower is under
But
attack.
I wonder if they've still got one last fight in them. Gonna be a while before the black hole comes up cool down. And Reaper Hashtag are probably gonna look to reset, has the glimpse on the Ember Spirit, but he's quick with a sleight of fist to dodge that. It's gonna be A-okay.
And again, I think Ember Spirit tried to TP back to base so he can refresh his mana and his HP, but it gets cancelled out. And I think that's the
Deceptive
reason
rune of
mainly that they had to
invisibility.
back off over there. Otherwise, if he got his HP and mana back up, they could have continued the push. But then again, they have a 27k net worth lead. I don't think they're going to be running into any problems right now. The itemization coming out from Bloodseeker makes sure that the Naga does not get an advantage in any team fights. But expecting a top lane push, they are smoked up and waiting. But in the they do have the lower ground, so if Ariba
Yeah.
Hashtag walks here, they will be able to break the smoke. Slowly, Tsukimoto is making his way onto the high ground, and he will be revealed here.
Yeah, and he is gonna get spotted out as the Ember Spirit goes straight in with the Remnant,
Oh
zip
my
zapping around.
God.
He's got the refresher up, and look at that damage. He has taken down 3 heroes nearly all by himself. The Rupture is gonna come through, gonna clean up the Enigma. Valky as well gonna get caught out. Naga Siren braving the damage is gonna go all the way back towards the base. Valky with the Ember Spirit, he's thrown out so many remnants. He's trying to find the return kill, but no,
Dire's
he's not
middle
gonna
tower
succeed.
is under
Valky
attack.
will live and made. Well,
Dire's structures
might be all out of
are
remnants, but it doesn't really matter because Reaper, they're taking down the throne on the side of
Dire's
Neon
influence
Esports.
is under attack.
GG might just get called as Static Storm comes through with the Aghanim Scepter. There's no way Nagasani can get out of this one alive, and the double Gs get
Dire's
dropped. That is it.
under attack.
Reaper Hashtag
Radiant
will make it to
victory.
the grand finals of the Skyesports Championship 4.0 and send Neon Esports backing to the lower bracket as a big, big win for their side, sending a team such as Neon Esports down to the lower bracket. And yeah, great win here for the side of
Wow.
#Reaper. They take their ticket to the grand final, secure some more prize money for themselves, and secure their slot as well. Great performance by all
Yeah.
these players.
I mean, what an amazing upset we see here. Going into game 5, both the teams did not want to let go of this grand final position, but in the end, #Reaper have come out on top. Very well played by both the teams, but again, I think a majority of the viewers will also be surprised with this outcome because Neon Esports went into this best of 5 as the favorites, but the outcome we see here, #Reaper have come out on top with a 3-2 victory over Neon Esports in this best of 5 series. I am actually impressed at how much #Reaper have changed with their drafting and their laning phases against Neon Esports, comparing them to the first BO3 that they had against Neon Esports.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is a completely different #Reaper. They're able to point out all the mistakes that they had made. and they're able to correct them and overcome them and play a slightly different style of Dota to take the win against the side of Neon Esports. They didn't go for the Beastmaster. They didn't just default into all the Zoo heroes for RDP. Instead, picking up the Viper for him, and does it work out beautifully for them. I mean,
Yeah.
credit where credit is due. I think the Ember Spirit played a fantastic game, even in the mid lane
Oh yeah.
against the Pangolier. Just shut him down completely, drew all the attention towards himself, won the mid lane, and then #Reaper, because they'd won the off lane so hard as well, they just ended up spiraling out of control and just completely decimating the side of Neon Esports. So yeah, Neon Esports, I mean, they're gonna have to go back to the drawing board and see what mistakes they made against #Reaper. Perhaps they were a bit too reliant on this Naga side, and #Reaper, realizing that, did manage to punish it with the Bloodseeker, the Viper, as well as the Ember Spirit. Three heroes, very, very good at dealing with all of those illusions. But
Yeah.
yeah, things are not over yet. Neon Esports, they still have a chance. They can still make it to the grand finals through the lower bracket, where they face up against Whoops, a team that they haven't faced before, but nonetheless a team that they might not be afraid of. Neon Esports played Ragnarok early, and #Reaper played Whoops. Whoops have taken a game off of #Reaper, so #Reaper is a team which does have its flaws. Unfortunately, Neon Esports weren't able to exploit them, but it should also give them a breath of relief, because they really gave #Reaper a run for their money here, the side of Neon Esports, and almost
Yeah.
managed to take them down if it wasn't for that last final game over here. Madmate,
Yeah.
obviously the MVP. But yeah, I want to hear from you. I mean, what are your thoughts on this game so far?
Yeah, no questions asked. Madmaid makes it to the MVP. I mean, in the last game, I think Madmaid took control, took charge of that entire game. He was zipping around everywhere once, especially once he got the axe. I think he was part of every kill after that. So again, Enryu going with the Enigma in this game and building the Wraith Pact, I was really confused because I don't see a lot of physical damage output coming out from #Reaper other than the Bloodseeker, who also again, it only takes 4 hits to get rid of the Wraith Pact. Now with the Butterfly, he's able to get rid of the Wraith Pact pretty easily. So not really sure about the build coming out from Enru, but then again, Neon Esports did try their best, but a few mistakes were made. And I think especially in the mid lane, the Ember was just so much more dominant compared to Valky's Pango. I think that's what changed the entire pace of the game and how they were able to push so early on and get the series to a
Yeah.
amazing close. Very well played by Ember, obviously, and all the best for Neon Esports in the lower bracket. They will be facing Whoops, so let's see the outcome of that game as well. Whether Neon will be able to secure themselves a spot in the grand finals through the lower bracket, or if Whoops will make it in the grand finals, beating out Neon tomorrow.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at the format that is going to come through for the grand finals. It is going to be a BO5 down in the lower bracket, and then we're going to have the grand finals between whichever team ends up winning between Whoops and Neon Esports. So do make sure that you click the subscribe button if you're watching on YouTube, or click the follow button if you're watching on Twitch, to stay updated whenever we go live. And yeah, you're not going to miss out of any of the action that's happening here in the Sky Esports Championship 4.0. But man, what a game between Neon and #Reaper, right? Neon Esports, they came in
Yeah,
as the favorites. They tried to show that they are worthy of being the favorites as well. But #Reaper, with just sheer grit and determination, remembering the mistakes that they made against them in the group stage as well, are able to correct them. Change up the way they play Dota, and are able to send Neon Esports back into the lower bracket. And I'm sure that that's going to put a lot of smiles on the faces of #Reaper members, as well as some of their fans. So
yeah,
yeah, big shout out to #Reaper for actually making it to the grand finals, and for defying the odds, and really proving their worth here in the Sky Esports Championship 4.0, where champions are made. But that's going to be it for today, folks. And this was the final best of five for the day. And man, was it a bit of a banger. But
yeah.
yep, that's all from our end today, folks. And we should be seeing you soon, very, very shortly. Do make sure to hit the subscribe button and the follow button on YouTube and Twitch, respectively. And you will not miss out anytime we go live. Until then, you're watching AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0 with our gaming partner Logitech and our official fantasy partner Fanclash. My name is Floki, with me was Lama, and we're signing off.